Chapter 271. This Anbu ninja who is lurking in the territory of the Fire Country and carrying out the mission of collecting intelligence is one of the few Anbu ninjas with strong perception. That is why he was sent to the Fire Country to carry out missions. After all, sensory ninjas are relatively scarce in the big ninja villages, and most of the sensory ninjas in the Anbu serve in the interrogation squad, barrier squad, signal squad, and communication squad. If this guy did not have a strong perception ability and his combat power could rival that of a Jonin, and could even fight against an elite Jonin, the Anbu would definitely not send him out. So, it just happened by chance. Originally, no one would doubt an old man with superb medical skills who looked like he had nothing to do with a ninja. Even the Underground Gold Exchange and the Hidden Mist Village Anbu excluded this old man who had the same name as the leader of the Sky Ninja. However, this Anbu with strong perception ability, when he was routinely sensing the town where he was lurking yesterday, he suddenly sensed a person with extremely huge chakra in the town. The amount of his chakra was even greater than that of the Anbu Chongjian who already had the strength of a cage. After some secret investigation, the Anbu was surprised to find that Dr. Sheneng, who had been excluded by their Anbu, actually had more chakra than the Anbu Changkan who had the strength of a cage. Therefore, this Anbu immediately transmitted this information back to the Hidden Mist Village via the chakra radio sealed in the scroll that he carried with him at all times. On the other hand, the Hidden Mist Village combined various pieces of information and quickly confirmed the true identity of Dr. Sheneng. He was none other than Sheneng, the leader of the Sky Ninja village whom Kingxi had ordered to be hunted down. Thus, Sheneng, who had been hiding his identity for many years and secretly plotting to subvert and conquer the ninja world, was exposed just like that without him knowing anything. Although Sheneng possessed the strength of a cage after his outbreak thanks to forbidden medical techniques and the 8 gates ninjutsu he stole from Konoha, his perception ability was very average. He failed to detect the snooping and investigation of this Anbu. At this time, he was still leisurely disguising himself as a doctor, practicing medicine in the town. Soon, Uzumaki Shinki and Zigwashan Pufferfish Demon accepted their mission from Kingxi to find the leader of the Sky Ninja village and capture him alive. As for why they still need to find Sheneng's location, it is because Sheneng's approximate location has been confirmed. Since his disguised identity is not a ninja, but just an ordinary doctor with superb medical skills, then based on the movement trajectory of ordinary people, even if the Anbu does not continue to follow Sheneng, Sheneng will not be too far away from the town where he was found. Moreover, although Sheneng did not notice the perception and detection of the Anbu at that time, it does not mean that he will not be able to find someone following him. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the Anbu Minister Jian still ordered the Anbu to continue to perform his original mission. Therefore, the task of finding Sheneng's specific location fell on Uzumaki Shinki, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan of the Hidden Mist Village, who possessed the super perception ability of Kagura's mind's eye. A week later, the 7 ninja swordsmen and Uzumaki Shinki, led by Zigwashan Pufferfish Demon, landed in the southern part of the Fire Country, sneaked into the territory of the Fire Country, and then quickly rushed to the town in the southern part of the Fire Country near the border of the Bear Country where Sheneng's traces were discovered. Chief Xingxi. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost called softly, signaling Uzumaki Xingxi that he could start sensing. Wakata. Uzumaki Shinki nodded, then slowly closed his eyes and formed the Mi seal with his hands. As chakra surged, the invisible mind's eye instantly spread out, and then continued to extend rapidly into the distance. Uzumaki Shinki, who was already 16 years old, had already possessed strength close to that of an elite Jonin, as the Uzumaki clan's inheritance was intact without any loss. His precise perception ability had a range of roughly tens of kilometers. If it was a fuzzy perception, the farthest perception distance of his Kagura mind's eye could even reach more than 100 kilometers. The perception distance is based on Uzumaki Keirin's setting. About 4 or 5 minutes later, an extremely strong chakra signal appeared in Uzumaki Shinki's perception. The Anbu had already described to Uzumaki Shinki the approximate chakra strength of Sheneng as perceived, so he was extremely certain that the chakra signal that appeared in the southwest direction must be the Sheneng they were looking for. Found it, about 160 kilometers southwest. Let's go. Uzumaki Shinki smiled and said in an affirmative tone. The 7 cage-level warriors of the 7 ninja swordsmen looked at Uzumaki Shinki in astonishment. This Uzumaki clan was too outrageous. They could sense something from such a long distance. It was their first time to work with the Uzumaki clan on a mission, and they were shocked. At the same time, they were secretly glad for the Mizukage's decision to bring the Uzumaki clan back to the Hidden Mist Village. If this kind of ability appeared in Konoha, it would be hard to imagine how much the strength of Konoha village would be enhanced. Chapter 272. Southern Fire Nation. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, forming spots of light. In a lush forest, a tall old man with grey hair, leaning on a cane and carrying a medicine bag on his back, was walking alone on a wider forest path opened up by someone unknown. This person is none other than the leader of the Sky Ninja village, Shenung. Ever since the Sora Ninja village was destroyed by the Leaf village in the Second Shinobi World War, Shenung began to travel around the ninja world as an ordinary doctor, traveling to various countries. On the surface, he was traveling around to treat people, but in fact, his main purpose was to secretly search for a tailless beast that could control the monster created by the Sora Ninja village, which he called Zero-Tail Nothingness. The Zero-Tail is the product of Shenung of the Sky Ninja village's research on Dark Chakra. It is a special entity composed of huge dark chakra generated by the darkness in people's hearts. Its body shape is snake-like, and it has a mask with the word Zero engraved on its forehead. It has the special property of being broken up but eventually recondensing. Therefore, as long as it is not completely destroyed in one blow, this so-called Zero-Tail will continue to be resurrected. After all, the source of Zero-Tail's power is the dark power in people's hearts, and there is more or less darkness in everyone's heart. Human beings cannot completely get rid of darkness. Therefore, it can be said that this Zero-Tail, called Nothingness, although not split from the ten-tail of Kagai Otsutsuki, was merely created by Shenung accidentally and does not belong to the ranks of the tailed beasts, but its strength and special properties make it comparable to the weaker tailed beasts. Not to mention, Shenung's purpose in finding the technique to control the Zero-Tail is not only because the Zero-Tail is the most important source of power for his Anchor Bandian fortress, but also because there is a super heavy cannon in the Anchor Bandian fortress that needs to control the dark chakra of the Zero-Tail to be charged before it can be barely fired. Its power can easily flatten a hill, and compared with the tailed beast balls of those weaker tailed beasts, it is not inferior, and may even be better. Shenung walked slowly, looking like a real old man. He was not worried about his identity at all. One reason was that Shenung came from a small ninja village like the Sky Ninja village. Although its chakra technology was the best in the ninja world, it lagged far behind in ninjutsu. It could be said that the entire Sky Ninja village did not quite understand the upper limit of perception ninjutsu. Another thing is that he believed that the land of the sky and his Sky Ninja village, which had briefly appeared in the records of the ninja world and were in the eyes of all parties in the ninja world, had disappeared in the long river of history during the Second Ninja World War a few years ago. Moreover, the only one who knew relatively well about the land of the sky and his Sky Ninja village was probably Konoha village. Therefore, in today's ninja world, he believed that no force would care about the Sora Ninja village. Moreover, in the years since he became a doctor, he has saved countless lives of civilians and nobles with his superb medical skills. He has a high reputation in every place he has passed through. Even if someone accidentally learned the real name of the leader of the Sky Ninja village, they would not associate him with Dr. Shenung. However, Shenung, who often walked by the river, eventually got his shoes wet. Shenung, who had a limited vision, had no idea at this time that he had been targeted by Kingxi. And it is obvious that Shenung went out today without checking the almanac. Dr. Shenung. A red-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of Shenung and asked in an affirmative tone. It was Uzumaki Shinki who had been sensing and tracking him all the way. Shenung looked at Uzumaki Xingxi who suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He raised his eyebrows in a rather obscure way, but he still used the kind tone that he had pretended for many years and slowly asked, "Young man, are you looking for me to treat your illness?" Although Shenung felt something was not right at this time, Uzumaki Shinki called out his name and occupation accurately, so he still thought that the young red-haired ninja in front of him had heard of his fame and came to him for treatment. After all, over the years, as his fame grew, ninjas often stopped him to seek medical treatment. Therefore, he did not find Uzumaki Shinki's behavior too strange or become wary of him. "Then it's you." Uzumaki Shinki nodded with satisfaction. Although he was very confident that the person he sensed was Shenung, and his appearance was consistent with the description of the Anbu who discovered Shenung's identity, he still had to confirm it out of caution. "Don't find the wrong person, otherwise it would be funny." When Shenung saw Uzumaki Shinki's expression, he felt a slight uneasiness in his heart, but he didn't understand where this feeling of uneasiness came from. It couldn't be the red-haired ninja boy in front of him who looked so weak. "Leader of the Sky Ninja village, my master hopes to invite you to be a guest." Uzumaki Shinki spoke directly and went straight to the point, attacking Shenung's Huanglong and revealing his true identity in one sentence. Guest? I'm just an ordinary person. Sheneng answered slowly. He still hadn't reacted yet. His tone was still so kind and calm, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Wait. Wait. What did you just say? Zhao. Sheneng was a little overwhelmed. He knew very well that he had been exposed, and was exposed to a force whose depth he did not know yet. However, he was still prepared to struggle again. He did not believe that his perfect disguise would be exposed. Young man, have you made a mistake? I am not the leader of the Sky Ninja village. Sheneng denied it flatly. He was still trying to quibble, but the sudden change in his expression did not escape Uzumaki Shinki's eyes. Uzumaki Shinki just watched Sheneng's performance quietly, his expression was cold and focused, his eyes were like the calm surface of a lake, without the slightest ripple or fluctuation. Sheneng's voice of rebuttal became smaller and smaller. Looking at Uzumaki Shinki's expression, which did not change at all, although he was not sure how he was exposed, he already understood that it was useless to say anything at this point. Chapter 273. Ah! Sheneng sighed deeply, and his originally hunched back straightened instantly. A sharp and majestic aura suddenly rose from his body. Young ninja who knows no fear, isn't it good to be alive? Sheneng himself tore off the hypocritical mask that he had been accustomed to for many years, and his true character was immediately revealed. He stared at Uzumaki Shinki with a fierce look on his face. At the same time, he threw the crutches in his hands and the medicine bag on his back aside, and pulled off his coat, revealing a strong body that was completely inconsistent with his old face. Although I don't know how you know my true identity, but today, you will only have one fate, and that is death. Sheneng said fiercely, his tone full of resentment, I will send you to see the six-path sage right now. Sheneng clasped his hands together and quickly formed a seal. Forbidden medical technique, body revitalization. Black chakra penetrated his body and enveloped Sheneng. Sheneng's white hair turned back to black at an extremely fast speed, and his face returned to its middle-aged appearance. His already tall and strong body seemed to become even bigger at this moment, and every muscle was as hard as steel and full of power. The cells in his body were like ignited flames, instantly emitting endless vitality. The activity of these cells increased at an astonishing rate, causing his body to change rapidly. As the cells became active, Sheneng's muscles began to swell violently, as if endless power was surging through them. Every muscle fiber was stretching and contracting, showing amazing strength. His skin also became tight due to the expansion of his muscles, emitting a metallic luster. With the blessing of physical activation, Sheneng's body constantly emitted a terrifying aura around him. Young ninja, although I don't know which force you come from, but today, you are dead. Zine. Before he finished speaking, Sheneng suddenly stepped forward and punched Uzumaki Shinki, who was close at hand, hitting him directly in the heart. Uzumaki Shinki looked at Sheneng's fast punch with burning eyes, without any fear. One of the core spirits of the Hidden Mist village now is unity, so he has great faith in his companions not far behind him. Seeing that Uzumaki Shinki seemed to have no reaction, Sheneng's fist ignited with black chakra flames, which further accelerated and directly pierced through Uzumaki Shinki's body. Sheneng's mouth corners curved into a trace of success, however, the next moment, Sheneng's heavy punch burning with black chakra flames passed through Uzumaki Shinki's body, but not a drop of blood splashed out, and at the same time, Uzumaki Shinki's figure began to gradually fade, and finally turned into a piece of light and shadow, and completely disappeared. It's an afterimage. Sheneng reacted immediately and realized that this young red-haired ninja was quite capable, as he was able to dodge his close-range and extremely fast attack. Not far away, Uzumaki Shinki's figure appeared quietly, with a translucent steel wire wrapped around his waist. It was the long knife and sewing needle. It turned out that when Uzumaki Shinki went to Sheneng alone to confirm his exact identity, the 7 ninja swordsmen had already concealed their breath and taken their positions in the back. As soon as they were sure that they had not found the wrong person, they rushed forward and gave Sheneng a righteous beating. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Moreover, before they set off, King Si specifically warned them that the leader of the Sky Ninja village was not as simple as they imagined. Therefore, when Sheneng suddenly attacked Uzumaki Shinki, Kurishan Kushimaru, who had been prepared, used a long knife and sewing needle to pull Uzumaki Shinki away from the spot. Chief Shinki, send a telegram to inform Lord Mizukage of this. The 7 ninja swordsmen will not let Lord Mizukage down. The huge figure of the Zigwashan puffer demon emerged from the shadows of the woods and spoke lightly. He was also ready to join the battle. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Thunder Blade Ninja Technique, Thunder. Combined Ninjutsu, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Biwajozo and Sato Cage were the first to attack, and the first move they made was a combination of ninjutsu performed by the two of them. A ferocious water dragon flashing with lightning suddenly appeared, and then with a roar, it slammed towards Sheneng fiercely. Sheneng did not dodge or evade, and his highly active body gave him immense confidence. At this moment, he believed that he was invincible, so he stepped back half a step with his right foot, lowered his body, and squatted slightly. At the same time, he retracted his right hand to his waist, and the black chakra flame rose again. After a simple accumulation of power, Sheneng punched the incoming Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet. Ninja Technique, God Transformation Fist. The dark chakra was like thick ink, constantly condensing and compressing in Sheneng's hands, and finally turned into a black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. This sphere exuded an endless dark aura, as if it contained the malice of the entire universe. Sheneng took a deep breath, and then suddenly released the black chakra ball in one breath. The sphere expanded rapidly in the air, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge energy ball with a diameter of several meters. With a loud bang, a powerful shock wave burst out from the energy ball, like the birth of a supernova. The shock wave moved forward at an astonishing speed, twisting and tearing the air wherever it passed. The Thunder Dragon Bomb was extremely fragile in front of this powerful shock wave and was broken in an instant. Water and electric arcs splashed everywhere, like a colorful fireworks display. These water and electric arcs intertwined in the air, forming a spectacular scene, like a mysterious and beautiful painting. However, there are 7 people in the 7 ninja swordsmen. Tongasu Yato and Murashi Jinpachi followed closely behind the Thunder Water Dragon Bomb, picked up their ninja swords and rushed towards Sheneng. The moment the Thunder Water Dragon Bomb was defeated by the Divine Transformation Fist, Tongasu Yato flashed and appeared at the side of Sheneng, raising his sword to chop. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed out, and Sheneng's body was extremely hard, and he withstood the first blow from the Tonko Yebai man using a blunt knife. However, if the blunt sword, Dowari, was so easily blocked, it would not be called a ninja sword that could defeat all defenses. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Tongusa Nobi's mouth, and he turned sideways. The hammer in his right hand smashed heavily on the ninja sword that was blocked by Sheneng with lightning speed. Ah! Sheneng cried out in pain. The arm he had used to block the blunt knife and cut him was directly cut off by the Tonko Yebai man. Chapter 274. When Tonko Yiran cut off Sheneng's arm, Wulai Jingba, who was one step behind, also arrived. When Wulai Jinpachi saw that Tonko Yebaran had succeeded in his attack, he accelerated and rushed forward, picked up the explosive knife Fiamo in his hand that was as big as a door panel, and hit Sheneng directly. Sheneng, who was in great pain all over his body due to a broken arm, was blown away by the explosive talisman on the explosive knife Fiamo before he could react. Kizuna Chiba, who had just completed liberation of the flatfish and was about to launch the third wave of attack, and Zigwashan Pufferfish Demon, who had already prepared the water escape technique and was about to release it, couldn't help but have several big question marks above their heads. The leader of the Sky Ninja village? Just like that? In the first round, one of his arms was chopped off, and he was hit in the face by an explosive knife. The Hidden Mist Village, the Mizukage Building, the Mizukage's office. The Anbu chieftain appeared instantly, interrupting the shadow clone CG who was diligently handling government affairs. Lord Mizukage. Clan leader Shinki sent a telegram. Jian said respectfully. It has been quite some time since the 7 ninja swordsmen and Uzumaki Shinki set out. Now they have finally tracked down Sheneng and will surely capture him alive soon. Therefore, he wanted to come and tell Kingxi the good news in person. Oh! Kingxi's expression changed slightly. It seemed to be good news. Chief Xingxi said in the telegram that he and the 7 ninja swordsmen have met Sheneng, but... Jian smiled helplessly, not knowing what to say. But... Ching Si looked at Jian's helpless expression, a little curious, and then said directly, forget it, just read the original text again. Yes. Jian responded subconsciously, then paused, picked up the telegram copied by the Anbu communications team, and read aloud, report to Lord Mizukage, we have successfully tracked down Sheneng. However, Sheneng not only refused to surrender. He even dared to fight back against us. Ching Si was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What a guy who dared to fight back instead of surrendering. Good guy, he is simply a good guy. I can only say that he is worthy of being his subordinate. The tone and wording already have some of his essence in them. Sheneng's body was blown to pieces, like a piece of rag, and was thrown powerlessly onto the ground in the distance. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome was decided, Sheneng had lost his fighting ability, and the battle was over, Sheneng slowly crawled up from the ground. Everyone was shocked to find that although Sheneng's body was covered with blood and his expression was extremely painful, he did not seem to have lost his fighting ability. Sheneng used his only remaining hand to slowly but firmly touch his heart, then pressed down hard. Although he lost one hand and was unable to make hand seals, it did not mean that he had no other way to perform ninjutsu as he was already in a state of body activation. Stop him! Zigwashan Puffer Ghost and Gui Denkyunren had a bad feeling and shouted at the same time, and started to make seals with their hands at the same time. However, the one who reacted the fastest was Kurishan Kushimaru. He moved his wrist slightly and swung out the long knife and sewing needle, which shot straight towards Sheneng's intact hand. Their mission was to capture Sheneng alive and bring him back to the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, he could not kill Sheneng directly by aiming at his heart. However, it is still a little late, or it is not quite accurate to say that it is too late. The correct way to put it is that it has not played the role it should have. Although the long knife and sewing needle successfully pierced Sheneng's arm, Sheneng didn't care about the long knife and sewing needle piercing his arm. He had become numb to such harmless injuries and pain. Forbidden medical technique, regeneration of the body. In an instant, the materialized dark chakra penetrated through the body and enveloped Sheneng's body. The dark chakra continued to roll and surge, gradually becoming thicker, as if it had life. Sheneng's eyes also changed. His clear eyes turned into a deep black, flashing a frightening light. His expression became hideous and distorted, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. At the same time, the cells in Sheneng's body, which had been activated to the extreme under the effect of flesh activation, burst out with a green light full of life, luster and breath, and quickly began to repair the injuries in various parts of his body. Endless darkness spread like a tide, swallowing up all life, and the world seemed to have fallen into eternal silence. However, in this desperate darkness, a touch of green quietly bloomed, like a ray of hope, tenaciously penetrating the shackles of darkness. The black of destruction and the green of life interweave and complement each other. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Sheneng's severely injured body and the scars of varying sizes on his body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the hand that was chopped off by the Tonka wild bait man with a blunt knife grew back amid Sheneng's painful roar. All this happened in such a short moment, just less than 2 breaths, and Sheneng recovered from his injuries despite the penetrating attack of the long knife and needle. At this time, the attacks of the other people had just reached Sheneng. He casually pulled out the long knife and needle that pierced his arm and threw them aside. He dispersed the dark chakra and medical chakra that overflowed from his body, and Sheneng's figure disappeared on the spot. Although he was not afraid of these impending attacks, there were too many of them and it would still be a bit troublesome, so it would be better to dodge them. Forbidden medical technique, flesh reincarnation. While dodging, Sheneng, based on body activation and body regeneration and with the help of dark chakra, entered a special state in which the cells in his body were constantly reversed, proliferated and strengthened. This allowed him to not fear injury and transform physical damage into regenerative enhancement. Brush. Sheneng's figure became blurred between black and green, and Zigwashan Puffer Ghost and others were unable to accurately capture the trajectory of Sheneng's movements. Sheneng's movements were as fast as lightning, so fast that it was dazzling, as if he was just an illusory shadow. However, his steps were extremely light, like a cloud of white mist exhaled from his mouth in the cold winter, quietly blending into the wind and snow. When the attacks of the other 6 people arrived, Sheneng's figure had already appeared on the other side, running at a high speed towards Tonko Yato and Wulaijinpachi. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The 6th gate. Open! Sheneng roared while running at high speed. A green light glowed all over his body. His momentum surged and his speed increased several times in an instant. His already huge muscles swelled again, veins bulged, and his body seemed to be filled with endless power. Every step he took caused the ground to vibrate slightly, raising a cloud of dust wherever it passed, and it crashed into the grass-baiting man who had just cut off his arm like a green meteor. The next second, Sheneng appeared in front of the Tonka wild ear man. Without any fancy moves, he simply punched the Tonka wild ear man in the face. Ninja technique, God Transformation Fist. The Tonko Yebai man was knocked flying by a punch, and the dark chakra attached to the fist continued to erode the Tonko Yebai man's body. However, the Tonko Yabai man, who was flying backwards, suddenly burst out a burst of white smoke and turned into a wooden stake with a deep black fist mark on it. It is one of the 3 basic ninja techniques, the substitution technique. Dual sword ninjutsu, bone pulling. Explosive sword ninja technique, exploding sword and killing. Thunder blade ninja technique, Raimon. When Tonko Yesiran was knocked away, Chiron Kizuna, Shinpei Kimurashi, and Kage Sato attacked Sheneng at the same time. They were not worried about Tonko Yesiran at all. As teammates, they knew very well what Tonko Yesiran was capable of. Boom! The violent explosion stirred up a large amount of smoke and dust, which submerged the place where the Tonka Yabai man had just been, which was also where Sheneng was now. But the next moment, Sheneng's figure rushed out from the smoke, laughing wildly, and the law of no harm in the smoke came into effect again. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. The 7th Gate. Open. After Sheneng gradually became familiar with the increase in power brought by opening all 6 gates, he opened the 7th gate without any hesitation. Chapter 275. The special state of flesh transformation can completely offset the physical damage caused by the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Even after Sheneng adapted to it, he could open the 8th gate of death in one breath, forming the state of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and he could even open all 8 gates without dying. The green aura surrounding Sheneng gradually turned into blue, and then was completely replaced by blue. The blue aura burned fiercely and enveloped Sheneng's body. In a flash, Sheneng disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Sheneng has recognized the identities of the Kirigakure ninjas of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja swordsmen. Although he has not set foot in the water country in recent years, Sheneng, who has been secretly collecting intelligence, is still aware of the characteristics of the Kirigakure's ace forces, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja swordsmen. In addition, the 7 ninja swordsmen had no intention of deliberately hiding their identities. The shining and distinctive ninja swords made Sheneng, who had been bombarded by at least one round of ninja sword attacks, understand everything instantly. It turns out that the one targeting him is the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. However, the arrogant and supercilious Sheneng doesn't care about the 7 ninja swordsmen, even though their reputation has been widely spread in the ninja world. As the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, the arrogant Sheneng believes that he and the Mizu Kage of the Hidden Mist Village are people of the same level. You know, he mastered the powerful physical technique that was banned by Konoha, the 8 Gates Ninjutsu, and combined it with his original medical forbidden technique. He eliminated the side effect of the 8 Gates Ninjutsu that it could kill 1,000 enemies but injure at least 1,000 of himself. He could even open the final state of the 8 Gates Ninjutsu without any loss, the ultimate physical technique called the 8 Gates Ninjutsu Array. It's ridiculous to think that you can take him down without the Mizu Kage coming in person and relying only on the small 7 ninja swordsmen. The Rat from the Mist. Xenia. Sheneng roared and punched the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. To catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. Sheneng knew that Zigwashan Puffer Demon was the current captain of the 7 ninja swordsmen, so he planned to kill Zigwashan Puffer Demon first. The pupils of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost shrank instantly. Sheneng's speed was beyond his expectations. He only had time to cross his hands over his chest before he was knocked away by Sheneng. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was caught off guard and had both arms broken by Sheneng's punch. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost flying backwards in the air couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. However, Sheneng did not end his attack. He flashed and caught up with the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost again, appearing above the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost that was flying backwards. The dark chakra quickly gathered on Sheneng's fist, and then he punched down with a bang. The friction between the fist and the air produced a sharp explosion, which was enough to show the power of Sheneng's attack. If a normal ninja took this blow head-on, he would most likely end up seriously injured. However, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost is not an ordinary ninja. Although he is not as proficient in physical skills as the Kagaya clan, his physical strength is among the best in the entire Mist Village. What's more, he is not fighting alone. Chakra continued to flow out of the body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Demon, forming a layer of chakra shield for protection on his body surface. At the same time, Kurasan Kushimaru, who had already retracted the long sword and sewing needle, quietly wrapped the steel wire of the long sword and sewing needle around the large sword same head behind the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Demon. Ninja Technique, Active Fist. Sheneng threw a heavy punch, and with a whistling sound, he hit the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost whose door was wide open. Boom! With a loud bang, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost fell heavily to the ground, dust flew up, and a huge deep pit instantly appeared with him as the center. Dark chakra also erupted on the body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, but the big sword Samehada had already come to the hand of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon under the exquisite control of the long sword sewing needle by Kurisan Kushimaru. After Sheneng threw a punch, he used the recoil force to quickly change direction and leaped into the air, then fell quickly, ready to give the watermelon mountain puffer ghost the finishing blow. But at this moment, Sato Kage used the Thunder Sword Ninjutsu Thunder Ball with the Thunder Sword Fang, which instantly released the Thunder Sword Ninjutsu Thunder Ball, causing Sheneng's falling movement to pause slightly for a moment. This gave the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon a chance to fight back. The chakra stored in the big sword Samehada quickly fed back into the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon's body, completing the treatment in a very short time. Chapter 276. Sheneng's feat, carrying the tremendous power amplified by forbidden medical techniques and the seventh gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, stepped heavily on the head of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost like a mountain falling down. The heavy force seemed to be able to crush everything, and instantly crushed the head of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Blood splatters. However, next second, just as Sheneng showed his bloodthirsty smile of victory, the dead Ziguishan puffer ghost under his feet suddenly turned into a pool of clear water, and the blood that was splattering everywhere also instantly turned into water splashes. It is water style, water clone. Immediately afterwards, the water clone that was killed by Sheneng formed a spherical water prison in an instant, binding Sheneng tightly inside. Water style, water prison technique. The Ziguishan puffer ghost appeared at the edge of the deep pit with one hand in a seal-making posture, staring at Sheneng who he had successfully restrained. Afterwards, the Ziguishan puffer demon general Samehada stood aside and quickly formed seals with his hands. At this time, Sato Kage's new round of attacks also arrived. Thunder Blade Ninja Technique, Thunder Fang. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and then the golden lightning, like a huge hammer, smashed hard at Sheneng who was trapped in the water prison. The lightning was like a golden dragon, carrying endless pressure and power, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. Although it was daytime, its light still illuminated everything around, making it almost impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Sheneng was trapped in a water prison, his body was tightly pressed by endless water pressure. Although his strong body gave him the ability to move, his movements were extremely slow. The water prison cast by the watermelon mountain puffer demon with the strength of a cage, coupled with the fact that the water clone contains 1/10 of the chakra of the watermelon mountain puffer demon, therefore, even if Sheneng has the strength of a cage and his body has been strengthened many times by medical forbidden techniques and the 8 gates, he cannot break free so easily. The golden lightning was so fast that although Sheneng reacted in his mind, his body could not keep up at all. Like a dazzling sword, the lightning struck the water prison fiercely. At the moment when the lightning was everywhere, the watermelon mountain puffer demon also completed his ninjutsu. Water style, water explosion technique. The chakra belonging to the watermelon mountain puffer demon contained in the water prison was detonated the moment the Indian style fell. Combination ninjutsu, Thunder Fang explosion. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and in an instant, water splashed everywhere, as if countless pearls were thrown into the air. Then, the water was directly evaporated by lightning, forming hot steam. Countless lightning bolts moved across Sheneng's body like silver snakes, each of which carried a strong current and blazing heat, mercilessly striking his body. These lightning bolts were like frantic whips, fiercely lashing Sheneng's skin, making crackling sounds. Sheneng's skin was illuminated by the lightning, and Sheneng, who was already surrounded by blue chakra, now showed a strange blue light. His muscles and bones trembled under the impact of lightning, as if they were about to be torn apart. Under the conduction of water, the lightning became more and more dense, and coupled with the burning of steam, Sheneng's body began to become charred, emitting a pungent smell of burnt flesh and blood. Sheneng was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This wave of attacks had indeed pierced his aorta. Although it was not fatal to him in the flesh transformation state, the feeling was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Gui Dengqian Ren, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, released his ultimate move. Double Sword Ninjutsu, Crescent Moon Sky Strike. A huge chakra blade energy whizzed towards Sheneng who was being torn apart by the Thunder Tooth explosion. Here, we can see the difference. Compared with the previous owner of the dual swords, Tei, Kiyoshi, of course, Kiyoshi's strength is much higher than Kiyoshi Chiron. But even if they are both at the level of Cage, whether in the charging speed or the scale, speed and power of Crescent Moon Sky Strike, Kyoshi Chiron is far inferior to Kyoshi. The chakra blade energy rushed towards Sheneng at an astonishing speed, hitting him hard with a powerful impact force, and then pushed the immobile and broken body of Sheneng to fly continuously into the forest behind, and one tree after another was broken in half by Sheneng's body. Blood flowers continued to bloom in the air. From a distance, they looked like shining blood-colored spots, or dotted like stars, forming a poignant picture in the lush forest. These blood-shining spots of light seemed like bright red gems inlaid in this emerald-green world. They contrasted with the surrounding green leaves, forming a sharp contrast and a strong visual impact. These blood-red light spots were either gathered into clusters or scattered, like twinkling stars in the night sky, or like falling blood-red petals, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. A violent explosion was heard from deep in the forest, mixed with Sheneng's painful roar. Sheneng gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain and discomfort coming from his broken body. It was as if countless bugs were gnawing at his body. Sheneng was angry, extremely angry. At this moment, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and murderous intent flowed wantonly. Sheneng, who thought he was invincible in the ninja world, did not expect to be forced into such a situation the first time he made a move. He had to admit that he had underestimated these ninjas from the big ninja villages. However, he still had the last 8 gates formation to use. Just now he was just adapting and getting familiar with the 8 gates. After all, since he secretly learned the 8 gates in Konoha, this was the first time he used it in actual combat. And now, this is his prime. The real battle has just begun. Dark chakra surged in his body, and the green light of life continued to spread from the cells that were activated to the extreme, repairing Sheneng's scarred body. Then, endless dark chakra began to gather madly towards the death gate of the heart. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The 8th. Death gate. Open. The 8 gates of ninjutsu. Sheneng roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the entire forest. As Sheneng roared, the originally rich blue chakra aura on his body suddenly dissipated without a trace, as if it was swallowed up by some powerful force and disappeared into the air. However, the next moment, a shocking red storm suddenly gushed out from Sheneng's body, sweeping over like a raging flame. The red storm instantly completely enveloped Sheneng's body, emitting a scorching breath. The blood-red chakra flames surrounded Sheneng's body, constantly pulsating with an inexplicable rhythm, and continuously spreading outward from the depths of the forest at an astonishing speed. Wherever the red storm raged, there was only endless destruction and ruin, and everything became chaos. Those tall trees that once towered into the sky seemed to have lost their roots and were easily uprooted and fell to the ground. The ground was no longer calm. The originally solid land was lifted up, forming huge pits and cracks, as if the earth was struggling in pain. At the center of the storm, Sheneng's body also underwent tremendous changes at this moment. His muscles swelled again, and the skin that had been repaired by flesh regeneration turned red. Cracks continued to appear on Sheneng's body, but in an instant the skin returned to normal in the state of flesh regeneration. Chapter 277. The dark chakra circulated rapidly in the 8 gates of Sheneng's body, and the blood-red chakra aura rose into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Sheneng's figure disappeared into the depths of the forest in an instant. The next moment, he had crossed an extremely long distance and came in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the depths of the forest. Looking at Sheneng, who exuded a compelling aura, the 7 ninja swordsmen immediately understood. It seemed that this was the reason why Lord Mizukage sent them together. However, as all of them were cage-level warriors, the 7 ninja swordsmen also had their own pride. Although Sheneng's momentum had overwhelmed any of them, they did not feel any fear. After all, they are the trump cards of the Hidden Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ninja technique, Super Divine Fist. Sheneng did not say anything else, but replaced words with his actual actions. With a flash, he instantly appeared between Sato Ying and Kizuna Chiba, then shot with both bows at the same time. His movements were as fast as lightning and knocked the 2 of them away at the same time. Afterwards, Sheneng dodged again and appeared diagonally above Biwajozang. He raised his right leg high and chopped it down fiercely like a sharp battle axe. However, Sato Kage and Kizuna Chiba, who were knocked away, gave Biwajozu enough defense. He held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, held the blade with his left hand, raised his broken sword decapitation, and blocked Sheneng's whip kick. However, Biwajozang underestimated Sheneng, who had already opened the death gate and achieved the 8 gates formation. The beheading sword only lasted for 1/10 of a second before it was broken into 2 pieces by Sheneng's attack. All I can say is, broken blade beheading. It lives up to its name. However, this short 1/10 of a second was enough for Biwajozo to activate the ninjutsu he had prepared. He took the remaining half of the beheading sword in his hand and flipped the blade towards the leg that Sheneng had chopped off. At the same time, Biwajozang formed the tiger seal with his free left hand. Water style, water substitute. Wow! Sheneng's kick, which came down with such fierce momentum, only caused a large amount of water to splash everywhere, but Biwajozang dodged in time and successfully avoided being seriously injured by the blow. Sheneng failed in his attack, but he didn't care at all. He flashed again and appeared in front of Wulai Jinpachi. However, Sheneng, who had already launched 2 attacks, had already made Muri Shinpeike fully prepared. The moment Sheneng appeared in front of him, Muri Shinpeike directly launched his explosive sword ninjutsu. Explosive sword ninja technique, exploding sword and killing. Muri Jinpachi is a werewolf who is a little more ruthless than a human. He is not only ruthless to his enemies, but even more ruthless to himself. The detonating talisman extended from his explosive blade Fiamo wraps up both himself and Sheneng at the same time, and then explodes with a loud bang. Endless explosions enveloped both Wu Li Jingpa and Shen Nong. However, Shen Nong, who was at the center of the explosion, didn't care about the damage caused by the explosion at all. He endured the explosion and punched out, hitting Wu Li Jingpa and making him spit blood and fly backwards for a long distance. All this happened in less than 3 breaths. Sheneng's 3 attacks defeated the 4 ninja swordsmen and achieved outstanding results. I have to say, the 8 gates formation is so terrifying. However, at this time, the Ziguishan Puffer Demon's ninjutsu was already ready. Water release big explosive water wave. The surging water continuously gushed out from the mouth of the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost, rushing and roaring with endless impact force, forming a spectacular water curtain, and swept towards Sheneng in a mighty manner. In an instant, an extremely huge ellipsoidal water prison, with the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost as the center, appeared half suspended above the forest. Grand Sword Ninja Technique and same Hada Fusion. Water Style, Water Prison same Dance Technique. Immediately afterwards, Ziguishan Puffer Ghost merged with same Hada without any hesitation, and activated his strongest half-merman form. The tail behind the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost swung in the water, and then like a grey lightning, it rushed towards Sheneng at a very fast speed. With the help of the shark fins grown on its elbows and back, its huge body, which was fused with the shark muscles, not only did not encounter any obstacles in the water flow, but it also increased the speed of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost in the water by more than 1 level. Let's talk about the issue of Sheneng opening the Death Gate. In the movie, Sheneng is set up like this. Sheneng's original forbidden medical technique, flesh reincarnation, can make him not afraid of the side effects of death in this state, and all his 8 gates are open. However, his strength is indeed a bit hard to describe. Although he does not know Might Guy's Evening Elephant and Night Guy 2 super standard physical techniques, he is not that weak. At least he should be about the same as Might Guy. But in reality, Sheneng was beaten up by Naruto and Sasuke in the early days of Shippuden. The 8 gates of ninja array with all 8 gates fully opened was like a joke in the movie version, and Xiao Li was about to cry when he saw it. So, either the animation team didn't figure it out and deviated from Kishimoto's setting, causing conflicts between the beginning and the end, or they forced Sheneng to be killed in the plot. Of course, it is also possible that the 8 gates ninjutsu that Sheneng secretly learned has problems and is not a complete version. Chapter 278. Sheneng, who was trapped in a huge water prison, was not afraid at all. He defeated 4 ninja swordsmen with ease, which made Sheneng's self-confidence unprecedentedly inflated. Now, he is in the special state of physical transformation, and is not afraid of any injury anymore. Moreover, the degree of restraint of this water prison on him is completely ineffective under the amplification of his 8 gates being fully opened. The half-merman like Ziguishan Pufferfish Ghost and Sheneng with all 8 gates open engaged in a crazy collision in the huge water dungeon centered on the Ziguishan Pufferfish Ghost. The dull sound of impact continued to echo in the water prison, and then spread to the surrounding forest. However, gradually, Sheneng realized that something was wrong. The dark chakra in his body that supported him to maintain the flesh transformation state was constantly decreasing. Especially every time he colliding with the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost, his dark chakra would quietly disappear. At this time Sheneng finally understood what the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was planning, and belatedly realized the essence of the water prison mermaid dance. However, he had already lost the best chance to escape. If Sheneng had violently broken the water prison and quickly escaped when it was just formed, it would still be possible to do so. After all, Sheneng, with all 8 gates fully open, was extremely powerful at this time, and his strength could be said to be among the best among the shadow-level powerhouses. However, after the water prison was fully deployed and engaged with the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, it was not so easy for Sheneng to escape. After all, the greatest feature of the water prison Jiao was that it moved horizontally with the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost as the center. If Sheneng's speed could be fast enough to crush the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, then he could indeed use his speed advantage to rush out of the water prison and get rid of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's entanglement. However, unfortunately, even though Sheneng had all 8 gates of power activated, he still couldn't shake off the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost in the form of a half-mare man. After all, the extreme speed displayed by the half-mare man in the water without any resistance was no joke. Therefore, Sheneng has entered the countdown to chronic death. Ninja Technique, Super Divine Fist. The powerless and furious Sheneng once again gathered the little dark chakra in his body and punched the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost. The eyes of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly lit up. Sheneng's physical skills were not pure physical skills like Konoha's Gokyuken, but more like a kind of ninjutsu, a dark physical skill constructed through his unique dark chakra. The mermaid glided through the water at an astonishing speed, opened his arms, and caught Sheneng's punch head-on. When Sheneng's fist came into contact with the mermaid's body, a powerful force burst out instantly, and the dark chakra was like a black whirlwind, tightly wrapping around the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost in the mermaid state. However, Sheneng soon felt that his fist seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit. The dark chakra gathered on his fist was being quickly absorbed by the mermaid's body and was completely absorbed before he could react. In a trance, Sheneng seemed to hear a sound like a burp. Sheneng made a mistake again. This time, it was purely a crushing defeat in terms of vision. It can only be said that Sheneng, who was born in a small ninja village, and moreover, a small ninja village like the Sky Ninja Village which was focused on developing chakra technology and did not attach importance to ninjutsu at all, did not have a clear understanding of the water prison Same Dange technique and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon that was fused with the broadsword Same Heta. He originally thought that the Ziguishan Puffer demon's ability to absorb the dark chakra in his body at the moment of every collision was the effect of this special water prison. After all, with Sheneng's knowledge, he had no idea that there were ninjas in the ninja world who could absorb chakra with their bodies. Moreover, the Ziguishan Puffer demon had never used the ability of the big sword, Same Heta, to absorb and devour chakra in front of Sheneng from the beginning of the war to now. After continuing to struggle in the water prison for a while, the dark chakra in Sheneng's body was finally sucked away completely by the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost. The state of flesh transformation and all 8 open gates were automatically released and closed as the dark chakra was exhausted. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost took the initiative to release the water prison mermaid dance technique, and water splashed down from the sky like a waterfall, forming a water curtain, as if a heavy rain had fallen in the forest. The water splashes are dancing in the air, sparkling with crystal light, like countless sparkling gems falling from the sky, shining brightly under the sudden sunlight. Sheneng's body fell weakly to the ground, accompanied by flying water. Fortunately, Sheneng, out of his instinct for survival, used the last bit of dark chakra to actively close the death gate at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have become a corpse now. Sealing Technique, Diamond Seal. Uzumaki Shinki, who had been playing a supporting role throughout the battle, began to fulfill his duties after seeing the battle was over. Several golden chains stretched out from his back and pierced into Sheneng's body, sealing him. However, this is not his fault. After all, he was not a combatant. Moreover, sensing, tracking and finding Sheneng, as well as sealing Sheneng's chakra were the tasks given to him by Kingxi. What's more, as the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan of the Hidden Mist Village, Uzumaki Shinki shoulders the heavy responsibility of reviving and inheriting the Uzumaki clan. He cannot allow any problems to occur before the Uzumaki clan truly grows and recovers. The Ziguishan Puffer Ghost also landed next to the half-dead Sheneng, looked at Uzumaki Shinki's actions, and nodded. Uzumaki Shinki, who had completed the seal, taunted Sheneng, "Look, you old man. We clearly wanted to reason with you, but you insisted on talking to us about physics. Now look." After hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost smiled helplessly, but he had to admit that what Uzumaki Shinki said was correct. The 7 ninja swordsmen were dispatched together only as an emergency measure. Originally, they had not actually intended to fight Sheneng. If they could lure him back to the hidden mist village without bloodshed, then everyone would be happy. Who would have thought that Sheneng, this old man, would have such a bad temper? Chapter 279. Not long after, the rest of the ninja swordsmen came over, supporting each other. All members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had reached the level of Cage and came here with full confidence, but they were taught a lesson by the leader of a small air ninja village. This poured a bucket of cold water on their slightly inflated hearts. However, this is actually a good thing. At least it lets them know that even in a small ninja village, there will be powerful ninjas. The demigod Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village is not an exception. Unfortunately, the 7 ninja swordsmen all have the strength of Cage, otherwise, their ending would most likely fall into their original fate. Under the destruction of the 8 Gates formation, they would be transformed from the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 auspicious treasures. Sheneng gradually regained consciousness. He was so arrogant and confident before, but now he was in such a miserable state. Sheneng, who had secretly tried to refine chakra but to no avail, now realized that he had no chance of turning the situation around. So, as a hero, he decisively gave in to Uzumaki Shinki and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Bah! I thought you were some kind of hero. Biwajo Zhang looked at Sheneng with disdain and spat angrily. He didn't expect that Sheneng, who was so powerful, was actually such a coward. This made Biwajozo very disdainful, and he was still a little upset about the fact that his ninja sword was broken by Sheneng's blow. Tisk 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 tisk. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost looked at Sheneng lying on the ground with a flattering look on his face, and couldn't help but sigh, I have to say. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost stretched out his tone, paused for a moment, and said to Sheneng meaningfully, I still like your unruly look just now. Ha 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 ha. After hearing the teasing of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, the others present burst into laughter. For a moment, the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Sheneng, who was lying on the ground, also forced an awkward smile on his face and laughed along with everyone else. Sheneng certainly didn't want to laugh. After all, he was the one being laughed at. But he had to laugh. After all, his life was in the hands of the other party. Sheneng knew that he had no hope of escape, so he had no choice but to admit defeat and wait for the right opportunity to see if he could get out of the control of the Hidden Mist village. Since the other party didn't deal with him directly now, it meant that he still had some value to the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, no matter what the Hidden Mist village is planning to do to him, he will cooperate to the greatest extent possible to save his life. As the leader of the Sky Ninja village, he cannot die before he completes the great cause of the Sky Ninja village ruling the ninja world. Let's go! Let's go back! Tong Kusaya, who had laughed enough, suddenly said, after all, this is also the land of fire. Although it is far away from Konoha village, the perception team of Konoha Anbu should be able to sense such a large battle. They should have sent out the Anbu to investigate. Zigwashan Pufferfish nodded, and then turned his gaze to Xingxi, Chief Xingxi, I'll trouble you from now on. You need to keep a sense of whether there are any Konoha Anbu following us. Okay. Uzumaki Shinki agreed immediately. This was what he should do. Let's go. Let's go. Kushimaru is responsible for taking our spoils. Zigwashan Puffer Demon ordered, then gathered chakra under his feet and ran quickly in the direction they came from. Just as the 7 ninja swordsmen and Uzumaki Shinki were returning to the Hidden Mist village with their spoils, the leader of the Sky Ninja village, Sheneng, Danzo Shimura also sent the Hidden Mist village specific information about Hitaki Sakumo's mission. According to Danzo, Hitaki Sakumo has already led his team from Konoha village to the land of Hot Springs, and his mission is to go to the land of Hot Springs to pick up a Konoha spy who has been exposed but has risked his life to bring important information out of the Hidden Cloud village. The specific execution time of this mission was accurately determined by Danzo Shimura to be 10 days later, and the meeting point where the Konoha spy and Hitaki Sakumo would meet was also clearly determined by Danzo Shimura. So, after reading the letter sent by Danzo, Kingxi keenly discovered the problem. You know, the Hidden Cloud village is an extremely united and xenophobic ninja village. What's more important is that the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village have their own unique appearance features. People from other villages simply cannot get in smoothly, let alone get into the middle and high levels of the Hidden Cloud village and steal the secrets of the Hidden Cloud village. Unless, Danzo Shimura secretly used the Sharingan illusion to control the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village, making them work for Konoha village or the root. However, theoretically, such an act as supporting a spy who stole important information from the Hidden Cloud village should be a strategic secret of Konoha village. How could it be so easily revealed to the hidden mist village by Danzo Shimura, even though the person who revealed it was Danzo Shimura, who had a history of betraying some of Konoha's secrets? Besides, since it is important information about the hidden cloud village, it must not be known to the other major ninja villages. Otherwise, there is a risk of being intercepted at any time. After all, which ninja village does not want the information about the hidden cloud village? What is even more suspicious is this spy you are talking about serious? Or is he really a spy, and has he really stolen the secrets of the hidden cloud village? This kind of mission must be an emergency mission. After all, which spy can predict when he can steal important intelligence, and also predict when he will be exposed and then suddenly escape? In other words, even if this Konoha spy planned everything before stealing the intelligence, how did he ensure that all his actions were carried out completely according to the planned schedule? Do you really want to treat the third Raikage AI and the Anbu of the hidden cloud village as fools? And the most important point is that Danzo Shimura wrote to CG 2 months ago and told him that Hitaki Sakumo would carry out a secret mission in 2 months. My goodness, you, Lord Danzo Shimura, are also proficient in the art of prophecy. You can make clear arrangements for Hitaki Sakumo 2 months in advance? Chapter 280. Too deliberate, everything was too deliberate, as if this mission full of unreasonable loopholes was planned in advance a long time ago. So, the scheming frog keeps touching your belly. This so-called spy is actually a member of Danzo's group. Besides, we will talk about whether there is any important information about the hidden cloud village separately. But this mission was 100% a trap set by Shimura Danzo for Hitaki Sakumo. He wanted to use this mission to get rid of Hitaki Sakumo. Kyoshi could imagine that as long as Hitaki Sakumo failed in this secret mission, regardless of whether Hitaki Sakumo died in the mission or not, Danzo Shimura would have plenty of ways to destroy Hitaki Sakumo, who was more like a samurai than a ninja, and make Konoha's White Fang lose its edge forever. It can only be said that it's all because of power. Although Hitaki Sakumo himself may not have any idea about the position of Hokage and does not want to fight for it, he has a large number of supporters under him during his many years of fighting career. Even if he does not want to fight, there are still people who will push him to fight for it invisibly. Moreover, the prestige of Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo in Konoha village, and even in the entire Fire Country, is too high. After all, even the daimyo of the Fire Country personally came forward to grant him the Hokage half-sleeves, which symbolizes honor and status. However, in the minds of Konoha's top leaders, the most taboo thing is Hitaki Sakumo's lofty prestige. You know, being more successful than your boss is a big taboo in the workplace. And according to the current situation, if things continue to develop, it is very likely that Hitaki Sakumo will be the new Hokage. If Hitaki Sakumo is from the Hokage faction, then everything doesn't matter. It would be fine if he were to become the 4th Hokage naturally. After all, the interests of the Hokage faction are closely tied together. However, not only is Hitaki Sakumo not from the same faction as the Hokage, but he and the Hokage faction have nothing in common at all. This is not a good thing for the Hokage series. How could they allow someone who is outside of their system to exist? After all, the Konoha high-level officials do not want the position of Hokage to eventually fall into the hands of someone who is not from the Hokage family. The person who succeeds the 4th Hokage must be from their own Hokage lineage, only then can they feel at ease. Therefore, it is very clear that Danzo Shimura's purpose is to represent the Hokage line to suppress Hitaki Sakumo, or even simply make him disappear. After all, Konoha is the leader in the ninja world, with many cage-level warriors. Losing Hitaki Sakumo is no big deal in Danzo Shimura's opinion. Moreover, although he did not say it explicitly, Danzo Shimura knew that his good friend, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, must be thinking the same thing in his heart. After passing the detailed intelligence to the Anbu who were on standby in the land of hot springs and having them relay the information to Kakuzu, Kyoshi no longer cared about the matter. No matter what the final outcome of Hitaki Sakumo was, whether he broke through the siege and returned to Konoha, or was successfully killed by Kakuzu, it would be a great thing for the Hidden Mist village. The Konoha high-ranking officials, immersed in the glory of winning the Second Ninja World War, had no idea at this time that this wave of suffocating operations of theirs would eventually bring Konoha into such an abyss. A few days later, Uzumaki Shinki and the 7 ninja swordsmen returned to the Hidden Mist village with Shenung, who they had captured alive. Shenung kept thinking along the way about what kind of words he should use so that the Hidden Mist village would spare his life after they had used him. As for the Hidden Mist village using special means to forcibly read his memory, he was not afraid. Although the Hidden Mist Village did not pay much attention to ninjutsu, he was still the leader of the Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, there was still a protective seal in his brain set with dark chakra. Once one forcibly reads his memory, both the person reading the memory and the person whose memory is read will be eroded by the dark chakra and go berserk. Therefore, in Cheneng's opinion, the Hidden Mist Village could not be so stupid. Since they captured him, they must want to get something he had. This gave him hope of surviving and reaching a cooperation with the Hidden Mist Village. However, Cheneng was overthinking after all. With his narrow vision, he had no idea that there was such an outrageous eye technique as the Rinnegan in the ninja world. After the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon handed Cheneng over to Kingxi, before Cheneng could open his mouth to negotiate with Kingxi, Kingxi directly opened his Rinnegan, condensed a chakra ball shining with green light in his hand, flashed in front of Cheneng, and inserted his hand into Cheneng's chest. That's right, Kingxi doesn't need to make any deal with Cheneng at all. He can just use the Rinnegan to turn him into a living puppet, just like Kagaya Musashi before. As long as there is no one who exceeds the upper limit of Kingxi's Rinnegan and is kind enough to help Cheneng release the control of the Rinnegan, then Cheneng can only honestly become Kingxi's most loyal subordinate. After Cheneng was controlled, everything Cheneng owned naturally belonged to Kingxi. The former site of the Sky Ninja Village, deep underground. Under the guidance of his guide Cheneng, Kingxi came to the fortress named Angkor Bandian by Cheneng. Of course, the fortress has now regained its name of Angkor Fortress. After all, this fortress belongs to Kingxi and the Hidden Mist Village, so Kingxi will certainly not continue to use such a difficult name. In the center of the power room of the Angkor Fortress, Kingxi saw the zero-tail nothingness formed by the dark chakra. Without paying attention to the restless movements of the zero-tail, Kingxi directly launched the eye technique Takamaji Ehara and took it in. This is the best food for the little 10 tails. Although it is not a tailed beast separated from the 10 tails of Kagaya Otsutsuki, it is not much inferior to the tailed beasts, and is enough for the little 10 tails to digest for a while. Kingxi left Cheneng in the Angkor Fortress and asked him to integrate the rest of the air ninjas. After losing the power provided by the Zero Tail, if the Angkor Fortress wants to have the ability to fly, it can only let these air ninjas provide power for the fortress. Kingxi felt no pity in using these cannon fodders from the empty ninja village who dreamed of ruling the ninja world. After all, they were of such high status that they dared to plot against the entire ninja world like him. Chapter 281. Not long after, the Angkor Fortress drew enough power from the Sky Ninja, and then under Cheneng's control, it awakened like a sleeping giant beast, broke out of the ground from deep underground, and quickly took off, rushing towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village at an astonishing speed. Afterwards, Cheneng organized the air ninjas into several groups, which took turns to provide power for the Angkor Fortress. Because, under Kingxi's design, the Angkor Fortress would stay in the sky above the Hidden Mist Village for a long time and would never fall back to the ground. These air ninjas are imprisoned in the Angkor Fortress in disguise. They have only one mission in the future, which is to become the source of power for the Angkor Fortress. After all, without the permission of their master Cheneng and Kingxi's master, even if the air ninjas have unique flying ninja tools, they cannot leave the Angkor Fortress. They can only obey orders and serve as their power banks honestly. The country of soup. At this time, Hitaki Sakumo was fleeing frantically with 3 teammates. As expected by Kingji, the so-called Konoha spy was actually a root ninja under Shimura Danzo, and the so-called important information about the hidden cloud village that was stolen was of course false. However, because the information was sealed in a scroll, and Hitaki Sakumo's task was only to connect with the other party, and he was not clear about the corresponding unlocking technique of the intelligence scroll, so, the dignified cage-level powerhouse, Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, was still kept in the dark at this time. After handing over the scroll containing the confidential information of the hidden cloud village to Hitaki Sakumo, the Konoha spy died in front of Hitaki Sakumo due to severe injuries. However, before escaping from the hidden cloud village, he had deliberately left clues, causing the hidden cloud village's Anbu to chase him closely. It has to be said that Shimura Danzo's move was indeed very big. In order to set up the trap to plot against Hitaki Sakumo, he gave his all and paid a lot. In this bureau set up for Hitaki Sakumo, the Konoha spy does exist, but the true identity of this spy is a root ninja belonging to Shimura Danzo. The experience of escaping from Kirigakure was also real, but it was done intentionally by this root under the orders of Danzo Shimura. It is also true that he died due to serious injuries in front of Hitaki Sakumo. After all, the root ninjas are all loyal lackeys and slaves of Shimura Danzo, and they will carry out Shimura Danzo's orders to the end without any questioning. The pursuit by the Anbu of the hidden cloud village is also real. After all, he is an exposed Konoha spy. Following the clues to catch the big fish is a compulsory course for the Anbu of all ninja villages. The most crucial point is that this so-called important information stolen from the hidden cloud village is false. Therefore, when this Konoha spy died in front of Hatake Sakumo, it meant that Konoha White Fang Hatake Sakumo had officially stepped into the trap that Danzo Shimura had carefully prepared for him. Seeing his companion dying tragically in front of him while trying to send out information, Hatake Sakumo was so angry that he killed the Kirigakure Enbu team that came to chase him on the spot. However, the captain of the Kirigakure Enbu still had some skills after all. Before he became the victim of Hatake Sakumo's white-fanged short sword, he decisively burned his chakra and used forbidden techniques. Not only did he fire a flare, but he also, at the cost of his life, left a tracking mark belonging to their Kirigakure Enbu on the body of one of the team members who came to meet him with Hatake Sakumo. Therefore, Hatake Sakumo's killing spree really stirred up a hornet's nest. You know, the country of Hot Spring is a neighboring country of the country of Lightning, and within the territory of the country of Hot Spring, there are at least 3 teams of the Kirigakure Enbu who are carrying out missions. The moment they saw the signal flare, all the Kirigakure Enbu in the land of Hot Springs stopped what they were doing and madly chased after the tracking mark they had sensed. They wanted to avenge the victims of the Kirigakure Enbu. If Hatake Sakumo was alone, he would definitely be fearless. He would use the White Fang short sword in his hand to let the Anbu of Kirigakure feel what the wrath of White Fang is. However, now Hatake Sakumo not only shoulders the important mission of delivering the confidential information of the hidden cloud village back to the village, but he also has 3 burdens with him. This leaves him with no other choice but to flee madly with his 3 team members. And this is exactly the reason why Danzo Shimura asked Hatake Sakumo to lead the team instead of letting him carry out the mission alone. Hatake Sakumo fled all the way, and the Kirigakure Enbu chased him all the way. During this process, the Kirigakure Enbu lost nearly half of its members due to Hatake Sakumo's occasional counterattacks. Soon, it was night. But at night, it is Hatake Sakumo's home court. After all, his fighting style is more like an assassin. Lightning flashed across the darkness again and again, and thunder rumbled intermittently, but before long, the night returned to silence again. Hatake Sakumo's work is done. However, when he returned to his teammates, the scene he saw made him burst into tears. A tall figure is killing his teammates. That's right, the follower Kakuzu has stolen the house. And with one move, he directly killed 2 of Hatake Sakumo's teammates. Kakuzu. Hatake Sakumo, who had fought with Kakuzu before, instantly recognized Kakuzu's chakra aura, so he roared, and dazzling lightning flashed on his body again, turning into a flash of lightning, and rushed towards Kakuzu's position at a high speed. Kakuzu couldn't help but frowned. He didn't expect that these Kirigakure Enbu were so weak that they were all killed by Hatake Sakumo in such a short time. So, he could only helplessly stop attacking Hatake Sakumo's last teammate and prepare to fight with Hatake Sakumo instead. Hatake Sakumo. Hand over the information scroll. Master Kakuzu will let you live. Kakuzu said to Hatake Sakumo gloomily. Kakuzu is a down-to-earth man. Although he also wants to take Hatake Sakumo's head in exchange for a bounty, he has already accepted Seiji's commission. Therefore, his primary goal is to get the intelligence scroll in Hatake Sakumo's hands. As for after getting the scroll and completing Kingsee's commission, it all depends on your own ability. Chapter 282. At this moment, Hatake Sakumo was no longer able to listen to Kakuzu's words. This was the first time that he had suffered such a huge loss while leading a team on a mission. The death of his 2 teammates almost drove Hatake Sakumo, who deeply believed in the will of fire that protected his companions in the village, mad. The second fight between Kakuzu and Hatake Sakumo has begun. After being beaten up by Seiji, Kakuzu had restored his 5 hearts during this period of time, and his fighting power returned to its peak. But on the other hand, Hatake Sakumo had spent the entire day running and fighting. The little strength and chakra he had recovered during the brief respite at night had been almost used up by the hunt for all the remaining Kirigakure Anbu. So, as the fight went on, Hatake Sakumo soon realized the seriousness of the problem. There would be no problem for him to escape, but what about his teammates? Although his teammates did not die in Kakuzu's attack just now, they were seriously injured. If they do not receive timely treatment, their lives may be in danger. However, no matter how difficult it is, Hitaki Sakumo is not ready to give up. He has already lost 2 teammates, and he will bring this last one back to Konoha intact no matter what. But then again, escaping from Kakuzu with his injured teammates was actually an extremely difficult task for Hitaki Sakumo, whose combat power was now greatly reduced. The battle was still going on, but Hitaki Sakumo's heart had gradually sunk to the bottom. He no longer held out any hope of evacuating smoothly with his teammates. As time went by, his fighting power was constantly decreasing, while Kakuzu, who had 5 hearts, became more and more courageous. Moreover, in terms of tolerance for error, Kakuzu could make 4 mistakes, but he only had 1 chance to make a mistake. Now the only thing that Hitaki Sakumo can be sure of is Kakuzu's target, and it seems that he is only coming for the intelligence scroll. If he gives the intelligence scroll to Kakuzu, then his teammates will probably have hope of survival. However, this also means that their mission has failed, and Konoha village will suffer huge losses as a result. However, giving up on companions who still had hope of survival was also contrary to the will of fire that he believed in. The previous Konoha spy and the 2 dead teammates did not give him any chance to save them, but he had a chance to save the last teammate. So, which is more important, the mission or the companion? That's the question. Hitaki Sakumo is faced with a difficult decision. However, the time left for him is running out. After struggling for a while, Hitaki Sakumo finally followed his inner thoughts. He chose to give up the mission to save his teammates and protect his companions. And this is also the core of the will of fire that he believes in. Hitaki Sakumo suddenly took out the intelligence scroll containing the secrets of the hidden cloud village, and using the sword drawing technique and the blessing of lightning release chakra, he threw it in the opposite direction of their evacuation. Then he flashed to the side of his injured teammate, carried him on his back, and evacuated quickly without looking back. Kakuzu was stunned. He had no idea what Hitaki Sakumo was up to. But he couldn't just ignore the scroll thrown out by Hitaki Sakumo, because if he wanted to get most of the subsequent rewards from CG, he needed to get the intelligence scroll containing the secrets of the hidden cloud village. So, after thinking for a moment, Kakuzu immediately decided to give up chasing after Hitaki Sakumo and get the scroll whose authenticity he didn't know first. If this scroll is fake, then just continue the pursuit. Judging from Hitaki Sakumo's current condition, delaying for a while won't be a big deal. He is almost at the end of his strength. With a burden on him, Hitaki Sakumo's speed is definitely not going to be very fast. And if this scroll is real, then Seiji's commission will be completed, and Kakuzu can go home. The recent fight with Hitaki Sakumo and the previous fight made Kakuzu deeply aware that Hitaki Sakumo is the type of ninja who can restrain him the most. As a ninja who was a ninja turret, he feared the most the assassin-type ninja like Hitaki Sakumo who would flee thousands of miles away if he missed a strike. Moreover, his most relied upon defense, Earth Style, Earth Spear, was restrained to the extreme by Hitaki Sakumo's lightning-style ninja taijutsu. If Kakuzu wanted to win, perhaps his only chance would be when his first heart was destroyed, and when Hitaki Sakumo thought the situation was settled and let down his guard, he could suddenly attack him with a ruthless attack. But unfortunately, the information about his immortality had already been obtained by Hitaki Sakumo. Of course the intelligence scroll thrown by Hitaki Sakumo was real. Since he had made up his mind to give up the mission and protect his companions, he would certainly not use a fake intelligence scroll to fool Kakuzu. Otherwise, he would end up making things worse and provoke Kakuzu's anger, and he would really not be able to evacuate his teammates, and there would be no way to end it. After dealing with Kakuzu, Hitaki Sakumo did not relax his vigilance, but instead increased his speed. A large amount of lightning chakra flowed wildly in his body, constantly stimulating his cells and body to remain active. Like a white thunder, he quickly flew towards the direction of the land of fire. Continuously using lightning release to stimulate the body's cells for a long time and keep the body in an active state made Hitaki Sakumo's meridians ache slightly, and all the cells in the body seemed to be wailing. However, he had no other choice. In order to save his teammates and protect his companions, he could only do this. The border between the Kingdom of Soup and the Kingdom of Fire. A small team of Kirigakure Anbu was waiting. Captain. The Anbu team responsible for communicating with Kakuzu is calling. One of the ninjas in charge of using the chakra radio to communicate said, Kakuzu has completed the task of the Mizu cage and has given up on chasing Hitaki Sakumo. After hearing this, the Anbu captain nodded and motioned for him to continue. Hitaki Sakumo's current strength is only 1/10 of what it was before. It is expected that they will arrive at the Tanghuo border at 10 am tomorrow. They have already asked Lord Mizukage for instructions, and Lord Mizukage has ordered our team to try to intercept them, but if it is impossible, we must give up immediately. Continued the ninja in charge of communications. I understand. Then prepare for a fight. The expression of the Anbu captain became serious, because the one they were going to kill was the Konoha White Fang, who was very famous in the ninja world. Even if White Fang's strength was only 1/10 of what it was before, he was not someone that any ninja could challenge. This small team of elite Anbu was just an unintentional act of Kingsi. It would be best if he could kill Hitaki Sakumo, but it doesn't matter if he can't. After all, there is still Danzo Shimura waiting for him in Konoha village. The next morning, when Hitaki Sakumo, who had been galloping all the way, reached the border between the land of hot springs and the land of fire, he was ambushed by the Kirigakure Anbu squad that had been waiting for a long time. However, Hitaki Sakumo still relied on his explosive forbidden technique and forcefully used the lightning release ninjutsu that was beyond his endurance limit. With his powerful strength, he led his injured teammates out of the siege. Fortunately, Hitaki Sakumo only wanted to get back to Konoha village as soon as possible so that his companions could receive timely treatment. Therefore, although he did not hold back at all, he only defeated the Kirigakure Anbu team that came to kill him, and then quickly left the battlefield with his injured teammates. He did not kill the Kirigakure Anbu team members who were injured by him. Moreover, Hitaki Sakumo had no idea that these assassins who disguised their identities were from the Hidden Mist village. After returning to Konoha, Hitaki Sakumo immediately took his only remaining teammate to the Konoha hospital, and finally saved his life. However, he only saved his life, and he could no longer continue to be a ninja. But there was no way around it. Although Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in Konoha or the ninja world, was still in Konoha village, she suffered from hemophobia and could no longer take action. However, at this time, Hitaki Sakumo would never have imagined that a fatal crisis was looming towards him. On the third day after Hitaki Sakumo returned to Konoha village, things began to ferment. Under the manipulation of Danzo Shimura, a rumor began to spread secretly that Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, who chose to give up the mission in order to save his injured teammates while performing an important mission, causing Konoha village to suffer huge losses, and spread throughout the entire Konoha village in a very short time. At the beginning, things were going normally. The main point that everyone talked about was that Hitaki Sakumo was forced to give up the mission in order to save his companions. After learning the course and end of the mission from the rescued teammate, everyone praised Hitaki Sakumo's behavior. However, after the root ninjas, under the orders of Danzo Shimura, secretly guided public opinion, the whole thing began to go wrong. Completing the mission is the meaning of the ninja profession, the mission is supreme for the ninja, for the mission, the ninja should not be afraid of sacrifice. These remarks were spread more and more in the village under the guidance of the root ninja. Especially when the companion rescued by Hitaki Sakumo, under the coercion and inducement of Shimura Danzo, began to accuse Hitaki Sakumo of giving up the mission in order to save him, which led to huge losses for Konoha village. Both the Konoha ninjas and the Konoha villagers, their criticism of Hitaki Sakumo finally reached a climax. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knew that this was the work of his good friend, Danzo Shimura, but deep down in his heart he was also wary of Hitaki Sakumo's great prestige and strength. Danzo Shimura's suppression of Hitaki Sakumo's reputation was very much in line with his wishes. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to stand idly by and acquiesced to Shimura Danzo's actions. However, this time, the Konoha high-ranking officials are destined to be in trouble. Originally, in their opinion, as long as they destroyed Hitaki Sakumo's reputation and cut off his possibility of becoming the fourth Hokage, that would be enough. Hitaki Sakumo would then be able to become Konoha's sharpest white fang with peace of mind. And when the limelight of this incident has passed, it might not be impossible to let him take up the post of Minister of the Anbu again. However, the Konoha high-ups who were used to playing power games had no idea how desperate a person who originally had firm beliefs in his heart would be, and what drastic things he would do, after his faith collapsed. The accusations from his companions and the misunderstandings from the villagers put Sakumo Hitaki under tremendous psychological pressure. In the end, even his son Kakashi Hitaki, who was known as a genius ninja and became a chunin at the age of 6, was guided by the rumors and did not agree with his behavior of giving up the mission from the bottom of his heart. However, Konoha's top brass seemed indifferent in the face of all this. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hitaki Sakumo's belief in the will of fire was completely shattered by Shimura Danzo's rumor attack. His actions that followed the will of fire to protect his companions and the village have now been arbitrarily labeled as mistakes. The Konoha high-ranking officials, who should have implemented the will of fire like him, seem to have turned a blind eye to all this. At this moment, Hitaki Sakumo seemed to see through everything. The big tree of Konoha had already rotted from the root. A week later, Hitaki Sakumo, whose faith in the will of fire was trampled upon by the Konoha high-ups and was deemed worthless, finally picked up the white fang dagger that had accompanied him in battles for countless years in his own home, ending his magnificent life. A generation of cage-level strongmen, a legendary figure in the ninja world, the former pride of Konoha village, Hitaki Sakumo, who was known as the White Fang of Konoha, did not die on the battlefield, but died due to the conspiracy and intrigue of people from his fellow villagers. Chapter 283. The news of Konoha White Fang's suicide quickly spread throughout the ninja world, causing an uproar. All parties in the ninja world couldn't believe that the Konoha White Fang, who was so powerful that he had already been listed in front of the cages of all the major ninja villages and had become a thorn in the side of all the major ninja villages, would actually choose to commit suicide because of such ridiculous rumors. After receiving confirmation from their respective spies lurking in Konoha village, the major ninja villages finally became convinced that the Konoha White Fang was gone. After the news of White Fang's death was confirmed, the ninja world had reached the boiling point, and all it needed was an excuse or opportunity to start a war. A new round of Ninja World War is now on the verge of breaking out, and may break out at any time in the next few years. In Konoha village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once again had a fierce quarrel with his good friend Danzo Shimura. The development of events was completely beyond the expectations of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He never thought that Hitaki Sakumo would eventually choose to end his life so resolutely. You know, Konoha's current situation is not as optimistic as it seems. The three ninjas who became famous in the Second Ninja World War can be said to have fallen apart to a certain extent. Tsunade suffers from hemophobia and cannot take part in battles. She can only be responsible for some bloodless medical work in the rear. Jiraiya believed the instigation of the toad in the sacred place of summoning beasts, Mount Miyaboku, and wandered around the ninja world looking for some ridiculous child of destiny. Orochimaru is different, but although he is still in Konoha, he is obsessed with various experiments all day long and cannot extricate himself. The death of Hitaki Sakumo was even worse for Konoha. The number of high-end combat forces had decreased significantly, which made the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen very angry. What on earth is this Shimura Danzo doing? Doesn't he know the principle of quitting while things are going well? How could he force someone to death? However, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know at this time that this was just the beginning. Under the wise leadership of him and Danzo Shimura, the leading force of the ninja world, Konoha village, would march downhill and never return. Inside the Hokage's office. You will regret this. Hiruzen. The first generation Nabe Cage, Shimura Danzo, slammed the door and left in extreme anger. Danzo. I am the Hokage. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fought back without showing any weakness. After all, as the third Hokage who was bathed in the sun, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not participate in the whole thing. If you insist on saying that there is something wrong with him, at most he just acquiesced to Danzo's nonsense. The communication between good friends Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo regarding the suicide of Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo once again ended with these two extremely classic dialogues. The news reached Kirigakure village. Kingsley was completely blinded by Danzo's amazing move. He thought that Shimura Danzo would cause trouble, and he also thought that Shimura Danzo would definitely take the opportunity of the mission failure to attack Hitaki Sakumo and deprive Hitaki Sakumo of everything. However, he did not expect that Shimura Danzo's move would directly force Hitaki Sakumo into a desperate situation, and he did not expect that Hitaki Sakumo's way of dealing with it would be so simple and crude that he would actually commit suicide. Other ninja villages were not aware of the inside story, but Kyoshi was very clear that the entire incident, from beginning to end, was a trap set by Danzo Shimura against Hitaki Sakumo. I can only say that Danzo Shimura is truly a loyal friend of the Hidden Mist village. He has spared no effort in weakening Konoha. Really, I'm crying. Private. Shimura Danzo. Loyalty. However, CG also expressed his admiration for Danzo's heroic methods. Indeed, this kind of covert and insidious method is very much in line with Danzo Shimura's reputation as Darkness of Shinobi. It can be said that although the original intention of Danzo Shimura and the Konoha high-level officials may have been just to suppress Hitaki Sakumo's prestige and did not want to force him to death, the unsolvable question of whether companions are more important or missions that Danzo Shimura created is indeed too disgusting. In fact, the root of the problem does not lie in whether companions are important or missions are important. Fundamentally, it is the existence of Hitaki Sakumo that infringes on the interests of the Konoha high-level officials, that is, the Hokage. Just think about it, if Hitaki Sakumo had chosen to continue the mission and escaped from Kakuzu and the subsequent intercepting Kirigakure ANBU team with the intelligence scroll alone, without caring about the life and death of his teammates, then when he successfully completed the mission and returned to Konoha village, another fatal problem would be waiting for him. That is, why did he abandon his companions and continue the mission? Is the will of fire passed down by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, not as important as a mission? Even if it is a confidential mission related to the interests of Konoha village. Therefore, as long as Hitaki Sakumo carries out this mission and the mission ultimately fails, he will have to endure this no matter what. No matter whether he chooses his companions or the mission, the trap that Danzo Shimura carefully prepared for him is unsolvable. However, this is a huge benefit for the Hidden Mist village. As one grows stronger, the other weakens, and the Konoha village becomes increasingly weaker, while the Hidden Mist village becomes increasingly stronger. The beginning of Kirigakure 43. The atmosphere in the ninja continent is becoming more and more turbulent. At this time, King C had finally completed the integration of the Pure Eye and the Samsara Eye. When the Samsara Eye was activated, he could use the related eye techniques of the Pure Eye without having to switch like before. It can be said that King C has taken another step forward based on his original strength. Now, as long as he completes the third and final movement of the Samsara Eye, Seiji's strength will be able to officially enter the Six Paths level and become a true Otsutsuki. A different space, inside the Otsutsuki ruins belonging to Kiyoshi. King C's real body slowly woke up from a long period of meditation. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, and every breath echoed with the world of this alien space. As his eyes slowly opened, a deep and mysterious sky blue light flickered in them, as bright as stars. King C was trembling and swaying slightly, gradually regaining control of his body. Soon, he stood up and glanced at the little Ten-Tails who was sleeping not far away and digesting the zero-tail nothingness that he had swallowed not long ago. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everything is going more and more smoothly. April of the 43th year of Kirigakure. It is the graduation season of the Hidden Mist Ninja School again in the new year, and this is the second batch of ninjas to have undergone 6 years of study since the reform of the ninja school. As expected, the top graduate of this year's class was Mei Terumi, who became the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. The second place went to Uzumaki Kana, and the shark-faced Hoshigaki Kisame came in third. This ranking did not surprise King C and the third Mizukage Bing. Over the years, King C and Bing already knew these three disciples of the third Mizukage Bing very well. Mei Terumi is a gifted and talented person. Her strength and ability have always been the best among her classmates, and no one can match her. After she became the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and gained the power of the Six Tails, her strength was greatly enhanced. Her overall score left all the other classmates except Uzumaki Kana far behind. She was far ahead with an absolute advantage, leaving everyone else far behind. Moreover, Mei Terumi, who is 12 years old this year, has already reached a level of strength close to that of Cage with the blessing of the Six Tails in her body. Even if she were to transform into a half-tailed beast or even a fully-tailed beast, she would have definitely crossed the threshold of being a Cage. Yes, in the few years since she became the Six-Tailed Jinchuriki, Mei Terumi has successfully reached a reconciliation with the Six-Tailed Rhino, and has become a partner in fighting side by side. However, given Mei Terumi's current physical condition, it is still a bit too much for her to fully transform into a tailed beast. Even if she transforms into a half-tailed beast, it will have a certain degree of impact on her body. Therefore, unless necessary, Mei Terumi usually uses the tailed beast coat mode most often. Of course, even though Mei Terumi's strength is far beyond the level of normal ninja school graduates, she still needs to start as a genin. After all, the Hidden Mist village now attaches the most importance to rules. The second-placed Kana Uzumaki, after experiencing the fickleness of human nature that nearly led to the genocide of the Uzumaki clan, she, who was already very smart, grew up quickly. After all, she and her brother Shinki Uzumaki both shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Uzumaki clan. Although the Hidden Mist village was suspected of taking advantage of the Uzumaki clan's misfortune back then, Judging from the results, the fact that some members of the Uzumaki clan were able to escape was also thanks to the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, she, her brother, and all the Uzumaki clan members who came to the Hidden Mist Village knew clearly that it was not the Hidden Mist Village's fault. After all, the real culprit who attacked their Uzumaki clan and Uzushio village was the Hidden Cloud village headed by the third Reikage AI. However, their Uzumaki clan only possesses a powerful sealing technique, but they do not have the strength to match it, and placing their hopes on their allies is a sin. After the Uzumaki clan came to the Hidden Mist Village, although she was accepted as a disciple by the third Mizukage Bing, and found a powerful backer for the Uzumaki clan, but with her experience in Uzushio village, she had already understood a truth for survival in the ninja world: power. Only your own strength is eternal. Therefore, under the guidance of the third Mizukage Bing, she absorbed all kinds of knowledge frantically and grew very fast. Not only did she get full marks in all courses like Mei Terumi, but in terms of strength, Uzumaki Kana possessed the ability of physical healing, which is rare in the Uzumaki clan, and she also awakened the ability of Kagura's Heart's Eye and Diamond Sealing over the years. In actual combat, she is even stronger than her brother Uzumaki Shinki. However, Mei Terumi, who possesses the six tails, is much stronger in strength. Although the Uzumaki sealing technique mastered by Uzumaki Kana and her awakened Diamond Seal are both extremely effective in restraining the tailed beasts, Mei Terumi is already a perfect Jinkriki after all. And without using the power of the six tails, her own two bloodline limits of boiling release and melting release are also very tricky and difficult to deal with. Therefore, Uzumaki Kana can only come in second place. The last one, Hoshigaki Kisame, is the perennial third. Coming from the Hoshigaki clan, Kisame is indeed very good at fighting, and he also has a very high talent for fighting. Kisame, who is the same age as Mei Terumi, has reached the level of a Jonin with his superb water escape technique. However, learning is indeed Kisame's shortcoming. The only thing worth mentioning is that Hoshigaki Kisame is highly consistent in thought with the Hidden Mist Village. In this course, Kisame's answers are even more perfect than Mei Terumi and Uzumaki Shinki. But as for the other courses, it's hard to describe. Compared with the two top students, Mei Terumi and Kana Uzumaki, the gap can be said to be like the chasm between heaven and earth. However, even so, under the guidance of the third Mizukage Bing, Hoshigaki Kisame's overall score can still rank third among this year's graduates. The end of Kirigakure 43. The Otsutsuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village welcomed their new member. Otsutsuki Tenshin and Otsutsuki Kara's child, Otsutsuki Tonari, was finally born 2 years later. Compared to the future without Kiyoshi, Otsutsuki Tonari's current situation is much better. With Kiyoshi's intervention, he escaped the predetermined fate of congenital deficiencies. His pale skin, white eyes, the natural Megatama pattern on his neck and the bulge in the center of his forehead all demonstrate his identity as a genuine Otsutsuki clan member. Moreover, his mother, Otsutsuki Gara, did not die early due to exhaustion of her vitality, and his father, Otsutsuki Tenshin, was not forced by the still existing elder of the Moon Otsutsuki clan branch, Otsutsuki Tera, to sacrifice the giant Rinnegan in order to make up for his congenital deficiencies, which consumed half of his vitality and caused him to enter old age prematurely. The image of Otsutsuki Tonari here is created by myself. With sufficient energy supply, Tonari, whose bloodline has returned to his ancestral lineage, should have white eyes and a horn on his forehead, just like the real Otsutsuki clan. The specific image is based on the appearance of Otsutsuki Tonari after he activates the Samsara Eye Chakra mode, with the horns located in the center of the forehead. Chapter 284. In the vast, deep, and mysterious starry sky of the universe, a dazzling stream of light is rushing by at a speed beyond imagination. This stream of light is like a meteor, but its speed far exceeds the upper limit of the speed of a meteor. It was like a wild beast, traveling through the endless darkness at an almost insane speed, leaving a long trail behind it, and the direction it was heading was exactly the planet where the ninja realm was located. Looking closely, there is indeed a figure wrapped in powerful chakra in the flowing light. It was Otsutsuki Urashiki who had completed the mission of recovering the chakra fruit and went to the ninja world to investigate the movements of Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. With Otsutsuki Urashiki's current speed and the distance between him and the planet where the ninja realm is located, if no other accidents occur along the way, it is expected that he will enter the star region where the planet where the ninja realm is located in half a month, and arrive at the planet where the ninja realm is located 4 months later, which is around May of the 44th year of the Kirigakure. April of the 44th year of Kirigakure. Kiyoshi, who was handling government affairs in the Mizuki's office, suddenly raised his head. His eyes changed unconsciously, and his samsara eye opened automatically. Kingxi could clearly feel that his Rinnegan was beating non-stop, as if it was cheering. The third fetal movement, which had been delayed for nearly 2 years, finally arrived. A hint of excitement appeared on Kiyoshi's face, and then after informing Chino Kizuna next door, he directly launched the eye technique Takamaji Ahara, and his figure slowly disappeared in the Mizuki's office. In a different space, in the Otsutsuki ruins belonging to Kiyoshi, Kiyoshi's figure emerged. Seeing Kingxi appear, the little Ten-Tails, who happened to be awake not far away, couldn't help but let out a roar, and his scarlet Rinnegan revealed a hint of excitement. He thought Kingxi had brought its snacks again. Kingxi smiled at the little Juhobi, then spread his hands, indicating that he had other things to do this time. Then he ignored the little Juhobi and slowly floated up, sitting cross-legged in mid-air. When the little Ten-Tails saw that there was no food, it was not angry. Its huge single eye rolled around at Kingxi in a very human way, and then it prepared to continue sleeping. The blue-green chakra flame instantly covered Kingxi's body. With the shining blue-green light, Kingxi entered the samsara eye chakra mode. His chakra aura also began to grow rapidly, and soon reached the super shadow level. It was still continuing to grow, infinitely approaching the 6 paths level. The aura of transcendence, with Kingxi as the center, gradually spread to the entire ruins space. The little Ten-Tails, sensing this breath again, was no longer surprised. It was not the first time that Kingxi had experienced fetal movement here. Therefore, it did not open its eyes that had just been closed. It just twisted its body slightly restlessly and changed to a more comfortable position. 6 inky black chakra spheres floated behind Kingxi. They were the 6 truth-seeking jades that Kingxi merged into one after completing his first and second fetal movements. Following the previous method with ease, Kingxi continued to fuse the 7 attributes of chakra. Then, the 7th truth-seeking jade slowly squeezed out from between Kingxi's eyebrows, followed by the 8th, and finally, the 9th, which was also the last one, and it was the maximum number of truth-seeking jades that could be achieved. The 3 newly appeared truth-seeking jades quickly moved behind Kingxi under his mind, and together with the other 6 truth-seeking jades, they formed a perfect circle, which continued to rotate slowly. The third and final movement of the samsara eye is completed. At this moment, Kingxi's samsara eye officially entered a mature state. At this moment, Kingxi suddenly seemed to have sensed something. He stretched his body in mid-air and dissipated the samsara eye chakra mode. However, the 9 truth-seeking jades floating behind Qing's eye did not disappear as usual, but continued to rotate behind Qing's eye. The power hidden deep in the blood quietly awakens, like a burning flame, gradually spreading to every cell in the body. As if it was some kind of instinct, the chakra in Kingxi's body surged like boiling magma and began to operate continuously in some mysterious way. At the same time, his body began to gradually undergo some changes. An extremely powerful aura instantly rose into the sky at this moment, and the air in the entire ruin space seemed to become much heavier. Kingxi's chakra aura also began to rise steadily along with the changes in his body, and soon surpassed the limit of the super shadow level. At this moment, Kingxi's body also underwent an astonishing and huge change. His skin, which was originally as white as snow, now became crystal clear and spotless, just like the purest white crystal. The originally grayish-white hair turned into pure white in an instant, and then quickly grew longer, falling behind him like a waterfall, flashing a mysterious white light. At the same time, the Mizuki god robe and the white combat uniform on Kingxi's body also shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments floating in the air. However, at the same moment, a dazzling white light burst out from his body and quickly enveloped his entire body. After the light faded away, a flawless white standard Otsutsuki robe, automatically condensed by chakra and with black Megatama patterns on it, appeared on Kingxi's body, as if it had merged with him, fitting his body shape perfectly, showing an unparalleled elegance and nobility. Accompanied by a roaring sound coming from deep within the body, as if breaking some kind of mysterious boundary, Kingxi's strength officially reached the 6 paths level. Qing's eye slowly closed his eyes, constantly experiencing the various changes after reaching the 6 paths level. At this moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. The 6 paths level is not just a level of strength, it also represents a completely different level of life. For the strong ones at the 6 paths level, they can be said to have already departed from the boundaries of humanity to a certain extent. Those Otsutsuki clan who call themselves gods, such as Otsutsuki Ishiki in the past, or the 3 golden grapes in memory, actually make sense when compared with ordinary humans in the ninja world, strictly speaking. Some fatal injuries that are serious and life-threatening for ordinary humans are not a big problem at all for the strong ones at the 6 paths level. The idea of rebirth by a drop of blood may be too fantastic and exaggerated, but things like regeneration of severed limbs are easy for the strong ones at the 6 paths level. Just like the Might Guy with all 8 gates fully opened that Kingji had seen in his previous life, a Night Guy kicked off half of the body of Uchiha Madara, who had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and had the strength of the 6 paths level. However, Uchiha Madara seemed to be fine and healed himself in an instant by consuming chakra. It can be said that as long as the head is not smashed, or directly reduced to ashes by the attack, or the body is not eaten by the 10 tails like Otsutsuki is Hiki, there is basically no fatal injury for the 6 paths level strong men. Any injured part of the body can be healed quickly as long as a certain amount of chakra is consumed. To put it simply, it is a super doubled version of Hashirama Senju's self-healing skill. Moreover, even if they suffered incurable and devastating injuries, it would not be a problem for the Otsutsuki clan. You know, deep in their blood, the reincarnation technique known as wedge is deeply engraved. As long as a reincarnated body vessel that meets the requirements is found in advance, and the data of the replica is converted into data and inserted into the vessel in the form of a wedge, then, once an accident occurs to the main body, when the wedge is completely thawed, it will be the day when the Otsutsuki replaces the vessel and is reborn. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Otsutsuki clan can be regarded as an immortal clan. In addition, a strong man at the 6 paths level can already transcend the limitations of the planet and can even cross the starry sky with his physical body. When he opened his eyes again, Kingsi couldn't suppress a smile on his face. 8 years had passed since he awakened the Samsara Eye, and now, he had finally gotten what he wanted. At this time, the bloodline of Kyoji was richer than that of Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura, and was even not inferior to any authentic Otsutsuki. Moreover, in terms of strength, Kingsi was sure that with his Rinnegan, which was at the same level as the Megatama Samsara Eye, he had made a big step forward in the 6 paths level. It could be said that he had surpassed Otsutsuki Hamura. After all, he had dealt with Otsutsuki Hamura before and knew roughly what his strength was in his heyday. As for the 6 path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo, Kingsi was not too sure, but Kingsi felt that his strength might be slightly inferior. After all, Otsutsuki Hago Romo had once become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, and also relied on the power of the 10 tails to achieve the bloodline network. Through Otsutsuki Ishiki's memory, we learned that even within the Otsutsuki clan, Kekkei Nang is considered relatively rare, and the Otsutsuki who have achieved Kekkei Nang are all extremely powerful. Therefore, with Seiji's current strength, he may not be as good as Otsutsuki Hago Romo. However, there is nothing to worry about. We learned from Otsutsuki Hamura that Otsutsuki Hagoromo's current condition is obviously not at its peak. Although she still retains the ability to forcibly interfere with the real world, she has abandoned her physical body after all, and exists in the Pure Land as a soul. I believe that the strength she can exert will not be too outrageous. Moreover, according to Otsutsuki Hamura, as long as it is not related to Otsutsuki Kagaya, or Kyoji takes the initiative to do some extreme things to destroy the ninja world, there is no conflict between Otsutsuki Hamura and him. The flag has been set. Therefore, now, Kingsi can truly claim that he is invincible in the ninja world. Kingsi landed on the ground slowly like a light feather. His movements were graceful and calm, and the entire ruined space seemed to be still. He exuded a noble aura that was ethereal and otherworldly, as well as an elegant temperament that could not be accurately described in words. It seemed that it was connected to his blood and emerged naturally and innately from the depths of his blood the moment he reached the 6 paths level. Next, Kingsi's next goal is to prepare for his tree planting plan. However, although the current little 10 tails has absorbed part of the chakra of the 3 tails and the 6 tails, a fragment of the complete 10 tails called Meteor by the Star Ninja Village, and eaten many corpses of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon and the complete 0 tails nothingness, these are still not enough for it to obtain enough energy to transform into a sacred tree that can bear chakra fruits. According to Kyoji's observation, in order for the little 10 tails to successfully transform into a sacred tree, it either needs to consume at least half of the chakra of Kagaya Otsutsuki's complete 10 tails, or it needs to consume about half of the body of a real Otsutsuki. However, these 2 points cannot be achieved in a short period of time in today's ninja world, and Kingsi still needs to plan carefully. Kingsi vaguely remembered that in the clip called Burrito that he had seen in his previous life, the 3 golden grapes in his Haiki's memory all came to the ninja world. However, that was in the distant future after all, and he did not want to wait that long. However, at this time, CG didn't know that Otsutsuki Urashiki, one of the 3 golden grapes he had been thinking about, was not far from the planet where the ninja world was located. Since the prerequisites for planting trees are not yet fully mature, King Ji's current goal should be to focus on the upcoming new round of Ninja World War. The Hidden Mist village he leads is bound to gain enough benefits through this Ninja World War and eventually reach the top of the Ninja World, become the overlord of the Ninja World, and complete the unification of the Ninja World. This is also an essential point in his subsequent sustainable tree planting plan. Only a unified Ninja World can be regarded as the best nursery for planting sacred trees and obtaining chakra fruits. However, at this time, the Hidden Mist village had not yet completed all the material preparations for the war, and Kyoji did not want to launch the war hastily, thus causing unnecessary casualties among the Hidden Mist village ninjas. Chapter 285. Of course, Kyoji is not a saint. If the Hidden Mist village has already prepared for war, he will not be bound by any moral codes, and it is not a bad idea to start a war first. After all, the disputes in the ninja world have never stopped for thousands of years, and everything is just for the sake of interests. In addition, what Kyoji has to do is prepare to resurrect his father Genji and mother Yukiko. Mr. Danzo Shimura, the first Nabe Cage, a loyal friend of the Hidden Mist village, once mentioned inadvertently in a previous transaction that there is a forbidden summoning technique called immortality in Konoha that can summon the souls of the dead back to the world, and the medium used for summoning is the personal information material of the summoned person. Personal information material can be simply understood as DNA information or body tissue or blood containing DNA information. And it just so happens that Kyoji has in his hand a bone blade produced by the power of the corpse bone vein that his father Genji gave him when he was a child. Therefore, although Kagaya Genji's body was reduced to ashes due to the forced use of the corpse vein, ash bone technique, the bone blade he gave to CG and was kept by CG was enough to become a spiritual medium for the impure world reincarnation. As for Seiji's mother, Yukiko, her personal information material is even simpler. As long as his father Genji is resurrected, they will know where Genji buried Yukiko Kagaya. Although it is somewhat disrespectful to dig up her grave to obtain her DNA information, the ultimate goal is to resurrect her, so it is reasonable. Kagaya Genji and Kagaya Yukiko were both ninjas during their lifetime. In Genji's prime, he was able to display the strength of a cage with the powerful blessing of the corpse bone vein. Yukiko's strength was slightly weaker, but also close to the level of an ordinary jonin. Therefore, according to Otsutsuki Hamura's statement about the soul and the Pure Land, the souls of the two of them must still be in the Pure Land and have not yet been reincarnated. Now, the only problem is that Nagato's current strength and the degree of development of the Rinnegan are not enough to perform the Gaido reincarnation natural technique, a powerful forbidden technique that can reverse life and death. But King C has waited for so many years, so it doesn't matter if he waits a few more years. According to Nagato's current progress, under Kyoji's instruction, in about another 2 to 3 years, he would be able to develop his Rinnegan to the point where he could perform the Gaido Rinnegan Jutsu. As for the problem of not having enough chakra for resurrection, or that it might cause problems for Nagato himself, there is no need to worry. Kyoshi, who already has the strength of the 6 paths level, is enough to eliminate any unfavorable factors. April of the 44th year of Kirigakure. Mizukage's office. Lord Mizukage. An urgent message from the Anbu team that is carrying out a mission in the land of demons. Anbu Chief Ken appeared in an instant and spoke in a slightly hurried tone. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Ching Si raised his head, looked at the slightly anxious sword in front of him, and spoke slowly. Yes. Jian looked at King Si's deep gaze, and his frowning brows and anxious heart calmed down in an instant. That's right, there is no need for him to be anxious. He almost forgot that the strength of his own Mizukage had reached the level of the 6-path sage not long ago, and he was already regarded as the 6-path sage of the contemporary world. This is really not right. In fact, the main reason was that he was not used to it, and the overall strength of the Hidden Mist village was changing too quickly. He had been the head of the Anbu for so many years, but he had never fought such a powerful battle. Jian calmed down a bit and reported to Kingxi, the monsters that once wreaked havoc on the ninja world at the end of the Warring States period and the beginning of the ninja village period are now reviving from their seals. Currently, a large number of ghost armies have appeared in the demon country, and have launched an attack on the demon country. Oh! Kingxi raised his eyebrows. He had an impression of the monster. In the past, Otsutsuki Ishiki had once thought of targeting the monster. However, before he could take any action, the monster was sealed by Hashirama Senju and the priestess of the demon country. I have to say that there are still many good things in the ninja world. This is another treasure that can be compared with the zero-tailed nothingness, and it is even more powerful. Seiji's little 10 tails can once again feast on it. Seeing that Kingxi had no further reaction, Jian paused and continued, this ghost army has the characteristic of being unkillable. The army of the demon country cannot resist it and is defeated step by step under the attack of the ghost army. Moreover, among them are ninjas who have obtained the power of monsters and are called the Ninja Immortal Army. The contemporary priestess Morocco has sent messengers to break through to the 5 major ninja countries to seek help. The guard Tian Gang who was responsible for coming to my Kirigakure for help happened to be rescued by the Anbu team that was on a mission near the demon country. Upon hearing this, Kingxi nodded. Since there was an official request for help from the demon country, it would be much easier to deal with. Otherwise, even if he was invincible in the ninja world, it would be difficult for him to descend on the demon country in public and deal with the monster directly. After all, he is now the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, and he still has to respect the rules of the ninja world that have existed for thousands of years. The demon country is a relatively special country in the ninja world. There is no ninja village in this country, and there is no daimyo in this country. Its ruler is called a shrine maiden, and its heritage can even be traced back thousands of years ago. Moreover, the special power system of the shrine maiden is not weaker than that of the ninja. The shrine maidens of all generations, without exception, have very strong strength. In terms of combat, the shrine maiden may not be as good as the ninja, but in terms of sealing techniques, the shrine maiden's attainments are very high, especially when it comes to monsters, which can be said to be restrained to the extreme. However, the sealing technique passed down by the shrine maidens is not the same as the sealing technique used by the ninjas. Therefore, even though the inheritance of the sealing technique is very scarce in the ninja world, basically no one would set their sights on the demon country. Not to mention, the demon country is one of the only 2 permanent neutral countries in the ninja world. It is not allowed to attack neutral countries. This has been a consensus formed in the ninja world for thousands of years. Once any party dares to attack a neutral country, the rest of the ninja world will definitely give the attacking party a righteous beating. As for the other permanently neutral country, it is the Iron Kingdom that we are all familiar with, which once held the first 5-Kage summit and is known as the Kingdom of Samurai. Sword. Call the Anbu team in the demon country back. Kingxi thought for a moment and gave the order, ask them to enter the demon country first to conduct an investigation and protect the guard Tian Gang. I will go to the demon country myself. Yes. Jian responded immediately. Oh right. Kingxi suddenly remembered something, which team is in the land of demons? The leader of the team is Qing, an old subordinate of Lord Mizukage who was in the first team of Anbu. Jian answered directly. It's Qing. Kingxi showed a gentle smile on his face, and he understood in his heart that his old subordinate Qing was a very cautious ninja, so it seemed that he didn't need to remind him anymore. After one day, before the various parties in the ninja world received the request for help from the messenger sent by the contemporary shrine maiden Morocco and learned of the unrest in the demon kingdom, Kingxi had already flown to the demon kingdom. This time, the Hidden Mist village hit the jackpot by accident. The Anbu team led by Qing happened to be on a mission near the land of demons, and they happened to rescue a messenger who was going to their Hidden Mist village for help. In addition, the Hidden Mist village had the ability to communicate in real time over long distances, and Kingxi's flying speed was very fast. He crossed most of the ninja world in less than a day. Therefore, Kingxi, as the Mizukage, was able to arrive in the land of demons first and capture the monster. Of course, Kingxi is so active because Wuliang is a good thing for Kingxi, but for the other 4 major ninja villages, they may only send ninjas for support with the purpose of preventing Wuliang from wreaking havoc in the ninja world like it did in the past. Floating high in the sky at the border of the demon kingdom, Kingxi's powerful perception quickly covered the entire demon kingdom like a tide. The land of demons is a country with a very small land area, so Kingxi's perception can easily cover it completely. After all, after reaching the 6 paths level, the maximum range of Kingxi's perception can easily cover the entire water land, and if he uses all his strength to perceive, almost half of the ninja world can be covered. And if he can further achieve the bloodline network in the future, Kingxi's perception can even cover the entire ninja world in one fell swoop. Kingxi was of course very familiar with the chakra aura of his old subordinate Qing, so he quickly locked onto Qing's position and quickly fell towards where Qing was. On a cliff near the border in the southern part of the demon country, Qing, his 3 team members, and the demon country's priestess guard Tian Gang were waiting here. Just over a day had passed, and the entire demon country had basically fallen under the attack of the ghost army and the undead ninja army. Only the temple of the witch goddess in the center of the demon country remained, still holding on with the heritage left by successive witches. After receiving Qing Si's order yesterday, Qing's team followed Qing Si's order and took the guard Tian Gang to hide everywhere from the ghost legions that could not be killed and could only be sealed. They finally returned to the territory of the demon kingdom with great difficulty. God knows what kind of torment this is. Suddenly, Qing, who had the ability to perceive, raised his head abruptly, with a look of surprise on his face, and stared at the sky in the distance. There is a strong chakra aura approaching rapidly. It's Mizukage-sama. When the others heard Qing's relieved voice, they also raised their heads and stared at the sky. The next second, a small black dot suddenly appeared in their field of vision, like a meteor across the sky, and then became bigger and bigger, and its outline became clearer and clearer. As Seiji's figure got closer and closer, the heartbeats of the others, except for Tanaka, became faster and faster. The person who came was none other than the 4th Mizukage, Seiji, whom they admired the most. Qing Si's speed slowly decreased in the air, and then he landed gracefully. His feet touched the ground lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water, without raising a single speck of dust. His entire movement was smooth and elegant. Lord Mizukage. Qing and the other 3 Anbu knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Yet. Qing Si nodded and looked at the only person he didn't recognize, the young man with grey hair. This must be the envoy of the demon country. Tian Gang, who was extremely surprised and had his mouth wide open, finally reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to greet Kingxi, saying, "Hello, respected Mizukage. I am Tian Gang, the guard of the demon country Miko Moroku-sama." At this moment, a blazing fire of hope ignited in Tian Gong's heart. He was experiencing the monster rebellion for the first time, and looking at the invincible ghost army and the undead ninja army, he was almost in despair about the future of their demon country. But at this moment, looking at the 4th Mizukage in front of him, he felt that their demon country might be saved. Although Takaaka didn't know much about the profession of ninja, he knew that the Mizukage was the strongest in the entire Kirigakure village. Moreover, the fact that Kyoji was able to rush to the Kirigakure village from a place extremely far away from the land of demons just one day after receiving the news gave us a rough idea of Kyoji's strength. Whether he can defeat the monster or not is not the point for now, but at least, Kingxi who can fly can definitely rescue Lord Moroku. For the country of demons, the Shrine Maiden is indispensable. It can be said that as long as the Shrine Maiden is still there, the country of demons will still be there. Well, let me introduce the situation first. Qing Si looked at the people in front of him and said lightly. Knowing the urgency of the situation, everyone quickly told Kingji about the current situation in the demon country. Tanaka first gave an overview of the basic situation of this monster riot, and then Qing supplemented what Tanaka said with the intelligence he had collected along the way after they returned to the demon country. So, now the only thing in the ghost kingdom that has not been lost is the temple of the goddess of witches. Qing Si muttered after hearing this, while spreading his perception again and carefully sensing the situation in the entire ghost kingdom. Yes. Tian Gang became more and more excited, tears flowing uncontrollably, and then he directly bowed to Qing Si, "Mr. Mizukage, please help Lord Moroku." Chapter 286. Qing Si was silent, then nodded and asked, "How long can the witch goddess temple last?" According to Lord Moroku, the current defense measures in the temple can last for about 10 days. Tian Gang did not stand up, but remained sitting in the ground, and replied. Qing Si did not speak any more, but sensed carefully. He wanted to try to see if he could find the monster that had not yet completely broken the seal and capture it directly without the help of the witch. After a moment, Qing Si gave up. The sealing technique used by the Shrine Maiden lineage was completely different from the conventional sealing technique. Before he had come into contact with it, he could not locate the location of the monster by perception alone. It seems that we still need to rescue this priestess from the land of demons named Maitreya first. Having made up his mind, Qing Si whispered to Tian Gang, "Let's go. Go to the witch temple first and rescue your witch." Yes. Tian Gang, who finally got the answer, stood up excitedly. In fact, what Tian Gang said was not accurate. If we look at the current number of Ghost Corps and Undead Ninja Corps, then with the foundation left by successive shrine maidens in the shrine temple, it would be no problem to hold out for 10 days. However, the contemporary priestess Maitreya overlooked the most important point: the monsters have the ability to create unlimited ghost armies. Why do those ninjas who surrendered to Wu Yang and were transformed into the undead ninja army by Wu Yang's power think that obtaining Wu Yang's power is enough to bring disaster to the entire ninja world? It's because Wu Yang, in their view, is immortal and has no upper limit to its abilities. As the seal of the monster is constantly weakened, its power is recovering at an extremely fast speed. In other words, the number of ghost legions will only increase with the passage of time. When Tian Gang set out from the temple of the goddess of witches 2 days ago, the priestess Maitreya judged that they could hold out for 10 days based on the situation at the time. But now, the power of the monsters has revived a lot, and the number of ghost legions is also increasing. So, can the temple of the goddess of witches continue to hold out for another 8 days? King Si feels that the answer to this question is most likely no. King Si led Tian Gang to the temple of the goddess of meanness in the center of the demon kingdom, while Qing's Anbu team, under King Si's orders, went to continue the mission they were originally carrying out. The mission of the AO squad is simply to protect the shrine maiden guard Tian Gang from the land of demons and to provide Qing Si with intelligence guidance. The moment Qing Si arrives, their mission is over. The strongest person in the ninja world comes personally to deal with a small monster, and he can easily defeat it. The journey to the temple of the goddess of witches can be said to be calm, but that's because all the ghost legions and undead ninja legions, under the orders of their leader Huang Chuan, who was possessed by monsters, were stepping up their attacks on the temple of the goddess of witches in the center of the ghost kingdom. The monster also knows the deadly threat that the shrine maiden lineage poses to it, and as long as the shrine maiden is killed, there will be no power in the ninja world that can seal it. Just as King Si was gradually approaching the temple of the witch goddess, Moroku, the contemporary witch who was in charge of the defense against the ghost army and the undead ninja army inside the temple of the witch goddess, suddenly seemed to sense something and slowly closed her eyes that were flashing with a faint purple light. Destiny has changed. The priestess Moroku murmured in a low voice. Her prophecy, which had never had any problems for many years, changed at this moment. Originally, in the future that she saw, this time the chaos of monsters could be safely passed without any danger. Of the 5 messengers she sent out, 3 successfully arrived at their destination and invited ninjas from the Kirigakure village, the Sand village, and the Konoha village to come and help the demon kingdom. In the end, with the help of the brown-haired ninja from the Sand village, the tall and strong black-haired man from the Kirigakure village, and the yellow-haired ninja from the Konoha village, she successfully sealed the monster again. However, just now, she saw a brand new future that she couldn't believe. A very blurry but noble white figure completely destroyed the monsters. And, the time is tomorrow. Near the temple of the goddess of witches, Qing Si looked at the ghost army that surrounded the temple of the goddess of witches in the distance and was carrying out high-intensity attacks non-stop. He raised his eyebrows unconsciously, and his expression gradually became weird. Is this the so-called Ghost Legion? King Si hesitated for a moment and asked Tian Gang beside him. Yes. Lord Mizukage. These are the ghost armies that can never be killed. Tian Gang looked at the densely packed ghost army, his face full of worry for the Miko and his colleagues in the temple. However, he didn't want to urge King Ji to act quickly. After all, his identity was completely unequal to King Ji's. King Si's expression became more and more strange. Just now, when he was sensing the entirety of the ghost country, he really didn't pay attention to the appearance of these ghost armies. So, now when he witnessed the true appearance of the ghost army with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 things are wrong. My goodness, isn't this the terracotta warriors from our previous life? What's going on? Did Qin Shi Huang also travel through time? Could this demon have another name, Ying Zheng? Qing Si had been to Chong'an to see the terracotta warriors in his previous life. This ghost army cannot be said to be very similar to the terracotta warriors he saw in his previous life, but can be said to be exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. Mr. Mizukage. Takaaka's gentle call woke up Ciji from his trance. Ciji shook his head vigorously and brought his scattered thoughts back. Who cares who it is? I will definitely take care of it. Otsutsuki Ciji, said so. Looking at Tian Gang who was nervous and worried, King Si smiled and said, Don't worry. It will be over soon. Come with me. Mr. Mizukage. We. Tian Gang was about to say something anxiously, but before he could finish his words, King Si had already walked straight towards the direction of the witch goddess temple. Tian Gang couldn't help but be a little confused. Is the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village so reckless? What he originally wanted was to let King Si take him across the encirclement and fly directly above the temple of the goddess of witches. He would signal Lord Maitreya to open a gap above the barrier, and then enter the temple of the goddess of witches together, or find a slightly weak position in the encirclement of the ghost army and break through directly. But who would have thought that Ching Si would walk towards the ghost army so calmly? And he was heading towards the direction where the ghost army was the largest in number. This is actually a problem of strength recognition. No matter which method is used, it doesn't matter to King Si. After all, his strength is there. But in fact, King Si just wanted to try a technique by the way, a technique that he could only fully master after his Rinnegan completed its last fetal movement and entered the mature stage. The moment King Si's figure appeared behind the ghost army, Huang Chuan, or the ghost in the dark, immediately discovered it. Although it did not sense any dangerous aura from King Si, nor did it detect the existence of chakra in King Si's body, and he looked like just an ordinary human, anyone who was not a fool would know how an ordinary person could appear here at this time and dare to face his ghost army without changing his expression. Therefore, Wu Yang concluded that King Si must not be a small character, and he might be the support called by that hateful priestess Moroku. Of course, Wu Yang didn't care too much. In just 2 days, even the nearest Kirigakure village in the land of Earth couldn't send ninjas so quickly, unless he was the flying third Otsutsuki Onoki. But it is obvious that this image does not match the image of the third Otsutsuki Onoki that Huang Chuan knew. However, Huang Chuan and Wu Yang do not know that in the current ninja world, there are more than one person who can fly, the third Otsutsuki Onoki. As for the hidden mist village in the land of water, which is the farthest away from the land of demons, Huang Chuan and the monsters in his body never thought about going there. They knew that it was impossible. By the time the hidden mist ninja really arrived in the land of demons, it would be too late. Moreover, although the relevant information about the fourth Mizukage Otsutsuki CG is public, there is not much information about the hidden mist village, which is isolated from the ninja world. What's more, Huang Chuan was just a small figure before being possessed by the monster. In addition, the distance between the demon kingdom and the water kingdom is too far. Therefore, Huang Chuan and the monster in his body are completely in the dark about the information of the hidden mist village and the Mizukage. Then, hundreds of terracotta warriors, under Huang Quan's control, all pressed forward in the direction where Ching Si was heading. Tian Gang, who was following behind Ching Si, felt the breath of death coming towards him and his face turned pale, but he immediately strengthened his heart and showed an expression of being ready to die. As a member of Lord Maitreya's guard, even if he died, he would die on the way to protecting Lord Maitreya. King Si ignored Tainaka, who was having a lot of inner drama behind him, and continued to walk forward slowly while slowly closing his eyes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment and only the sound of footsteps kept echoing in the air. When King Si opened his eyes again, the sky blue light of the Samsara Eye was already shining, and 9 truth-seeking jades quietly appeared behind King Si, slowly rotating. King Si slowly raised his head. His eyes seemed to be able to cross the boundaries of time and space, penetrate the clouds, and see the endless universe and starry sky. At this moment, he could clearly see all the large and small meteorites surrounding the planet where the ninja realm was located, and he could use the power of the Samsara Eye at any time to pull them down one by one. Wei Usi, Ching Si slowly formed 3 seals with his hands, his expression extremely solemn. Heavenly Barrier Shock Star. An indescribable aura spread out, and an irresistible feeling of oppression instantly appeared in the hearts of all living creatures present. The next second, 5 meteorites with a diameter of about 100 meters were passing through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed under the control of King Si's Samsara Eye. They dragged long tails of flames across the sky and fell rapidly, creating violent friction with the atmosphere. Like 5 burning meteors, they made a deafening roar and whistled towards the approaching ghost legions in front and the ghost legions at the outermost edge of the encirclement of the witch goddess temple. The high-speed collision with the air caused the temperature of the meteorite's surface to rise sharply, causing the meteorite's solid surface to begin to melt and form a layer of hot fusion crust. This layer of molten crust continued to peel off during flight, releasing countless tiny metal particles that bloomed in the air like fireworks. Under the influence of high-speed airflow, these metal particles were rapidly heated to a white-hot state, emitting an extremely dazzling black and red light. The expression on Tainaka's face, who was standing behind Kiyoshi, changed from a resolute readiness to death at the beginning to a confused look as if he had no idea what Kiyoshi was doing as time went on. Then, after seeing the 5 meteorites streaking across the sky and falling at high speed, his expression of bewilderment turned into shock and helplessness. "I'm sorry. Mr. Mizukage." Tian Gang's face showed shock, his mouth opened wide, and he muttered to himself, "I admit that my voice was a bit loud just now." At this moment, Tian Gang knew very well what King Ji relied on to dare to face the Ghost Legion. "Yes, with the great power of summoning meteorites, what can we do even if there are such terrifying numbers of Ghost Legions? Compared to the goblins they called monsters, it seems that the 4th Mizukage in front of them is more like a monster." Inside the Witch Goddess Temple, the Witch Maiden Maitreya and her guards were also staring in amazement at the extremely shocking scene of the meteorite falling from the sky. The Shrine Maiden guards, who seldom had any interactions with ninjas, simply couldn't believe that there was such a being in the ninja world that could summon meteorites. Although the Shrine Maiden Moroko had dealt with ninjas many times, she had never heard that ninjas had such terrifying ninjutsu. Even the ninja god Hashirama Senju, who had sealed the monsters together with her mother, was probably not as good as this. Chapter 287. Boom! 5 meteorites, with unparalleled momentum, crashed to the ground. Although the meteorite, which originally had a diameter of nearly 100 meters, had shrunk by more than half due to friction and burning in the atmosphere, the impact it caused was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, the earth trembled, dust flew, and 5 impacts occurred almost in no particular order. Strong shock waves spread outward rapidly with the 5 meteorites as the center. This powerful force swept through like a storm, causing strong winds and huge waves wherever it went. And the ghost army near the meteorite landing point, faced with such a terrifying impact, was wiped out almost in an instant. Fortunately, the temple of the witch goddess has a protective barrier that has been continuously blessed by successive witches, and the target of Tianai Zhenxing is only the ghost army on the periphery. Otherwise, the temple of the witch goddess would probably be shattered by this devastating blow, and like the ghost army, it would go directly to destruction. Qing Si looked at the ruins caused by the Tianai Zhenxing in front of him and nodded slightly with satisfaction. The power of this move did not disappoint him. Just 5 small-scale meteorites that were just a trial were able to cause such damage. So, if he used his full strength, the scene would be something that even Qing Si could not imagine. "I'm afraid that even the ninja world can't bear it. It is no wonder that the branch of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon threatened to destroy the ninja world. If the power of the Samsara Eye was really used to pull the moon down, then the planet where the ninja world was located would probably be smashed to pieces." Tian Gang followed behind Qing Si woodenly. At this moment, he had not yet recovered from the shock of most of the ghost army being wiped out in one blow. Under this extremely terrifying blow that could be called a natural disaster, the ghost legions that had surrounded the witch goddess temple and claimed to be unkillable were turned into ashes one after another. Almost 70% to 80% of them were wiped out. Even if they had the power of monsters, they could no longer be resurrected. The surviving ghost legions and the undead ninja legions, with only a few big cats and small cats left, could no longer stop Seiji and Takaaka's progress. "Mr. Mizukage, are you the god who came to save the land of demons?" After coming back to his senses, Tanaka looked at Kyoji, who continued to walk slowly in front of him without any pause, and he couldn't help but have the thought that he had mistaken Kyoji for a god. Although the demon country believes in the shrine maidens, it does not prevent Tanaka from worshipping the god Seiji at this time. Moreover, Tanaka's belief in the shrine maidens has also shown a slight wavering. After all, the shrine maidens have only sealed the rebellious monsters many times in history, and Seiji, the 4th Mizukage, has displayed godly power in front of him. However, it is actually true to say this. For ordinary humans, the Otsutsuki clan, in all aspects, is worthy of the title of god. On the other side, Huang Chuan, who had the power of monsters in his body, crawled out from under the cracked ground in a very embarrassed manner. If it weren't for the monsters in his body and he was not at the center of the meteorite fall, he would never have been able to survive the attack just now, not even if he had monsters in his body. At this moment, Huang Chuan and the monsters in his body all had confused minds, and were in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? They were completely stunned by King Si's heavenly star shock. Moreover, the ghost army and the undead ninja army that they had worked so hard to accumulate were wiped out in a matter of seconds. After a long while, just when King Si and Tian Gang walked into the witch goddess temple, Huang Chuan and the monsters in his body recovered from the chaotic state. After taking a deep look at King Si's back as he walked into the temple of the goddess of witches, Huang Chuan retreated dejectedly with a heart full of anger and the promise of Wu Yang that he would give him more power to create more ghost armies and undead ninja armies. At this time, Ching Si also seemed to have sensed something, but he did not turn back, but continued to walk towards the depths of the witch goddess temple. It's just a little mouse. Tian Gang and the other guards gathered together and excitedly discussed their feelings about surviving the disaster and the miraculous meteorite fall. They shared their experiences and feelings with each other and were extremely shocked and moved by what had just happened. When Tanaka recounted everything he had witnessed, all the shrine maidens and guards fell silent. Then they looked at Kyoji's receding back with expressions of surprise and admiration, and saluted his back with reverence and gratitude. Following the direction indicated by Tian Gang, Kingxi came to the center of the shrine of the goddess of shrines, where he met the contemporary shrine maiden of the land of demons, Moroku. And when Maitreya saw Kingxi, she couldn't help but be shocked. In the prophetic picture that she received from the unknown, the white figure exuding a noble aura that seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog suddenly became clear. Moreover, as the supreme ruler of the Ghost Kingdom, she also recognized Kingxi's identity. The fourth Mizukage, Otsutsuki CG. Moroku murmured, his eyes revealing unspeakable curiosity. This fourth Mizukage was the one who completely destroyed the monsters and changed her prophecy. Moroku slowly stood up and walked towards Kingxi. This man will help her completely end the fate between the witch and the monsters that has been entangled for nearly 1,000 years. Yes, this is a secret that has never been known to anyone else, a secret that has only been passed down orally through generations of witches. The witch who represents justice and the monster who represents evil are originally one and the same, and the power between the two sides is exactly the same at the initial moment of the split. It can be said that neither can do anything to the other. However, the witch who inherited good is still immortal with a limited lifespan, while the monster who inherited evil has the characteristic of immortality. However, this does not mean that the witch is in a weak position between the two. On the contrary, the power held by the witch can be passed down from generation to generation in a unique way, and in the process, it can continue to grow. Therefore, as time passed, the power of the witch gradually overwhelmed the monsters. However, monsters are immortal after all, and the witches, as the other side of the monsters, do not have the ability to completely kill the monsters. Therefore, the witches of all generations can only choose to seal the monsters. Thus, a tug of war began between the witch and the monsters, which lasted for nearly 1,000 years. In the process, the monster gradually became smarter. From the initial single-handed fight, it slowly learned to recruit subordinates and bestow its power on those humans who were bewitched by it. It created countless ghost legions and undead ninja legions to fight for it and weaken the power of the witch. For the shrine maidens, their real strength lies in their powerful sealing ability. When it comes to fighting, the shrine maidens are not actually very good at it. Therefore, there is a story about the previous generation of shrine maidens, Moroku's mother, who, with the cooperation of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, finally succeeded in sealing up the monster that broke the seal and was about to wreak havoc in the ninja world again. Moreover, with the assistance of Hashirama Senju, Moroku's mother adopted a completely different sealing method for the first time, which was to seal the body and soul of the monster separately in 2 different places, minimizing the possibility of the monster breaking the seal again. Finally, the soul of Wu Yang was sealed by Maitreya's mother in an underground palace in the southern part of the Kingdom of Ghosts, and the body of Wu Yang was sealed in a shrine in the Lingguo Swamp Kingdom of the Kingdom of Ghosts. Unfortunately, human hearts are hard to predict. Maitreya's mother never imagined that in later generations there would be a traitor named Huang Chuan who sold her soul to the monster, accepted the monster's soul into her body, and released the monster's soul from the seal of the underground palace. Hence, the monsters are causing trouble this time. However, the monster was unwilling to be resealed by the witch every time it broke the seal, so this time, it changed its strategy. In order not to arouse the vigilance and attention of the shrine maiden, the ghost did not rush to retrieve its body sealed in another place, but its soul lodged in Huangquan's body, giving it power. It stockpiled a large number of ghost armies and undead ninja armies at one time, and then suddenly launched an attack, wanting to directly capture the Ghost Kingdom in a short period of time, and use the human wave tactics to consume the foundation left by the shrine maidens of all generations, and finally achieve the goal of devouring the contemporary shrine maidens. Once the monster successfully devours the shrine maiden, there will no longer be any shrine maiden lineage in the ninja world that can restrain it. Moreover, the power that the shrine maiden lineage has gained through inheritance from generation to generation will become nutrients for its strength enhancement, raising its strength to a level that it itself can hardly imagine. It will even be possible for it to become invincible in the ninja world. At least, that's what the monster thinks. So for the witch and the monster, who were originally two sides of the same coin, it is of course possible for one of them to devour the other. However, in the nearly 1,000 years of fighting between the two sides, this has never been achieved. And this is the fate that has been entangled between the witch and the monsters for thousands of years. Although what Maitreya saw in his prophecy was that the monster was killed by Kingsi instead of being devoured by her, it didn't matter to the witches who were calm and peaceful. As a lineage of shrine maidens that has been passed down for thousands of years, they don't actually care whether they can devour monsters and gain their power. All they want is to protect the ninja world from the scourge of monsters. Of course, it would be best if the monsters could be eliminated, ending the 1,000-year-long entanglement between the witch and the monsters. Coming in front of Kingsi, Moroku bowed deeply to him solemnly, "Mr. Mizukage. Thank you for your help. On behalf of all the people of the land of demons, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. Your Excellency the Miko, you are too polite. The goal of the monsters is to wreak havoc on the entire ninja world, and the Hidden Mist Village should do its part to achieve this." Kingsi accepted Moroku's bow calmly. After all, he truly and temporarily alleviated the current predicament of the Demon Kingdom. Although the monsters have not been completely eliminated, they will not be able to cause any waves in a short period of time. That's true, but if it weren't for the quick support from Lord Mizukage, the temple of the goddess of witches might not have been able to hold out for a few more days. Moroku stood up and smiled bitterly. Indeed, she had misjudged the time. She didn't expect that Wu Yang had assembled such a large ghost army, and their number was growing every moment. If it weren't for Kingsi arriving so many days in advance, if they really had to wait for the support from other ninja villages to arrive, I'm afraid there would be nothing left in the kingdom of demons. It can be said that this rebellion of monsters really caught the Ghost Kingdom off guard, and the priestess Maitreya, as the supreme ruler of the Ghost Kingdom and also the object of faith of the Ghost Kingdom, failed to protect any of her people. Kingsi did not respond. Looking at Moroku, whose face was filled with pain, he fell into silence for a while. He and Moroku were not familiar with each other. It was just their first meeting. There were some things that he was not comfortable saying directly. After a long while, Moroku slowly calmed down his surging emotions. After taking a deep breath, he showed Kingsi an awkward and apologetic smile. "Sorry. Mr. Mizukage. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "It's okay." Kingsi waved his hand. He could understand Moroku's behavior. If any enemy dared to attack the Water Country and the Hidden Mist Village, he would probably not feel any better. After introducing and communicating with Ching Si about the ghosts, Moroku suddenly changed the subject. "Mr. Mizukage. The Miko lineage has the ability to predict future events, and in the prophecy I made not long ago, I saw a scene where you completely destroyed the ghosts." "Oh? Can you tell me in detail?" Kingsi became interested instantly when he heard this. He knew that the Shrine Maiden lineage had this kind of time-related ability, but he didn't know much about it. Chapter 288. We, the Miko lineage, have the ability to accurately predict a person's destiny within a short period of time, and we have never made a mistake before. Moroku explained, "But, with Lord Mizukage here, my prediction has changed for the first time. And, before I met Lord Mizukage, your appearance was even blurry in my prediction." There was unspeakable doubt and confusion in Maitreya's tone. She still didn't understand what went wrong. Ching Si nodded slightly, understanding in his heart. He knew where the problem lay. When he reached the Six Paths level, he was no longer at the same level of life as ordinary humans. The blurry figure in the prophecy was as it should be. After all, the status of a person at the Six Paths level cannot be easily peeped at by people of insufficient level. If one wants to make a prediction about a Six Paths level existence before meeting him/her, one must at least be a strong person at the Six Paths level. As for the fact that the prophetic picture became clear after Maitreya met Kingsi, that is also easy to explain. After seeing the real person, the fog that shrouded Kingsi due to the different levels of life no longer had any effect. Of course, it can also be understood that Kingsi allowed it. With Kingsi's permission, Maitreya was able to predict the clear picture about Kingsi. Therefore, I would like to ask His Excellency the Mizukage to take action and completely eliminate the ghosts. Moroku stated her request. In return, I can do my best to make 2 predictions for His Excellency the Mizukage. Moroku also stated her terms of exchange. As the 4th Mizukage, Kyoji could come personally to support the land of demons, which was a favor. But she could not use the fact that if the monsters were not stopped, they would bring chaos to the ninja world, to morally blackmail Kyoshi and ask him to take action without any reward. Therefore, even though she knew that putting all her strength into predicting a powerful being like Ching Si might permanently deplete some of her power as a shrine maiden and her vitality to a certain extent, she still made the decision in order to end the 1,000-year-old fate between the shrine maiden and the monsters and completely eliminate the monsters. Moreover, although Moroku did not know why Kingxi was able to completely eliminate the monsters that were one and the same as the shrine maiden, after all, the information passed down by the shrine maiden thousands of years ago clearly pointed out that as long as the shrine maiden existed, the monsters could not be completely eliminated. They could only be sealed, or wait for the power of the shrine maiden to be passed on to a sufficient strength before swallowing it up and reuniting them. However, Maitreya still decided to believe what she saw in the prophecy. After all, the prophecies of the witch lineage had never been wrong. Okay. Upon hearing this, Ching Si agreed without hesitation. The prophecy ability of the shrine maiden lineage is still very useful. Using 2 prophecies as bargaining chips is enough as a reward for asking him to take action. The next day, after a night's rest, Kingxi took Moroku with him and flew rapidly towards the swamp country. Originally, Kingxi came here for the monsters. If it weren't for the fact that the witch goddess temple had been besieged for several days and the witch maiden Moroku was too exhausted from creating a barrier to block the ghost army, Kingxi would have wanted to take Maitreya with him to deal with the monsters yesterday. However, it doesn't matter if it's one day late. After all, the monster is just a slightly larger bug to Kingxi, and the little 10-tailed beast is not that anxious. Since he has come in person, no matter where the monsters run to, they cannot escape his 5-finger mountain. Soon, Kingxi brought Moroku to the shrine where the body of the monster was sealed in the swamp country, and as expected, he met Huang Chuan who was trying to break the seal. Huang Chuan and the monster in his body made preparations for both scenarios after escaping from the land of ghosts. On the one hand, Wu Yang gave Huang Chuan more powerful power to cultivate more ghost legions and undead ninja legions. On the other hand, under the guidance of Wu Yang, Huang Chuan rushed to the ancestral hall of swamp country day and night, preparing to release Wu Yang's body so that Wu Yang could break the seal completely. However, in the ancestral hall, Huang Chuan was stopped by the barrier set up by the previous priestess, Maitreya's mother. Currently, the monster is only in the state of soul, living in Huang Quan's body. After being hit in the face by the Dnai Zhen Xing, it clearly knows that it must get back its body before it can fight against Ching Si. It is crazy but not stupid. It has only a soul but no body. Although it is confident that it will not be killed, under Kingxi's protection, it can forget about continuing to dream of devouring the priestess. Even if Huang Chuan creates more cannon fodder, it will not be possible. Therefore, the monster must get its body back. Only when the soul and body are united, can it be the real monster that can wreak havoc in the ninja world many times and think of itself as the best in the ninja world. Therefore, failure to break through the barrier means that the Wu Yang cannot regain its body. It also means that the Wu Yang cannot recover to its full strength, and it also means that the Wu Yang will have no chance of fighting against Kingxi. Huang Chuan. When Maitreya saw Huang Chuan, he instantly became furious, and his eyes revealed deep hatred. It was this bastard who degraded himself and became a lackey of the monster, released the monster's soul, and caused this disaster, causing the ghost kingdom to suffer extremely heavy losses. Hey! He actually chased me here. Huang Chuan snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing his inner fear of Ching Si summoning meteorites to clear out the ghost army. He spoke loudly and fiercely, as if using his voice to give himself courage, Lord Wu Yang. Please give me more strength. I will use my dark medical ninjutsu to kill him here. Ching Si listened to Huang Quan's nonsense, took a step forward and stood in front of Moroku, signaling to Moroku that she could leave. At the same time, she raised her eyebrows and said, "You are very brave, young man named Huang Chuan. Mr. Mizukage. Then I'll leave it to you." Maitreya suppressed his anger at this time. It was most important to get rid of the Wu Yang first. Huang Chuan was just a puppet of the Wu Yang after all. Without the Wu Yang, he was nothing. Therefore, Maitreya, who roughly knew Kingxi's strength in the prophecy, knew that staying here would only cause trouble for Kingxi, so he consciously retreated far away from the ancestral hall in a small cave, leaving the battlefield to Kingxi. The moment Maitreya guided Kingxi to successfully find Wu Yang, her mission was completed, and this moment also meant that Wu Yang had reached his end. The pure eye quietly opened, and Kingxi stared straight at Huang Chuan. That extremely cold gaze, without a trace of emotion, made Huang Chuan feel a chill in his heart. To deal with a small Huang Chuan, the pure eye is enough. As for the reincarnation eye, it is okay for a monster, but a mere Huang Chuan is not worthy of seeing it. Through the pure eye, King Si also clearly saw the purple-black mist that was swirling and emitting a disgusting aura, which was lingering on Huang Quan's chest. It seemed that this was the soul of the so-called monster. It was so evil. On the other hand, Huang Chuan was in a difficult situation at this time. He heard Morocco address King Si as Mr. Mizukage, which made him feel extremely uneasy as if the situation was out of control. Originally, in Huang Quan's prediction, with the dark medical ninjutsu he created and the power bestowed upon him by the monsters, he could now barely be considered a cage-level warrior, and could be considered a master. Coupled with the immortality brought by the power of the monsters, even the powerful men from the major ninja villages that had long been famous in the ninja world, or even the 5 Kage, could be defeated by him. Moreover, he also considered the possibility that the Shrine Maiden Morocco would send people to the nearest ninja village for help, but he did not take it too seriously at the time. First, at a normal speed, he had accumulated a large number of ghost armies and undead ninja armies, which was enough for him to break through the Shrine Goddess Temple before the support from other ninja villages arrived. Second, even if the support from other ninja villages arrived in advance, he had the confidence to stop the other party and buy enough time for the monsters to devour the Shrine Maiden. However, all this was overturned by the man called Mr. Mizukage by the Shrine Maiden Morocco. Although Huang Chuan was not a big shot before he obtained the power of Wu Yang, and knew nothing about the Hidden Mist Village, the Mizukage and Ciji, he was not like the Wu Yang in his body, which was sealed in the early days of the Ninja Village era and had no idea about the current ninja world. Huang Chuan more or less knows some common sense. As the shadow of a village, it is impossible for him to leave the village at will, and it is even more impossible for him to enter other countries without permission, especially a permanently neutral country like the Ghost Country. Therefore, there is no possibility that King Si happened to be on a mission in the land of demons. It is obvious that the reason why the Mizukage appeared in the land of demons is that he received a request for help from the Shrine Maiden Morocco in some way that he did not understand. Even Huang Chuan was extremely clear about how terrifying the strength of Ching Si was, as he was able to cross most of the ninja world to reach the demon country for support within just 2 days when he suddenly launched an attack on the demon country. At least if he were to come, he would probably not be able to complete even a quarter of the distance. Even if the Mizukage is gifted in speed and has a speed far exceeding that of those of the same level, the gap is not so huge. However, Huang Chuan had no way out. The moment he used the dark medical ninjutsu to accommodate the soul of the monster into his body, he and the monster were completely bound together. Therefore, even though Huang Chuan knew that if King Si, who was able to fight the Ghost Legion and the Undead Ninja Legion, lost his immortality ability, he could also lose the immortality brought by the power of the monsters. After all, their immortality was very different from the immortality of the monsters. However, he also has to stop Ching Si and buy enough time for Wu Yang to break the seal, regain his body, and return to his prime. In this way, when Wu Yang destroys the water shadow in front of him and then swallows the priestess, he, Huang Chuan, as the #1 general of Lord Wu Yang, can also get a chance to resurrect. Huang Chuan still has confidence in the strength of Wu Yang. The power bestowed upon him by Wu Yang in soul state can make him several times stronger. He also has the ability to create ghost legions and undead ninja legions in large quantities. Not to mention, Master Wu Yang is different from him, he is truly immortal. Huang Chuan. What are you waiting for? Come on. The monster in Huang Quan's body suddenly spoke, and said gloomily. It couldn't wait to get its body back and let Ching Si know what the fear from monsters was. Huang Chuan had no choice but to prepare to take action, but before he could make any substantial move, he saw Ching Si in front of him gradually turn into a blurry afterimage. Not good. Huang Chuan screamed in his heart. However, it was too late. King Si's figure appeared beside Huang Chuan without any worldly air, and then he lightly slapped Huang Quan's waist with his palm. Puff! Huang Chuan, whose kidney was hit hard, spurted out a large amount of blood from his mouth. The blood drew a beautiful arc in the air and hit the wall of the ancestral hall behind him heavily. The huge impact force generated by the collision caused cracks to appear on the wall instantly, and Huang Chuan was deeply embedded in the wall, forming a large character-shaped mark. Huang Chuan stared wide-eyed with an expression of disbelief on his face. He had no time to react at all before he felt a huge force hitting his body instantly. This force was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on his head, making it impossible for him to make any effective resistance. As soon as the fight started, Huang Chuan knew that the game was over. He couldn't even see Kingxi's movements clearly, so how could he stop the opponent and buy time for Wu Yang? Just now, Huang Chuan had clearly felt the huge gap in strength between him and Qing Si. It seemed like an unbridgeable chasm. Even though he had obtained the power of the monster, he still felt deeply desperate and powerless. Huang Chuan held his waist and struggled to pick himself out of the wall. His face looked so ugly. Waste. You couldn't even hold on for a second. Give me your body. The monster in Huang Quan's body cursed angrily, and reluctantly took back most of the power that was breaking the seal, and chose to go down and deal with Qing Si himself. Chapter 289. As Wu Yang finished speaking, Huang Quan's face was instantly covered with strange purple and black patterns, and his aura began to become cold and evil. Haha! Qing Si laughed softly, are you going to change people because you can't win? But it doesn't matter. In my eyes, I can clearly see the word death shining on your forehead. Sensing the evil aura of the demon, Qing Si's eyes also instantly changed from pure eyes to reincarnation eyes. He still had to respect this demon with such a big reputation as the demon that brought disaster to the ninja world. Humph! Mizu Cage, hey? I'll soon let you know what the horror of monsters is. The gloomy voice of the monster echoed throughout the ancestral hall. Hey! You dare to bark like a dog? Qing Si narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder Huang Chuan was so arrogant. Like master, like servant. Wu Yang didn't reply, but directly controlled Huang Quan's body and stretched out his hands towards Kingxi. In an instant, several purple-black tentacles suddenly appeared in the void and then lashed towards Kingxi. What a struggle! Kingxi sighed softly, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Qing Si dodged the first wave of attacks from the monster effortlessly, and then took advantage of the situation to strike the monster with a palm. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. A thick, translucent beam of chakra light shot out from Kingxi's hand and rushed towards the monster. The monster had no intention of dodging and instantly retracted the few black tentacles it had just extended. It continued to wave its claws and fangs in front of Huang Quan's body, forming an impenetrable defense. Boom! The mountain-breaking strike collided head-on with the defense formed by the monster's tentacles, producing a huge roar, and smoke immediately dissipated. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, 3 sharp sounds of breaking through the air came out from the smoke, piercing through the smoke and stabbing straight towards Kingxi. Kingxi was not surprised at all. His body floated up gently and suddenly rose high, avoiding the attack of 3 tentacles. After all, the smoke could not block the vision of the reincarnation eye at all. However, just as Kingxi dodged the attack, the next attack of the monster followed. The monster's tentacles turned and suddenly rose up. The speed was so fast that it even produced a faint sonic boom, and it stabbed at Kingxi in the air again. Qing Si did not dodge this time. He adjusted his posture slightly while floating in the air. 3 Dao-seeking jades instantly appeared beside Qing Si's hands, and then gathered together to form a long sword that was completely black. Kingxi suddenly grabbed the Kaihu Dao jade sword with his right hand, firmly grasped it, and slashed hard at one of the attacking tentacles. Along with a muffled groan coming from the smoke, the tentacle was cut off instantly, and the parts on both sides of the cut were instantly reduced to ashes under the effect of the Dao-seeking jade. Immediately afterwards, Qing Si dodged and landed lightly on the ground. 2 yin-yang black sticks shining with mysterious luster slipped out from the sleeves of each of his hands. Qing Si moved without a pause, and swung out 2 yin-yang black rods at the other 2 attacking tentacles like lightning, with a speed so fast that it was astonishing. Beep! Beep! 2 sounds of sharp weapons piercing the wall were heard one after another, and the 2 tentacles were nailed firmly to the stone wall above the cave where the ancestral hall was located by Qing Si's yin-yang black stick. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Huang Chuan, covered in black gas, appeared in front of Kingxi. The monster that controlled Huang Quan's body saw that his attack not only did not have the desired effect, but instead the 3 tentacles that had consumed a lot of its strength were cut off and controlled by Kingxi. Therefore, the unbelieving monster decisively launched another attack. In an instant, several more tentacles appeared and slapped Kingxi frantically. Is this the only trick you can use? Kingxi was a little bored. This monster seemed to be a bit of a kung fu master. In fact, it's not that Wu Yang is a vegetable, it's just that Kingxi is too strong now. Moreover, Wu Yang has not yet regained his body, only a soul is left. Not to mention, in terms of strength level, the gap between the Six Paths level and below the Six Paths level is a world of difference. If the battle between ninjas can be decided by intelligence, then a Chunin can defeat a Jonin if they know the other party's intelligence, and a Jonin may also be able to defeat a Kage. However, a Kage or even a Super Kage will never be able to defeat a Six Paths level warrior, even if there are enough of them. What's more, this Six Paths level warrior is a real Otsutsuki. Kingxi slightly sideways to avoid one of the attacking tentacles, then sideways again in the opposite direction to avoid another tentacle. When the third tentacle was about to poke Kingxi's chest, Kingxi calmly stretched out his left hand and grabbed it. At the same time, his body directly floated into the air and flew into the air, avoiding the fourth tentacle that emerged from the ground. At the same time, a truth-seeking jade emerged again, covering Kingxi's left hand, and instantly annihilated the tentacle that Kingxi's left hand was holding. The monster that controlled Huang Quan's body, this time, without the obstruction of smoke, finally saw clearly what was the thing that could completely destroy the tentacles that carried its immortality. However, although it can see it clearly, the monster does not recognize the truth-seeking ball. It was not yet born when Kaguya Otsutsuki fought the brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura 1,000 years ago. However, now that we know what can destroy its tentacles, we just need to be careful, Wu Yang thought. The 3 tentacles that Kingxi had just dodged, plus the 3 new tentacles condensed by the monster, poked at Kingxi from several directions at the same time. Kingxi's mouth curled up slightly. He ignored the tentacles behind him and flew directly towards the monster. At the same time, he transformed the 2 Tao-seeking jades into 2 shields to block the 2 tentacles attacking from the front. The next second, Kingxi's figure disappeared from the sight of the Wu Yang and appeared behind the Wu Yang. Shinra Tenzen. The Samsara eye lit up slightly, and under Kingxi's precise control, the tremendous repulsive force was all gathered on Huang Quan's body. The monster, who was suddenly hit in the face by a Shinra Tensei, had no time to control Huang Quan's body to make any effective response. He could only watch Huang Quan's body collide with the tentacles it used to attack Kingxi. A jaw-dropping scene appeared, the monster's tentacles successfully pierced through its body which was being used at that moment. Moreover, twice. I hit myself. Swish. Swish. Along with the sound of the body being penetrated instantly, 2 tentacles, one in front and one behind, one up and one down, pierced through Huang Quan's body. Impossible! Wu Yang roared angrily, and the body it controlled was severely damaged, and it was severely damaged by its own attack. This made Huang Quan's body lose its immortal characteristics at this time. After all, Huang Quan's power came from Wu Yang. Wow! Huang Quan spat out a large mouthful of blood again and regained control of his own body. Huang Quan was so angry at this time that he just wanted to curse, but when he thought that Wu Yang was his master after all, he forced himself to retract the words that were about to come out of his mouth. However, this did not stop Huang Quan from constantly complaining in his heart. It seemed that this Wu Yang was a scammer. He boasted loudly but ended up like him. He was beaten up by the Mizu Cage and his body was injured again. He was promised to wreak havoc on the ninja world. It's been less than 60 seconds since he handed his body over to Wu Yang, and he's been beaten like this? 10% off level? Otherwise, let's just run away first. At this time, after being beaten up by Kingxi, Wu Yang also retreated a little. It seemed that it was no match for Kingxi without a body. It seemed that it overestimated its incomplete strength, and also underestimated the strength of the man opposite it, who was called Water Shadow by its mortal enemy, the witch. However, even so, it would not tolerate its servants to have any disrespectful thoughts towards it, let alone that Huang Quan actually dared to question the strength of the great Lord Wu Yang. Damn it! Chapter 290. Huang Quan would not know that the moment he used the dark medical ninjutsu to take the soul of the monster into his body and became the monster's slave, he no longer had any secrets in front of the monster. Therefore, he had no idea that the thoughts bubbling in his heart were clearly known by the ghost. Huang Quan! What are you thinking about? The sinister voice of the ghost suddenly sounded in Huang Quan's heart. The strong murderous aura frightened Huang Quan so much that his body, which had not yet fully recovered, began to tremble instantly. At this time Huang Quan realized that everything about him could not escape the spying of monsters. Wait, wait! Sensing Wu Yang's undisguised murderous intent, Huang Quan hurriedly spoke, stammering. He felt that he could still rescue Wu Yang, after all, he was the one who released Wu Yang's soul, Master Wu Yang. Please listen to my excuse. No, please listen to my explanation. However, there is a reason why monsters are monsters. Wu Yang would not listen to Huang Quan's explanation. He was just a servant. Whether he lived or died depended on his mood, even if this servant had just released his soul from the seal not long ago. Before Huang Quan could finish his words, the demon soul in his body attacked brazenly. Purple-black mist continuously poured out from Huang Quan's body, gradually enveloping his entire body. Along with the appearance of the purple-black mist, Huang Quan's body began to tremble at a very high frequency. His face turned extremely pale in an instant, his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness, and a shrill and painful howl came out of his mouth, but was immediately suppressed by the monster. Although the ghost forcibly suppressed Huang Quan's ugly howl, the sound still continued to echo in the ancestral hall, which was located inside the cave but occupied a large area. Huang Quan clenched his hands into fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, and blood kept flowing out from between his fingers. At the same time, Huang Quan was biting his lips hard until they broke and blood flowed into his mouth. The unbearable pain caused his body to gradually change from trembling to convulsions. Soon, the light in Huang Quan's eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only a void. His body also became dry and he fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to make any sound anymore. Huang Quan. Killed by his master, Wu Yang. After killing Huang Quan, the ghost left Huang Quan's dry body and existed in the form of a ball of purple-black aggregated energy. Kingxi looked at the internal strife with amusement and had no intention of intervening. To him, this was just a joke. No matter how hard the monster struggled, it could not escape the fate of being killed by him and fed to the 10 tails. Humph! Waste! The monster that killed Huang Quan cursed again, without mentioning the past when Huang Quan released it from the seal. Then what? Do you have any other tricks? Qing Si restrained his smile and asked Wu Yang lightly. He still had a little interest in the complete form of Wu Yang. Just wait. Mizukage. I will let you know what the horror of Wu Yang is. When Wu Yang saw that Kingxi meant to allow himself to recover to his full heyday, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart and directly said something harsh. But it is obvious that it does not understand what it means to speak the harshest words and receive the most severe beating. As soon as the words fell, Wu Yang, who wanted to avoid Kingxi's quarrel, immediately carried Huangquan's dried corpse on the ground and rushed towards the barrier that sealed its body. As a servant of the great Lord Wu Yang, I believe you would not mind letting your corpse make a contribution to the great Lord Wu Yang. Boom! After Huang Quan's dried corpse was thrown into the barrier by the Wu Yang, it exploded directly, instantly blasting a small hole in the barrier. The Wu Yang then poured its entire soul into the small hole. Finally, with an excited heart and shaking hands, the monster trembled and controlled its soul to drift into the altar inside the barrier where its body was sealed. In an instant, endless purple-black mist spread out from the altar and soon covered the entire barrier. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrier shattered, and a monster with countless purple-black dragon head-shaped tentacles appeared. The real ghost has been resurrected again. Qing Si looked at the monster in front of him with a bad expression. The image of this monster was like an extremely weird tentacle monster. It was really disgusting. Chapter 291. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yang's crazy laughter reached Kingxi's ears. The great Lord Wu Yang has resurrected again. Having regained his full strength, Wu Yang felt the long-lost powerful force and felt that he was strong again. Kingxi, who had just easily defeated him, was no longer taken seriously by him. So, the monster launched an attack directly. Swish! Countless black tentacles emerged from all directions, like a surging tide, sweeping madly towards Kingxi's direction. Moreover, the speed of these tentacles' attack was more than twice as fast as that of the monster in the soul state just now. Boring! Qing Si was disappointed when he saw the huge attack of the Wu Yang. It had recovered completely, but why was it still using the same move? At most, the number of tentacles increased. The reincarnation eye swept over quickly, and Kingxi instantly perceived the attack trajectory of all the attacking tentacles. The next moment, Kingxi moved, weaving through the gaps between the countless tentacles like a flower or a fallen leaf, and accurately avoided all the tentacles. Kingxi's leisurely movements were graceful and smooth, as if he was not dodging, but like a dancer dancing a graceful dance, with every step full of rhythm and melody. Boom! A large number of tentacles bombarded the ground as densely as raindrops, making bursts of dull noises, making the ground, which was already cracked due to the broken barrier, even more fragmented. Red magma continuously gushed out from the cracks in the ground. It turned out that underneath the cave where the ancestral hall that sealed the monster's body was located, there was an active volcano buried deep inside that could erupt at any time. The temperature in the cave began to rise rapidly, as if being in a hot furnace. The magma gradually eroded large areas of the ground, bubbling with sounds, and seemed to be approaching the critical point of eruption. The air began to be filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, and the feeling of suffocation and hot air currents suddenly hit us in the face. With a light figure and steady steps, Kingxie's every movement was just right. He perfectly avoided the tentacles of the monster and the magma overflowing from the ground, and kept approaching the huge body of the monster. Seeing Kingxie effortlessly weaving through his intensive attacks, and the distance between them getting closer and closer, Wu Yang couldn't help but get furious. It is already the strongest in the ninja world. Why can't it do anything to the other party? For thousands of years, monsters have looked down on humans from the bottom of their hearts, except for generations of witches who are on opposite sides of the monster and have the ability to seal it. Even though it was Hashirama Senju who had cooperated with the previous generation of priestess to ride wooden dragons and wooden giants to fight against it, it only admitted that the other party was barely a stronger human. After all, it was an immortal monster. Moreover, if it weren't for the Shrine Maiden by its side, ready to launch a surprise attack on it at any time, making it cautious in the battle, it didn't think it could not defeat the ninja named Senju Hashirama. However, what Wu Yang didn't know was that when Hashirama Senju fought with it that year, he didn't actually use his full strength. Although Hashirama Senju's strength is not as strong as Seiji's current strength, he is not someone that monsters can challenge. Perhaps in Hashirama Senju's opinion at that time, wooden dragons and wooden men were enough to deal with monsters, and there was no need to enter the sage mode and use the super-sized 1,000-armed Buddha. But today, facing Kingxie, Wang Liang's thoughts were refreshed again and again. Maybe the ghost itself didn't realize that hidden beneath its anger was a hint of inconspicuous panic. Go to hell! The angry monster exploded completely. Its body began to swell and purple-black mist continued to spew out from its head. The monster launched an indiscriminate covering attack inside the ancestral hall. Looking at the purple-black mist that was spreading and the tentacles that almost occupied the entire cave, 9 Dao-seeking jades appeared at the same time beside Ching Si, and then quickly formed an indestructible protective shield, protecting Ching Si inside. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cave where the ancestral hall was located could no longer withstand the pressure and completely collapsed. The red magma gushed out from the cracks in the ground like a fountain, like the fire of hell, dyeing the entire space a fiery red. Ha! You finally learned to be smarter. Kingxie gave a thumbs up to the covering attack launched by the monster. It was quite decent and had a bit of the style of the monster that was said to be a disaster in the ninja world. The ancestral hall and the cave where it was located were completely destroyed by the attack of the monsters. However, Ching Si was safe and sound under the double blow of the monster's attack and the volcanic eruption. After all, this was the protective shield formed by the Tao-seeking jade, and ordinary attacks were not enough to break through it. The ghost was a little dumbfounded at this time. It realized more and more that something was wrong. The attack it just launched did not hurt Kingxie at all, and the tentacles that touched the Kaihudeo jade shield were completely annihilated. For a monster whose soul and body are combined into one, every tentacle it controls is no longer an energy body derived from its power, but a real part of its body. Therefore, those tentacles that were annihilated due to touching the Dao-seeking jade were equivalent to being part of the monster's body and disappeared forever. In other words, the monster launched an attack on Kingxie, but instead of hurting Kingxie, it got injured itself. If this happens a few more times, it will be dead. The ghost was not unaware of the power of the Kaihudeo jade, but if it wanted to attack Kingxie, it had no way of bypassing the Kaihudeo jade's protection. It could only use its tentacles to attack forcibly, trying to break Kingxie's defense. However, the result disappointed the monster. At this time, it had actually felt the threat posed by Kingxie, and this threat was even greater than that posed by the witch who could seal it. This man called Water Shadow by the Shrine Maiden really has the ability to kill him. Kingxie didn't care what Wu Yang thought. He was a little disappointed with the power that Wu Yang displayed, which was not as good as its reputation, and decided to end the battle. The cave was destroyed by monsters, and the battlefield changed from a closed environment to a regular open-air environment, which was exactly what Kingxie wanted. Otherwise, if he used a powerful attack inside the mountain, it would be easy to bury himself. Although he was not afraid, King Si didn't want to get himself into trouble just by fighting a small monster. King Si patted the luxurious white Otsutsuki robe he was wearing gracefully, as if to brush off the non-existent dust, then put his hands together, and a sky blue light suddenly lit up from his eyes. Then, King Si slowly spread out his hands, and a highly compressed black chakra ball appeared in it, and then quickly rose into the sky under the control of the Rinnegan's pupil power. Earth Explosion Star. An extremely powerful gravitational force suddenly gushed out from the black sphere that rose high into the sky. This gravity is like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping all objects around it and constantly drawing them over at an astonishing speed. During this process, the ghost also felt this powerful gravitational force. It tried to struggle and break free from the shackles of this force, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not get rid of the control of the earth-shattering star. The monster could only watch itself being gradually pulled towards the black sphere in the sky along with the surrounding rubble of varying sizes. Soon, the monster was completely trapped in the Disha star amidst its constant roars. A huge rock sphere suddenly appeared in the sky. Wow, so strong! Is this the true strength of Lord Mizukage? The shrine maiden Moroku, who had retreated far away, looked at the scene where the arrogant monster was trapped by the Chibuko Tensei without any resistance, and couldn't help but sigh at King Si's strength once again. This was much more powerful than what she saw in the required scene. And the poor monster, originally it had the idea of devouring the priestess, but now it has long been shrouded in the fear of death, and it extremely regrets its action of provoking King Si. All I can say is that Huang Chuan was to blame for everything. It was this bastard that freed it from its seal, otherwise, how could it have to face this human being who seemed so terrifying to it? If Huang Chuan hadn't meddled in other people's business, it would still be safely sealed here. The moment the ground Bakuten star was formed, blue-green chakra flames rose from King Si's body, and then instantly wrapped around his entire body, forming a layer of blue-green chakra coat. Samsara I Chakra Mode, on. Then, the three truth-seeking jades seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, moved in front of Ching Si, and began to spin rapidly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. At first, the outline of each truth-seeking jade could be clearly seen, but as the rotation speed increased, the three truth-seeking jade gradually merged into a whole. Powerful chakra fluctuations emanated, and the surrounding air was stirred to become distorted and deformed. When the rotation reached its peak, the three Dao-seeking jades gathered together completely, a golden light flashed, and a golden lightsaber appeared in front of King Si. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The golden lightsaber fell into King Si's hands and quickly lengthened and extended towards the sky, like a brilliant golden lightning that cut through the sky. The dazzling golden light pierced the sky, which was slightly dimmed by the volcanic eruption. Then, under King Si's precise control, the golden lightsaber aimed at the position where the monster was imprisoned in the Chibuko Tensei, and with endless power, it slashed down in an instant. A blinding golden light flashed across the sky, and the rock sphere formed by the earth-shattering star was directly cut in half. Generally speaking, if nothing unexpected happens, then there will most likely be an accident, but, with Ching Si, that won't happen. The monster that was imprisoned by the Chibuko Tensei was, without any surprise, directly hit by the golden wheel reincarnation explosion and was instantly cut into two. Ah! The ghost let out an extremely painful roar. Although King Si's move did not kill it directly, it almost took away half of its life. Parts of the ghost's body on both sides of the cross-section that was cut by the golden wheel reincarnation explosion had been directly annihilated by the special properties of the seeking Dao Jade. Ching Si flew up and used the reincarnation eye to quickly identify the core of the monster's body. Then two truth-seeking jades flew out and hit the core sphere deep inside the monster's body, which represented its essence. Puff! The two Dao-seeking jades penetrated the core sphere of the monster almost at the same time. No! The monster let out a desperate roar, and the core sphere that represented all the essence of the monster began to shrink rapidly as if a ball had leaked air, and disappeared between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. With a flash of blazing white light, the fate of the monster that brought chaos to the ninja world came to an end. Its ambitions, its dreams, everything it had, all vanished. The blue-green chakra coat slowly dissipated. King Si cancelled the Samsara I Chakra mode, and put the remaining body of the monster into the Takamaji Ahara space, and then fell back to the ground. In fact, for this battle, King Si did not need to use the Rinnegan Chakra mode. Using various eye techniques of the Rinnegan was already a very respectful performance to the monster. After all, the gap in strength between him and Wu Yang is quite large. At best, he is a Wu Yang of the cage level, and at most he has the additional characteristic of immortality compared to the ordinary cage level. In front of the 6 paths level Kingxi, he is like a fledgling that is still learning to fly, facing an eagle soaring in the sky, or like a toddler facing a fully grown adult. However, Kingxi's expectations for the strength of the monster were dashed, so in order to avoid any further trouble, Kingxi suppressed the monster with the force of thunder. After all, the power used by the monster was completely different from the chakra system. What if this monster had other means that he didn't know about? Besides, now, the Samsara I chakra mode does not consume much energy for Kingxi, and can be regarded as a conventional means of fighting the enemy. Chapter 292. Of course, there is another reason, that is, Kingxi is a little impatient for the prophecy of the shrine maiden Maitreya. You know, after destroying the monsters, Maitreya needs to concentrate on making 2 prophecies for him. Finally, the priestess Maitreya took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly, as if to spit out all the fatigue and stress. At this moment, the expression on her face was extremely complicated, as if she was crying and laughing, as if she had finally unloaded a heavy burden that had been weighing on her for many years. There was a hint of relief and relaxation in her eyes, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a faint smile, but at the same time there were tears in the corners of her eyes, as if there were still lingering pain and struggle from the past. At this time, Maitreya could clearly sense that the monster that was supposed to be connected with her fate had completely disappeared. In other words, the monster had been completely eliminated by Kingxi in every sense. This also means that the fate of the witch and the demons, which has been entangled for thousands of years, has come to an end in her generation. Mr. Mizukage. Thank you very much. When Moroko saw the returning Kingxi, her first action was to bow deeply. This was her sincere gratitude to Kingxi on behalf of the Demon Kingdom and the Shrine Maidens of all generations or the Shrine Maiden lineage. She thanked Kingxi for destroying the monsters, saving the Demon Kingdom, and allowing the Shrine Maiden lineage to finally end their fate of being entangled with monsters. As for the fact that he failed to devour the monster and enhance the power passed down from generation to generation of priestesses, Maitreya didn't care too much. After all, the priestesses were not the type to pursue power. Moreover, Maitreya felt that she couldn't ask Kingxi to do more. This was essentially just a deal, and the 2 full-strength prophecies were already the biggest bargaining chips she could offer. The day after Siji and Moroko returned to the land of demons, Moroko took the initiative to find Kingxi. Having witnessed Kingxi's terrifying strength with her own eyes, she was tactful and prepared to fulfill her promise without any intention of delaying. Although Maitreya failed to devour the monster and further enhance her power as a shrine maiden, the relief from the pressure and the extremely relaxed and happy mood still slightly increased her strength, and she was more confident in making predictions for Kingxi. In the main hall of the Witch Goddess Temple. At this time, Moroko had dismissed all the priestess guards, and only Moroko and Kingxi were left in the hall. Mr. Mizukage. Let's begin. Moroko said softly, while his hands formed a strange seal that was completely different from that of a ninja. Ching Si did not speak. Following Maitreya's signal, he sat cross-legged on the cushion that had been placed in the center of the hall. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mind gradually began to empty. As the power of the witch was continuously released, the magic circles engraved around the hall lit up with a faint white light, and gradually enveloped the entire hall. At the same time, a barrier with the breath of fate also rose up in the hall. When the barrier rose, Maitreya's state also changed. Purple patterns instantly covered Maitreya's cheeks, and a white witch robe was draped over Maitreya's body. At the same time, a white halo emitting soft light appeared above Maitreya's head, and a pair of wings grew behind Maitreya. A dazzling white light emanated from Maitreya's body, and a sacred aura began to spread continuously in the hall. This was the true posture of the witch as she fully activated her power. The image comes from Naruto Shippuden, The Death of Naruto, in the Memories of the Shrine Maiden, where the Shrine Maiden Moroko showed her Shrine Maiden posture. Moroko slowly walked in front of Kingxi, and each step seemed to carry a special rhythm and melody. When she was about half a meter away from Kingxi, she stopped, stretched out her right hand, and pointed her palm at the center of Kingxi's eyebrows. Along with Moroko's action, a unique power, like a trickle of water, began to slowly seep into Kingxi's body. This power was not strong, but it gave Kingxi a warm and comfortable feeling, just like the sunshine in spring shining on his body. After it echoed in Kingxi's body for a moment, it seemed to have found a target and finally gathered in Kingxi's mind. It seems that this is the power of fate that the witch can use to predict the future. At this stage, if Kingxi himself does not want to, he can forcibly disperse the power emitted by Maitreya. Without his consent, with Maitreya's strength, it is impossible for him to make any predictions for Kingxi. Of course, Kingxi would definitely not hinder Maitreya's power. This was his reward for dealing with the monsters, and he also had a great interest in the prophecies concerning himself, so how could he possibly refuse? Time flows slowly like the sand in an hourglass, and every second seems to be stretched, long and slow. At this time, Maitreya's forehead was covered with beads of sweat as big as beans, and the beads of sweat slid down her cheeks like crystal clear pearls. Her eyebrows were also tightly wrinkled, forming a deep character, as if she was carrying endless and heavy pressure and burden. The prophecy about Kingxi, a powerful six paths level warrior, caused Maitreya's power of the Shrine Maiden and her vitality to dissipate at a considerable rate. Maitreya could vaguely sense that if she wanted to complete 2 prophecies, the consumption of the Shrine Maiden's power would be a small matter, and she could cultivate it back later, but in terms of vitality, she would have to pay with about 10 years of her life. Almost 20 minutes had passed since Moroku began to predict Kingxi, but the future she saw about Kingxi was still shrouded in a thick fog. Time continued to pass, and soon, about 10 minutes passed. Under the continuous output of Maitreya Miko's power and vitality, the fog of fate shrouding Kingxi finally dissipated. Moroku saw Kingxi's figure clearly, and opposite Kingxi was a hazy figure emitting an indescribable powerful aura, just like the Kingxi she had seen in the prophecy before, shrouded in the mist of fate. The figure seemed to be laughing, with a hint of sarcasm and contempt in the laughter. The atmosphere between Kingxi and the other party was extremely tense, as if a shocking battle would break out at any time. The battle broke out quickly. Both sides moved as fast as lightning and fought dozens of times in an instant. Each collision caused huge chakra fluctuations. Kingxi's attack was as fierce as a storm, while the hazy figure dodged Kingxi's attack with a strange body movement, as if he could predict it, and could even launch a counterattack from time to time. This battle was like the most spectacular sight in the world, breathtaking. Every time Kingxi and the shadowy figure clashed, space was distorted and time seemed to stop. However, since this was a prophecy directed at Kingxi, Moroku finally caught a glimpse of some useful information. The figure was holding a long red fishing rod. Then, the picture changed instantly, as if it had entered another time and space, and transformed into a scene that looked like the end of the world. Maitreya had never experienced such a situation before. The power of the witch was instantly disturbed, but she immediately controlled it with her strong willpower and continued to watch the evolution of the prophecy scene. A huge beast with 10 tails waving behind it was roaring with its head raised. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in darkness, lightning and thunder were flashing, strong winds were howling, flames were burning, the earth was shaking, chaos and destruction coexisted, and endless disasters continued to unfold before Maitreya's eyes. The sky and the earth are changing. Maitreya muttered to himself in a low voice, as if he had obtained some information from the unknown. Then, a black space crack appeared in the dim sky. No, it would be more accurate to say that a black hole that swallowed everything appeared. The next second, Kingxi's white figure suddenly emerged from it. But suddenly, Maitreya's face instantly turned into fear. She felt an extremely deadly warning from fate, and it directly kicked her out of her true Miko status. Puff! Maitreya's body fell backwards uncontrollably, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. His breath became weak in an instant, and then he lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Before she passed out, she heard Kingxi's voice, which was slightly worried, "Mr. Miko." An unknown amount of time had passed before Maitreya slowly woke up. She immediately saw Kingxi, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed not far from her. "Mr. Mizukage. I'm sorry." Moroku spoke slowly and weakly, without a trace of blood on his pale face. "Is this the backlash of the prophecy?" When Kingxi saw that Maitreya had woken up, he stopped resting his eyes, stood up and walked over, asking. Kingxi did not directly ask about the result of the prophecy. After all, the Maitreya priestess fell into a coma because of helping him to make the prophecy. Although this was a win-win deal, Maitreya was making real efforts after all. If Kingxi only cared about his own problems right away, he would seem too selfish and unkind. "Yes." Moroku nodded slowly, and then explained, "Mr. Mizukage is too powerful. It is still very difficult to predict the future of a strong person, even with the permission of the person being predicted. Fortunately, he fulfilled his mission and successfully completed the prophecy." Then, Moroku hesitated for a moment, and then he made up his mind again. After all, it was the other party's prophecy, and this Mizukage should be a good person. She had nothing to hide. However, at the end of the second prophecy screen, I seemed to feel a fatal threat, and the power of destiny was automatically stimulated to protect itself, forcibly terminating the prophecy. Kingxi was silent for a moment. He didn't know much about the ability of time prediction, so he had no way of guessing what Maitreya's final situation would be. Afterwards, Maitreya told Kingxi all the prophetic scenes she had seen, and then lifted the barrier covering the hall. After saying goodbye to Kingxi, she returned to her own bedroom. After obtaining the prophecy and saying goodbye to the shrine maiden Moroku, Kiyoshi used the eye technique Takamagahara to go directly to the Otsutsuki ruins that belonged to him. Just as Moroku was making his predictions to CG, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had already arrived in this star region and was getting closer and closer to the planet where the ninja realm was located, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes penetrated the darkness and looked straight in the direction of the ninja realm. This feeling, is someone using the power of time to spy on the future. There was a hint of doubt in Otsutsuki Urashiki's Byakugan eyes. He felt a fleeting strange force sweeping past him, so fast that he almost thought he was hallucinating. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki knew clearly that it was not an illusion, but someone was really spying on him, because he happened to be very familiar with this power, and it was very similar to the time-related eye techniques he mastered. Ha! This is interesting. Otsutsuki Urashiki's frivolous voice was heard, and the speed increased slightly again. In a different space, in the Otsutsuki ruins belonging to Kiyoshi, Kiyoshi's figure slowly appeared. With a flash of his figure, Kingxi appeared directly in front of the little Jubi. He gently stroked the little Jubi's forehead and woke it up from its deep sleep. Afterwards, Kingxi took out the prepared body of the monster from the Takamagahara space and fed it into the mouth of the little ten-tail. The little ten-tails bit the body of the monster, swallowed it completely in a few bites, and began to slowly digest the energy in the monster's body. Kingxi looked at this scene and smiled lightly. The time for the little ten-tails to reach the standard for planting was getting closer and closer. Not to mention, according to the prophecy given by Moroku, a courier would soon deliver the goods to the door in person. In the first prophecy that Maitreya saw, the blurry figure was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki in Otsutsuki Urashiki's memory. Although in Maitreya's prophecy, Otsutsuki Urashiki was shrouded in mist, his iconic red fishing rod-shaped weapon still allowed Kiyoshi to instantly understand his true identity. Chapter 293. Upon learning of Otsutsuki Urashiki's arrival, CG was instantly surprised. According to Moroku, the predicted scene of Otsutsuki Urashiki would happen soon. Originally, Kingxi was still worried about how to speed up the growth of the little ten-tails as quickly as possible so that it could reach the standard of transforming into a sacred tree as soon as possible. However, he did not expect that when he was about to doze off, a pillow came, and a real Otsutsuki came to his door. As long as Otsutsuki Urashiki can be killed and the ten-tails can eat him, Kiyoshi's tree planting plan can be officially launched. Of course, for the little ten-tails, which has been fed a lot of good things by CG at this stage, half of the Otsutsuki's body is actually enough for it to transform into a sacred tree. Therefore, Kiyoshi's goal, at the very least, is to let the ten-tails eat half of Otsutsuki Urashiki's body. As for the upcoming Otsutsuki Urashiki, Kiyoshige knew without a second thought that he must be here to investigate the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. From Otsutsuki Urashiki's memory, Kiyoshige has some understanding of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki is a member of the Otsutsuki clan who has eaten the chakra fruit, and he may have eaten more than one. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki did not have much contact when they were in the clan, and they did not know much about their specific abilities. But if you think about it, you will know that there can be no weak Otsutsuki who have eaten the chakra fruit, and their strength must be terrifying. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki had heard from other clan members that Otsutsuki Urashiki had time-related abilities that were rare in the Otsutsuki clan, and possessed the Megatama Samsara Eye, which was more advanced than the ordinary Samsara Eye, and had even achieved a bloodline that few members of the clan had achieved. You know, bloodline network is very rare for the Otsutsuki clan. Those ordinary chakra fruits, or chakra pills made by compressing a large amount of chakra, cannot enable the Otsutsuki clan to achieve bloodline network, unless the quantity is large enough. Only the chakra fruits produced by top-level nurseries like the planet where the ninja world is located can enable the Otsutsuki clan to successfully achieve the bloodline network. However, This kind of top-level nursery is very rare in the universe. Therefore, for the Otsutsuki clan, even after a long time, there are not many members who can achieve the bloodline network. However, these are not the most important things to Kingxi. In terms of strength, Kiyoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki are both at the 6 paths level, and Kiyoshiki also has the Samsara Eye that can be compared to the Megatama Samsara Eye. Perhaps the only difference between the two is that Otsutsuki Urashiki has achieved the Keki Eye network. However, the ninja world is Seiji's home turf, and Otsutsuki Urashiki does not possess many bloodline abilities. He only has the space-time ability of Yomi Hirasaka, and he does not have any bloodline abilities for attack. Of course, this is only the information that Otsutsuki Urashiki knows about Otsutsuki Urashiki 1,000 years ago. CG must be sufficiently vigilant about the current Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, Kyoji is still quite confident that he can defeat Otsutsuki Urashiki, because Kyoji believes that Otsutsuki Urashiki's character is the most important information. The most profound impression that Otsutsuki Urashiki had of Otsutsuki Urashiki was that he often had a careless attitude when fighting and was always used to reserving his strength. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki also likes to taunt and tease the enemy in battle, and even when he has the upper hand, he often underestimates the enemy and is careless. To be frank, it is actually a manifestation of the innate arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan, but in Otsutsuki Urashiki, it is particularly obvious. After all, the Otsutsuki clan really has the capital to ride on the wave, but they just often fail. Otsutsuki Urashiki's personality and ability settings are all from the official book. As for the second prophecy scene that Maitreya saw, Kingxi was also a little confused, but the fact that Maitreya was backfired during the prophecy made Kingxi pay enough attention to it. According to Moroku, she seemed to be interfered by fate. She couldn't determine the approximate time of the second prophecy, but based on what Moroku described, Kingxi could be sure that the huge beast with 10 tails waving behind her was the 10 tails. And the doomsday-like scene was the change of heaven and earth caused by the 10 tails. However, what Kingxi couldn't be sure of was, to whom did the 10 tails that Moroku saw belong? If this was the transformation of his little 10 tails, it means that the little 10 tails has already transformed into a sacred tree, successfully produced a chakra fruit, and become a complete 10 tails. This also means that this happened a long time later, but Kingxi found it hard to imagine what happened that allowed him to control the 10 tails and launch such a destructive technique as heavenly changes and earth-shattering changes. Could it be that he was planning to abandon his plan to plant trees sustainably in the ninja world and give up this top-notch tree nursery in the ninja world? And if this is not the little 10 tails that transformed from his, then it means that this 10 tails belongs to Kagaya Otsutsuki. After all, there are only 2 10 tails in the ninja world. However, the question also arises, why did Kagaya Otsutsuki not appear in the prophecy that Maitreya saw? Even if Moroku's strength is not enough to see Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance clearly, there should at least be a vague figure like Otsutsuki Urashiki in the first prophecy picture. However, what Moroku saw was only the changes in the sky and the earth of the 10 tails and CG who suddenly appeared from the black hole in space. In this regard, Kingxi, who had severely insufficient information, was unable to make any effective speculation. He only had a vague guess that had no evidence to support it and could not be confirmed. Therefore, Kyoji could only put this matter aside for the time being. After all, this would not happen in the near future anyway, and the most urgent task for Kyoji now was to face the upcoming Otsutsuki Urashiki. Chapter 294. In the ninja world, Myaboku Mountain is one of the sacred places for summoning beasts. Just when Moroku, the shrine maiden of the demon country, was making a prophecy about Seiji, another old charlatan in the ninja world who became famous by relying on the power of prophecy but was unknown to most people in the ninja world, also made a new prophecy at the same time. This old charlatan is none other than the founder of the sacred place for summoning spirit beasts, Myaboku Mountain. He is revered as the Big Toad Immortal by all the toads of Myaboku Mountain. Gamamaru is an old toad that has survived from the ancient times thousands of years ago. He not only experienced the entire era of Kagaya Otsutsuki's rule over the ninja world, but also played an extremely crucial role in overthrowing Kagaya Otsutsuki's rule over the ninja world. He is the mastermind behind the seduction and instigation of the brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura to rebel against their mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Because Gamamaru has mastered natural abilities, he has developed an extremely powerful predictive ability that allows him to travel through time in dreams and see some discontinuous fragments of the future. Moreover, the future predicted by its prophetic ability is much more distant than that predicted by the priestess of the land of demons. However, there is no absolute relationship of strength between the two. The priestesses of the ghost country can actively stimulate their prophetic abilities and make predictions for specific individuals, but the predicted future is not far away. As for the old god Gamamaru, his predictive ability can be seen as a passive ability generated by the practice of natural energy that is not under his control, allowing him to travel through the long river of time only in his dreams. However, the scope of his predictions includes the entire ninja world, and the time span is extremely broad. He can not only predict recent events, but also the distant future thousands of years later. However, what it can predict is not under its control, and the future it sees is not as accurate as the predictions of the witches of the demon kingdom. However, it was precisely because of this ability to predict that Gamamaru was able to successfully get to know the brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura, and become good brothers with Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and inadvertently provoked the relationship between Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then, in order to give Otsutsuki Hago Romo the power to fight against her mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, it taught Otsutsuki Hago Romo the native power system and fairy arts of the ninja world, and gave Otsutsuki Hago Romo the fairy talisman inherited from Myabokuzen, which could instantly heal injuries and was filled with a large amount of fairy chakra. In the end, Gamamaru successfully led a drama of mother-son killing each other, overthrowing Kagaya Otsutsuki's rule over the ninja world. Although the fuse of the falling out between Hago Romo Otsutsuki and Kagaya Otsutsuki was that the girl that Hago Romo Otsutsuki, who had a love brain, liked was turned into a white zetsu by Kagaya Otsutsuki, which led to Hagoromo's disagreement with Kagaya Otsutsuki's behavior of asking humans to worship the sacred tree. In addition, due to Kagaya Otsutsuki's own personality, she simply disdained to explain and communicate with her children about her actions. However, Gamamaru's instigation of the brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura cannot be ignored. However, Gamamaru's behavior can be understood from a god's perspective. After all, Kagaya Otsutsuki is an invader to the local forces in the ninja world represented by her, and the planting of the sacred tree and the birth of the chakra fruit are equivalent to uprooting these creatures that practice natural energy. Therefore, instigating the brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura to turn against Otsutsuki Kagaya and her son is just a means for them to protect themselves. This is mixed with a small part of the animation settings, but there is no doubt that Gamamaru is the mastermind behind this. This old toad plays a very important role in the ethical drama of the Otsutsuki family. The ultimate secret, the Toad Alienation Plan. Jiraiya was traveling around the ninja world, searching for the child of destiny according to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. Suddenly, he was summoned to Mount Myaboku by the reverse summoning technique. Then, he was taken by the elder of Mount Myaboku, the sage Fukasaku, to the temple deep in Mount Myaboku where the great Toad Sage usually lived. I brought little Jiraiya here. Master! Fukasaku called out loudly to the Toad Sage. Hello! Great Toad Sage, long time no see. Jiraiya greeted the great Toad Sage who was sitting on a huge seat with the word Sage engraved on it, with a kind face in front of him. Oh! The great Toad Immortal said in a long tone, I called you here for no other reason. Its voice suddenly stopped, and the next second it asked with an senile look on its face, Who are you? A bean-sized bead of sweat slid down Jiraiya's forehead, and at the same time, a question mark slowly appeared on his head. Hey, didn't you ask me to come here? You interrupted my collection of folk songs. At this time, another elder of Mount Myaboku, Shima Senin, spoke without any hesitation, and his output was directly maxed out. Hey, you old idiot! Is it fun to play this trick every time? Damn it! Shenron Fukasaku sighed helplessly. How can you call the master an old man with dementia? All right. Stop arguing. Husbands and wives should still live in harmony. The great Toad Immortal stopped pretending to be stupid and tried to stop the fight. Then he turned into stupid mode again. By the way, who is this person? Fukasaku was helpless at this time, and did not respond to the great Toad Sage's words. Instead, he said directly to Jiraiya, Little Jiraiya, the master dreamed of a new prophecy, so he urgently called you over. Listen carefully. Yes. Jiraiya's expression became serious and he answered solemnly. The great Toad Immortal also became serious at this time, and said with a serious face, Then I'll tell you, in my dream. It paused again, and then said something that almost made Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima Sennin go berserk. What was the prophecy? Chapter 295. Jiraiya, Fukasaku Sennin, Shima Sennin. If you ask us, who should we ask? We were not the ones who dreamed and predicted the event, so how would we know? I remember now. Just as Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima were about to start cursing, the great toad sage suddenly changed the subject, and a gleam of light flashed across his cloudy yellow eyes, blocking their words from being spoken. In my dream, I saw a blurry white figure who changed the original course of history in the ninja world. The child of destiny still exists, but the changes in the ninja world can no longer wait for the child of destiny to grow up. The future of the ninja world has completely changed because of the appearance of this person. Moreover, I can't see clearly what the future will be like through the thick fog surrounding that white figure. The great toad sage made a shocking statement, which instantly shocked Jiraiya. So, the child of destiny is useless? Has he been searching for it in vain all these years? Jiraiya couldn't help but reveal a trace of confusion on his face. He felt that he had been like a clown all these years. Because of a prophecy, he was busy and at a loss. The most important thing was that he had achieved nothing. Big Toad Sage? Jiraiya asked subconsciously, in a low voice, how many cases of errors have you made in your predictions so far? No. The great toad sage understood what Jiraiya meant, was silent for a moment, and then gave a very affirmative answer. Suga. I understand. Jiraiya forced himself to cheer up and said, so, the white figure that the master saw is a very evil person in the ninja world. I don't know. It may be, or it may not be. The big toad immortal did not confirm, but did not deny it either. Instead, he responded vaguely. But in fact, it had some guesses about this in its heart. After all, based on its knowledge of having survived for more than 1,000 years, the original future it saw was already extremely good. Then, this white figure who changed the original course of history was obviously not a good person. Moreover, this vague feeling that appeared in the prophecy and the mist shrouding the white figure gave it a somewhat ominous premonition. This was too similar to the prophecy that it had seen in its dream that year, Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura fighting with their mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. At that time, Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura had not yet started to cheat and were not very strong, so in the prophecy, it could clearly distinguish them. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya, because her strength exceeded the upper limit of what it could predict, the picture in its dream showed a vague feeling of being shrouded in fog. Later, it was through various clues that it finally confirmed that the vague figure was the enemy of their native creatures in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya. And now, this white figure once again reminded it of the horror of the time when the entire ninja world was dominated by the outsider Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, compared with its previous vague predictions, this prophecy is even more vague and it can be said that it does not contain any useful information. Therefore, it can only tell it to Jiraiya, the contractor of Myaboku Mountain, who is known as one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha in the ninja world, to see if he can use the power of Konoha village to nip the danger in the bud. The prophecy of the great toad sage? Everyone knows it, but it always becomes vague at the key points, just like what it predicted before, that one of Jiraiya's disciples would be the child of destiny who would bring changes to the ninja world. However, regarding the key information about the child of prophecy, it could not provide any further specific characteristics. Jiraiya frowned, silently digesting this information. After a long time, when he raised his head and wanted to ask something, he silently heard the rhythmic snoring of the big toad immortal in front of him. The great toad sage fell asleep again. After all, it was too old, and having lived for more than 1,000 years, the huge amount of chakra accumulated in its body would only become a burden for it, forcing it to sleep to reduce this burden to a certain extent. What a stupid old man! Shima Sennin couldn't help but complain. Isn't it? Jiraiya also nodded in agreement. He felt that what Shima Sennin said was absolutely right. Every time you are so mysterious and secretive, not only do you not say it clearly, but you also stop talking halfway. Seeing that the great toad sage showed no sign of waking up again for a long time, Jiraiya, together with the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima, left the temple deep in Mount Myaboku. But just after they left, the sleeping giant toad immortal suddenly opened its cloudy eyes again. Strange. The old and deep voice of the great toad sage echoed in the temple, the prophecy has changed completely. I don't know whether this is good or bad for our Myaboku mountain. In its 1,000-year life, this is the first time that the prophecy has changed to this extent. Even the prophecy about Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was at the 6 paths level, has never changed. And this white figure that it cannot see clearly can completely change the original course of history. This makes the great toad sage feel a little uneasy. However, this white figure appeared in its prophecy for the first time. According to its understanding, the person who could change the course of history of the ninja world must be an extremely powerful ninja. Therefore, it was destined that he could not appear in the ninja world out of thin air. At least he should have a clear growth trajectory in the ninja world. However, in its previous dreams, it had never seen any person who had a similar feeling to this white figure. In fact, with Kyoji's special nature, it was impossible for him to be predicted by the great toad sage. He is different from the brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Although they are both of the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline, the travel of their souls has made Kyoji completely independent of the fate of the ninja world. If it wasn't for Maitreya, the priestess of the land of demons, who made a prediction about Kingxi with Kingxi's permission, allowing the great toad sage who happened to be also asleep to take advantage of the opportunity, no matter how hard the great toad sage tried, he would not have been able to predict any information related to Kingxi. Kingji was unaware of the prophecy of the giant toad sage on Mount Maiboku. However, even if he knew about this, Kingxi would not care. It was just a prophecy and did not pose any threat to him, not to mention that it was an extremely vague prophecy. In the end, everything still depends on strength. The time came to May of the 44th year of Kirigakure. The atmosphere in the ninja world has become increasingly wrong. If the current situation continues, a new war that sweeps across the ninja world may break out at any time. At this juncture, the peace-loving third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did not want the war in the ninja world to break out again and affect the development of Konoha village, decided to hold a joint Chunin exam to demonstrate the village's military strength after discussing with Konoha Crouching Dragon and Konoha Phoenix Hatchling. He naively hoped that this would delay or even dispel the idea of other ninja villages starting a war. Of course, the Chunin exam here is definitely not a real exam for genin to be promoted to Chunin. Since the purpose is to show the village's military strength to the outside world, it is definitely necessary to send some ninjas who are not well known in the ninja world but have strong strength and are not yet jonin. Through secret operations, they can be demoted to genin for various reasons and take part in the Chunin exam again. However, when discussing this matter, they must avoid the Hokage assistant Danzo Shimura, who is also a high-ranking member of Konoha. After all, Danzo Shimura is the leader of Konoha's fighting faction. He certainly does not want to avoid the war in this slightly weak way, and is instead looking forward to a new round of Ninja World War breaking out immediately. So, when Shimura Danzo learned that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had abandoned him as the Hokage's assistant and directly decided to hold the joint Chunin exam, he immediately rushed to the Hokage's office with anger and had another fierce argument with him. "You regret, I'm the Hokage." In the Mizukage's office, CG was handling government affairs as usual. At this time, the third Mizukage Bing and Anbu Changjian walked in together. The fourth generation. Bing said softly, the border patrol team called and said they met a Konoha jonin named Namikaze Minato. According to him, he is the envoy of Konoha village who came to our Kirigakure. Namikaze Minato. Kingxi raised his head and slowly muttered the name. As for this yellow flash of the future, he had seen many video clips about him in his previous life. Moreover, at this time, Minato Namikaze was already well known in the ninja world. Although he had not yet won the title of Yellow Flash, as a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, his strength was undoubtedly the best among all the elite jonin of Konoha. Third generation, since this is a formal diplomatic act, the follow-up will be handed over to your Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ching Si thought for a moment, then said, and then turned his gaze to the Anbu chief sword beside him. The Anbu is responsible for assisting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and must ensure that the operation of receiving the Konoha envoy is successfully completed. At the same time, Otsutsuki Urashiki finally arrived near the planet where the ninja world was located. Is this the planet where Ishiki and Kagaya planted the sacred tree? Floating in the universe above the planet where the ninja realm is located, Otsutsuki Urashiki muttered to himself, with a strange color flashing in his Byakuya eyes. He has already discovered that something is wrong with the ninja world. The energy in this world is simply too abundant. He can feel it clearly just by being close to the planet, and even before entering the interior of the planet. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He didn't expect that after accepting the mission issued by the clan to investigate Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya who had lost contact, he would receive such an unexpected surprise. Fate. It's indescribable. Momo. I'll gladly accept this planet. Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed neurotically in a low voice. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was cautious by nature, decided to explore the ninja world, a strange place that could cause Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya to lose contact with each other. Veins covered the sides of his eyes. Otsutsuki Urashiki opened his Byakugan and carefully explored the planet where the ninja realm was located. About an hour later, Otsutsuki Urashiki finally caught a trace of the barely detectable Otsutsuki aura that was spreading in the universe. So, he instantly switched his Byakugan to Blue Samsara Eye, activated Yomi Hirasaka, and drilled into the ruined space belonging to Otsutsuki Kagaya. After Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, the different dimension in the Otsutsuki ruins that belonged to her leaked its aura because it lost the control of its owner. Therefore, it was detected by Otsutsuki Urashiki and he successfully invaded it. The different space in the Otsutsuki ruins that originally belonged to Otsutsuki Ishiki and now belongs to Seiji can continue to be hidden well because of Seiji's control. I have a question. The old toad's prophecy to the Sage of Six Paths described the child of prophecy as a blue-eyed boy who laughs and calls out the name of the nine-headed beast. But why did it only say something vague when it was trying to trick Jiraiya into looking for the child of prophecy? It only said that the child of prophecy would be Jiraiya's disciple, but it never mentioned this most crucial feature. Jiraiya's disciple, blue eyes, too obvious, either Minato or Naruto. If the old toad had said this earlier, wouldn't the child of prophecy be very clear? Jiraiya would not have to wander around the ninja world for an illusory child of prophecy. He should just return to Konoha and teach Minato. Are there any conflicts between Kishimoto's previous and later settings? Or did he mess up while drawing? Or maybe this old toad deliberately used a so-called child of prophecy to easily trap Jiraiya. Chapter 296. In a different space, within the Otsutsuki ruins belonging to Kagaya Otsutsuki, a black portal suddenly appeared, and then the figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly floated out of it. Floating quietly in the air, Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes scanned the entire space, as if looking for something. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression changed, and he instantly appeared in front of an altar. He reached out and picked up the scroll on the altar, then flashed again and appeared in front of a group of murals. Soon, Otsutsuki Urashiki, staring with his red Megatamarin Egan, finally understood through the interpretation of the scrolls and murals why Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya did not hand over the fruit of the sacred tree in time and lost contact with the clan. Oh. So that's how it is. Otsutsuki Urashiki sneered, and then there was a hint of anger in his tone. Kagaya is a traitor. For the Otsutsuki clan, attacking fellow clan members without authorization is the biggest taboo among taboos. And Otsutsuki Kagaya's behavior was obviously a betrayal of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, from the perspective of the Otsutsuki clan, there is nothing wrong with Otsutsuki Urashiki calling her a traitor. Otsutsuki Urashiki was speechless about Otsutsuki Ishiki at this time. In his impression, Otsutsuki Kagaya's fighting ability was just so-so, while Otsutsuki Ishiki was extremely good at fighting. So the question is, what exactly happened to Otsutsuki Ishiki that he was ambushed by Otsutsuki Kagaya? Otsutsuki Urashiki could not figure this out. However, it doesn't matter. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. At least this is a good thing for him. This excellent nursery of the ninja world will belong to him, Otsutsuki Urashiki, from now on. After understanding the situation of Ishiki and Kagaya, Otsutsuki Urashiki used Yosen Hirasaka again and left the ruined space of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just now when he was exploring around the planet where the ninja realm was located, he noticed that there was a small planet nearby with many traces of life of lower creatures on it. Therefore, he decided to go there first to obtain some information. Moon, outer space. Otsutsuki Urashiki is approaching quickly. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was flying at high speed, braked suddenly. This is Chibaku Tensei. Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly landed on the surface of the moon with a surprised look on his face. Just now, his attention was focused on finding the trace of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although he found traces of lower creatures living on the moon, he did not care too much. After all, he was a member of the high and mighty Otsutsuki clan. Lower creatures could not find him at all and posed no threat to him at all. However, when he came near the moon, he finally discovered that this small planet was actually formed by the power of the Samsara Eye, Chibaku Tensei. Otsutsuki Urashiki's clever little brain worked and he came up with some guesses. According to the information he had just learned from the murals and scrolls, after Otsutsuki Ishiki was ambushed and killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya seized control of the 10 tails, ate the fruit of the sacred tree that should have been handed over to the clan, and became the ruler of that planet. For an Otsutsuki who has eaten the chakra fruit, he has, to some extent, become one with the divine tree or the 10 tails, which means that it is almost impossible to kill him. Well, the problem is coming. He had clearly sensed the fleeting aura of Kagaya Otsutsuki a few years ago, but now that he had come to the vicinity of the ninja world, why could he no longer sense any aura of Kagaya Otsutsuki except for the ruined space that he had just entered? It was obvious that something must have happened to Kagaya Otsutsuki, and when he landed on the moon and sensed the Chibaku Tensei, which was as big as a small planet, he instantly realized. It's obvious that Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by someone unknown. And this planet formed by the Chibaku Tensei is very likely the place where Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed. It seems that his cautious behavior was extremely correct. This nursery called Ninja World by Kagaya Otsutsuki is indeed a bit weird. The Rinnegan, which originated from the chakra fruit of the divine tree, was actually leaked out. Moreover, the one who was finally sealed up was Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had eaten the chakra fruit of the divine tree and possessed the complete 10 tails. Yomi Hirasaka was activated, and Otsutsuki Urashiki followed the traces of life of lower creatures inside the moon that he sensed and searched for them. Inside the moon, near the main cemetery of the Otsutsuki clan, is the dilapidated town that Seiji and his companions had visited at that time. It has now regained its vitality under the continuous construction of the Hidden Mist village. At this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the diffuse smoke and dust broke the tranquility here. Outside the town, Otsutsuki Urashiki has arrived. Who is it? The two teams of Anbu guarding here instantly formed a battle formation and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Oh he 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 he. Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed frivolously, with a pair of white eyes showing contempt for the Anbu in front of him. Let me see what's so weird about this ninja world. White eyes, pressure. A powerful mental pressure instantly descended upon all the Anbu members, making them unable to move at all. This is, the Byakugan. And the same ability as Lord Tenshin. All the Anbu were instantly shocked, with alarm bells ringing in their hearts. Oh! Otsutsuki Urashiki's Byakugan revealed a hint of amusement. His Byakugan saw through the thoughts of the Anbu. It seems that the traitor Kagaya left behind descendants. If lower creatures have Byakugan, can they also awaken to the point where they can use coercion? Humph! Thinking of Otsutsuki Kagaya's betrayal, Otsutsuki Urashiki's face darkened instantly, and his mental pressure increased instantly, directly shocking all the Anbu into fainting. Then, Otsutsuki Urashiki elegantly reached out and took out his red fishing rod, and threw it straight to a place not far to the side. It turns out there is a little mouse. Dang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and a blurry figure slowly emerged. It was none other than the 7 ninja swordsmen who were also sitting here, the holder of the broken sword and decapitation, Biwajozo. It turned out that Biwajozo had sensed it the moment Otsutsuki Urashiki arrived, and when the Anbu and Otsutsuki Urashiki were confronting each other, he had also arrived. It was just that his fighting style made him hide aside temporarily, and he did not appear at the first time. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a cage-level warrior, Biwajozo is considered a high-ranking figure in the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, he has a certain understanding of some information about the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, when he saw Otsutsuki Urashiki's Byakugan and his attire that was extremely similar to that of his own Mizukage, he immediately realized that this was the so-called outsider that Mizukage had once mentioned. So, he immediately created a water clone and rushed to the space channel, ready to deliver the news back to the village in a timely manner. Although the chakra radio technology of the Hidden Mist village is now very advanced and can send messages in real time across the entire ninja world, it is still unable to connect 2 planets across the stars. Then, when Biwajozo, who had already delivered the message, calmed down and was about to take action together with the Anbu, in such a short moment, before Biwajozo could make any move, Otsutsuki Urashiki knocked down all the Anbu. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already sensed Biwajozo's existence through his Byakugan, so after knocking down the 2 teams of Anbu, Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately took out his weapon and prepared to deal with Biwajozo. After all, in his perception, Biwajozo was much stronger than those Anbu just now, and it was worth him taking him a little more seriously. The swung fishhook hit the beheading sword that Biwajozang held in front of him, causing Biwajozang's palm to feel numb. Biwajozang couldn't help but secretly groan in his heart. Just from this simple blow, he could see that the strength of this man from heaven was much stronger than him. However, he had no other choice. In the town behind him, there were still many villagers from the Hidden Mist village who were building things here, and he had to protect them. Moreover, even if he wanted to run, it would be unlikely for him to escape. Therefore, he could only try his best to delay time and wait for his water clone to return to the ninja world and inform the Mizukage of the news. Just play with you for a bit. Otsutsuki Urashiki chuckled, with a hint of contempt in his tone. Although Biwajozo's strength was stronger than those inferior creatures just now, in his eyes, it was just that. Water release water wave. The 3 simple seals were completed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the originally waterless environment was filled with dense water droplets that quickly gathered together and rushed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki with great force. Otsutsuki Urashiki curled his lips, and a red fish basket appeared in front of him, sucking in the waves like a violent force. When Biwajozo saw this, his expression suddenly changed. He was in trouble. He actually had the ability to absorb ninjutsu just like the Mizukage. So, he had no choice but to pick up the beheading sword, and while the water had not been completely absorbed, he activated the water instant body and instantly got close to the side of Otsutsuki Urashiki and swept it away with a sword. Too naive. Otsutsuki Urashiki raised his voice, holding the red fishing rod, blocking Biwajozo's beheading sword, and then kicked Biwajozo out with the sword. At this time, the water wave had been completely absorbed by the red light fish basket. This is the technique I just obtained from you. I'm returning it to you. Otsutsuki Urashiki said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the red fish basket, and then a water wave exactly the same as the one that Biwajozo had just used rushed directly towards Biwajozo who had been kicked away. Wow! The kicked away Biwajozang turned into a stream of water and dissipated, leaving only the beheading sword stuck diagonally into the ground. It's the water clone. In the original work, not only shadow clones, but other physical clones, such as water clones, earth clones, lightning clones, wood clones, etc., cannot be seen through by pupil techniques. Biwajozo, who had performed many impressive operations such as splitting the tailed beast ball with a sword, has now learned to use his clones to make test attacks. Before knowing the specific abilities of this man from heaven, he can't just foolishly attack with his real body as before. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Biwajozo's figure appeared on the other side like a ghost, his body slightly leaning forward, his hands maintaining the posture of making seals, a ferocious water dragon roaring, rushing towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. He wanted to test whether Otsutsuki Urashiki's ability to absorb ninjutsu had a time limit. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Otsutsuki Urashiki's Byakuyan eyes, and he flew directly into the air, avoiding the path of the water dragon. This time he did not plan to absorb the water dragon bullet. Of course, it was not that he could not, but it was simply unnecessary. After all, he already understood Biwajozo's strength, and the next step was to defeat him and obtain specific information about the ninja world. Otsutsuki Urashiki continued to rise in height. I told you that you are too naive. I will give you the final blow. It's over. Amsubami Ryasi Imi. Otsutsuki Urashiki swung his red fishing rod vigorously, shooting out countless red fish hooks, which shot towards Biwajozo on the ground. Looking at the many red fish hooks coming at him, Biwajozang's expression remained unchanged. He just changed the seal in his hand very calmly. Water style, water formation pillar. The ground cracked in an instant, and a thick and surging stream of water instantly surged out from underground, like a ferocious dragon, with huge impact force and roaring, instantly breaking through the ground and rushing into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of tens of meters and continued to climb upwards. The diameter of the water flow exceeded 10 meters. The huge water curtain not only blocked all the red fish hooks, but also caught Otsutsuki Urashiki who had just launched an attack. Hat. Biwajozo smiled, I know more about the Byakugan than you think. The Byakugan can see through all my actions and ninjutsu, so I'll just use a saturation attack that won't work even if you see through it. Chapter 297. Water style, Water Explosion Technique. Biwajozo put his hands together, and the chakra in his body exploded instantly, directly detonating all the chakra contained in the water array column. Since you can absorb ninjutsu, how will you respond if I use the water from the underground water veins to attack? Biwajozo didn't intend to give Otsutsuki Urashiki any chance to escape. You know, villains always die because they talk too much, not to mention that he, Biwajozo, is not a villain. Otsutsuki Urashiki also sensed the dangerous aura. Although with his physical strength, he should have no problem bearing it, he did not want to be humiliated by the attack of an inferior creature. If other Otsutsuki knew about this, they would laugh at him for the rest of his life. The Byakugan in Otsutsuki Urashiki's left eye instantly switched to a red Megatama Rinnegan, and Yomi Hirasaka was activated directly, disappearing from Biwajozo's sight. The next second, an extremely weak and almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation was heard from behind Biwajozo. Immediately afterwards, in the black spatial vortex, a red fishhook pierced through Biwajozo's body at an extremely fast speed, disrupting the flow of chakra in Biwajozo's body and fixing him in place. Immediately, the figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly emerged, and then he gently pulled the red fishing rod in his hand, fishing out all the chakra in Biwajozo's body. Damn! Damn it! Having lost all the chakra in his body, Biwajozo fell weakly to the ground, muttering to himself and slowly closing his eyes. In the end, he was unable to hold back this outsider. Fortunately, his water clone should have passed through the space channel and returned to the ninja world by now, so I believe that Lord Mizukage should have received the news by now. Nice chakra! Otsutsuki Urashiki praised as he looked at the light blue chakra belonging to Biwajozo on the fishhook. This level of chakra is indeed worthy of being a top-notch nursery. He casually put Biwajozo's chakra into the red light fish basket, and Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly came to Biwajozo with the red light fishing rod, and controlled the gravity to lift up Biwajozo who had fainted due to loss of consciousness. A breath as gentle as a breeze, emitting faint spiritual fluctuations, slowly spread out to the surroundings with Otsutsuki Urashiki as the center, like an invisible ripple, constantly expanding its range. Mind reading. One of the Byakugan eye techniques of the Otsutsuki clan, which can easily see into other people's hearts. Otsutsuki Kagaya once used it. So that's how it is. After obtaining the information that Biwajozo knew, Otsutsuki Urashiki suddenly realized that Otsutsuki Kagaya did indeed leave bloodline in this ninja world, and that the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo who possessed the Rinnegan should be the child of this traitor. The son of a traitor is indeed a traitor, and their behavior seems to be consistent. Otsutsuki Urashiki showed a hint of sneer, but thinking about Otsutsuki Kagaya, it was also quite pathetic. In the end, she was sealed by her own child. Relying on the information about the ninja world that he got from Biwajozo, Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly pieced together the truth. Although it was not complete, it was enough for him. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression soon became slightly solemn. What was going on with the fourth Mizukage? The bloodline passed down from his union with lower creatures had been weakening for thousands of years, but a real Otsutsuki could appear again? Otsutsuki Urashiki does not know how the Six Paths brothers were born, and can only guess that they were born from the union with people from the native ninja world. The setting of this book adopts the setting of Kishimoto's comics. The Six Paths brothers were bred by Otsutsuki Kagaya with the blessings of the planet and mankind. Although Biwajozo doesn't know much about Seiji's current situation, Otsutsuki Urashiki can clearly tell from his memory that Seiji is already a real Otsutsuki, and an Otsutsuki who has awakened the pure eye and possesses a pupil technique that is extremely similar to Otsutsuki Ishiki's. Although it is still unclear how powerful this clan member named Otsutsuki Seiji is, this has already made him feel a little tricky. When Otsutsuki Urashiki came this time, he did not have the authorization from the clan to kill people of the same clan, of course, with the exception of the traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya. All clan members can directly take action against traitors of the clan, because traitors are no longer recognized by the Otsutsuki clan. However, Otsutsuki Seiji is Otsutsuki Seiji, and Otsutsuki Kagaya is Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the two cannot be lumped together. Although according to the information he had learned, Kiyoshi was most likely a descendant of Kagaya Otsutsuki, but since his bloodline was already that of a true Otsutsuki, he was a member of the same clan who was also recognized by the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, Otsutsuki Urashiki cannot and dares not kill Kiyoshi. The most he can do is defeat Kiyoshi and use the unique ability of his Rinnegan, Time Freeze, to control Kiyoshi. Otherwise, he will be in big trouble. In the Hidden Mist Village, the #1 training ground where the space channel is located. When Biwajozo's water clone emerged from the space channel, at the same time, Biwajozo's real body on the moon was also defeated by Otsutsuki Urashiki. Because the real body fell into a coma, the water clone here naturally dissipated synchronously. Fortunately, Biwajozang had been prepared for this. Although the water incarnation turned into clear water and fell to the ground, it formed lines of text when it fell to the ground. When the Anbu team stationed near the space channel saw this scene, they immediately passed the information brought back by Biwajozo to the Anbu headquarters. Anbu Chief Jian knew much more information than Biwajozo, so he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter after receiving the news. So he immediately reported the news that the moon was attacked by the man from the sky to CG who was working in the Mizuki's office. Coincidentally, the person in the Mizuki's office today was Seiji's real body. It's finally here. After receiving the report from Ken, King Si exclaimed in a low voice. His expression showed a hint of solemnity as if he was about to fight a real Otsutsuki, but also a hint of joy as the matter was finally settled and the express delivery was delivered to his door. From the prophecy of Maitreya, the shrine maiden of the land of demons, he already knew the identity of the visitor was Otsutsuki Urashiki. Moreover, from Otsutsuki Urashiki's memory, he also had a preliminary understanding of Otsutsuki Urashiki's abilities. Therefore, he had been preparing for this during this period of time, and had also prepared an extremely generous gift for Otsutsuki Urashiki to meet him. King Si's figure slowly disappeared in the Mizuki's office, and the next second, he appeared at the #1 training ground where the space channel was located. Mizukage-sama. The Anbu team stationed near the space channel saw King Si coming, and there was a hint of fanaticism and respect in their eyes behind the masks. Yet, King Si nodded slightly, then waved at the Anbu, indicating that they should continue to do their work, and then stepped into the space channel. Although with Seiji's current 6 paths level strength and fully mature samsara eye, he does not need to go through the space channel and can travel back and forth between the ninja realm and the moon with the eye technique Takamaji Ehara alone. It is a space teleportation across the planet after all, and the eye power consumed is not small. Seiji is going to fight Otsutsuki Urashiki on this trip, so he still needs to keep his eye power at full capacity. On the other side, on the moon, Otsutsuki Urashiki had almost understood the ninja world at this time. After all, Biwajozo, who has the strength of a cage, is one of the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure, so the information he possesses is enough for Otsutsuki Urashiki to have a preliminary understanding of the ninja world, and he no longer needs to go to the ninja world alone to collect intelligence. After learning about the current situation in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Urashiki was extremely satisfied with the current state of this top nursery. It can be said that chakra has been widely spread on this planet. He is also knowledgeable in the universe, but he has never seen a planet with such huge energy. In such an environment, the chakra fruits produced by the sacred tree are comparable to those produced by dozens of other ordinary planets. However, most of the scattered chakra is in the 9-tailed beasts created by the traitorous son of Kagaya, and the tailed beasts are currently under the control of the major ninja villages. It seems that they will definitely face the 4th Mizukage Otsutsuki Seiji. Otsutsuki Urashiki thought distressedly, although I don't know how strong he is, but with the tricky eye technique of Shoname Baikon, even I will find it difficult to defeat him. In this case, it will be difficult to gather the scattered chakra together again. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who sensed an undisguised aura belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, came back to his senses from his contemplative state. His Byakugan opened and his gaze penetrated through numerous obstacles and looked in the direction of the space channel. King Si walked out of the space channel with his pure eye opened, and instantly locked onto Otsutsuki Urashiki's position. The two of them stared at each other from a long distance. So that's how it is. Sensing traces of Otsutsuki Urashiki in Seiji's aura, Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately understood. He had never really felt Seiji's aura before, but he learned about Seiji from Biwajozo. At that time, he was wondering why Seiji had a dojutsu that was extremely similar to Otsutsuki Urashiki's. But now, when he faced Seiji directly and sensed Seiji's aura, he instantly understood that this Otsutsuki Seiji must have killed Urashiki and swallowed Urashiki's wedge to successfully grow into an Otsutsuki. The combat power of Otsutsuki Urashiki is really weird. You say he is strong, he is indeed very strong. He has 3 kinds of eye techniques, Byakugan, Blue Samsara Eye and Red Megatama Samsara Eye, and he has the ability of time. He also has mastered the bloodline net, which can kill Otsutsuki Tonari in an instant. Although this Otsutsuki Tonari is in an eyeless state, he was once a 6 paths level. When capturing Shikaku, Otsutsuki Urashiki was also able to instantly lure away Sasuke's chakra and teleport him away directly, although this Sasuke looked badly weakened. But if you say he is weak, then that is indeed not wrong. Judging from his performance in the ninja world, he is simply the most shameless Otsutsuki, far worse than Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Any well-known ninja can fight with him. It can be said that since Otsutsuki Urashiki entered the ninja world, he seems to have been reduced in intelligence, and his performance most of the time can be described as extremely lame. Gaara and Kojuro are not to be mentioned. They are at least Kage level, and they are also Kaze Kage and Mizu Kage. It is reasonable for them to fight him for a few rounds. However, things started to go wrong afterwards. The two juniors, Bo and Shinki, were able to fight back and forth with Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although Bo's pure eye can predict the location where Otsutsuki Urashiki will appear, it is outrageous that Otsutsuki Urashiki can still have one of his horns broken with such a big gap in strength. The subsequent battle in the past was even more outrageous, and a classic scene was staged, Uchiha hug and throw. In the final battle, Otsutsuki Urashiki ate his own Rinnegan, the red fish basket, and all the chakra stored in the red fish basket, and entered the crane form, but he still tied with the combination of Naruto and Boruto and Jiraiya and Sasuke, and was killed by them in the end, without even having a chance to use the wedge. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who should be as strong as him, ate the chakra fruit transformed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki and suppressed Naruto and Sasuke. Although he was killed dramatically in the end, at least he carved a wedge on Boruto's body and became Momoshiki. Although I can understand that Otsutsuki Urashiki's personality setting is that he likes to hide things and preserve his strength in battle, but what the hell is it that you hide, and finally hide yourself? This is simply ridiculous, as if he drove a full-level big account to the novice village to bully the novices, but was beaten up by a bunch of novices. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Chapter 298. Seeing through the pure eye that the Anbu and Biwajozo who fell near Otsutsuki Urashiki still showed signs of life, Kingji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Otsutsuki Ishiki's understanding of Otsutsuki Urashiki was correct. This Otsutsuki Urashiki is much more gentle than the duo of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He truly inherited the innate arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan. As for Biwajozo and those Anbu who were considered inferior creatures in the eyes of Otsutsuki Urashiki, he was not bloodthirsty in character and simply collected their chakra. Kingsi took off into the air and flew rapidly towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's location outside the town. Mr. Otsutsuki CG. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at CG who was coming quickly and spoke calmly. Boom. Kingsi landed with a thud. You are finally here. The man from heaven. Otsutsuki Urashiki. You and I are from the same clan, why should we be so formal? Otsutsuki Urashiki continued to speak without changing his expression, but he was muttering in his heart, did he inherit Ishiki's memory? He actually called out my name directly, so he should know about my ability. This is not going to be easy. Being polite. Kingsi raised his eyebrows. As expected, you are the arrogant Otsutsuki. You knocked down all my men as soon as you came up. Now you mention this to me? As people of the same clan, there is no need for us to fight. After all, we have no fundamental conflict of interest. Otsutsuki Urashiki explained. He did not want to fight with CG before he found out the details of this strange Otsutsuki. Het. Kingsi smiled disdainfully. How could there be no essential conflict of interest? Do you think I don't know why you came to the ninja world? What's more, he is the 4th generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village. The Hidden Mist ninja was beaten by Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although his life was not in danger, he had to get back the face for them. Otherwise, the morale of the people would be scattered and it would be difficult to lead the team. Kyoji did not continue the conversation with Otsutsuki Urashiki, but chose to take action directly. From now on, let's speak with strength. Whoosh! Kyoji instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki and raised his hand to slap him. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. A thick, translucent beam of chakra light slammed into Otsutsuki Urashiki's face. So fast. Otsutsuki Urashiki's pupils shrank slightly, and his Byakugan suddenly changed into a blue samsara eye. Sure enough, he inherited Ishiki's taijutsu as well. 1,000 paper cranes instantly move. A faint light flashed from the blue Rinnegan, and at the same time as Otsutsuki Urashiki was hit by the mountain-breaking strike, he transformed himself into several red paper cranes, and then disappeared in front of CG. This move has not been officially named, but was given a name based on its performance. Seeing this, King C was not surprised at all. After all, the opponent was also at the 6 paths level. It would be strange if Otsutsuki Urashiki was attacked directly by him right from the start. The eye technique Takamaji Ehara was used, and a shadow clone that had been prepared on the way here was released by CG from the Takamaji Ehara space. Then, taking advantage of the short time when Otsutsuki Urashiki dodged the attack, he collected the Anbu ninjas and Biwajozo who were scattered on the ground into the Takamaji Ehara space. Then, this shadow clone flew directly towards the direction of the space channel, ready to bring them back to the village. After all, these were the elites of the Hidden Mist village and they could not be affected by the upcoming war. Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure appeared in the air, his blue samsara eyes fixedly staring at CG below. Very good. Then let me, your senior, learn what you have inherited from Miss Heike. Kingji did not respond, but silently sensed the location of the shadow clone, and at the same time slowly floated up, staring quietly at Otsutsuki Urashiki in mid-air. When Kingji sensed that his shadow clone had entered the space channel and returned to the ninja world, he moved. The ground split instantly. Kyoshi once again instantly got close to Otsutsuki Urashiki, appeared diagonally above Otsutsuki Urashiki, and kicked Otsutsuki Urashiki in the waist and abdomen. His speed was 3 points faster than before. Otsutsuki Urashiki was mentally prepared to face the attack, but even so, facing Kyoshi's increased speed, he still had no time to react. Boom! Otsutsuki Urashiki really didn't expect that Kyoshi's speed could get even faster, and even so much faster than before. He was kicked away by Kyoshi's swift kick, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball, and fell heavily to the ground, making a dull impact sound. Otsutsuki Urashiki's body collided violently with the hard ground, instantly creating a huge deep pit, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. Damn it! This is pure physical speed. Otsutsuki Urashiki stood up in embarrassment and cursed inwardly. This level of physical skills is much stronger than Otsutsuki Kinshiki who also specializes in close combat. This Otsutsuki CG, just by swallowing his Heike's wedge, has such powerful physical skills. It is really hard to imagine how powerful Otsutsuki Heike himself would be in his prime. You know, Otsutsuki Heike is quite famous in the Otsutsuki clan, especially in terms of fighting. His fame is much greater than that of Otsutsuki Urashiki. There are even rumors that Otsutsuki Heike, who has not eaten the chakra fruit, is even stronger than some of the clan members who have eaten the fruit. Before, Otsutsuki Urashiki thought that Otsutsuki Heike's strength might be exaggerated and there was a certain amount of water in it, because he was relatively familiar with Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength, and the fact that he was killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya's sneak attack showed that Otsutsuki Heike should not be that strong. His great fame within the Otsutsuki clan is probably due to his mutated black eyes, as well as his special eye techniques Mahakala and Shobaguna which are extremely useful in battle. However, now, Otsutsuki Urashiki's opinion has changed. Just from a small example, he can tell the whole picture. From the pure physical speed and physical skills just demonstrated by CG, he can know that Otsutsuki Heike is not just a name. These thoughts flashed through Otsutsuki Urashiki's mind when he stood up. However, just as he stood up and was about to fly back into the air, Seiji's next wave of attacks arrived. Young name Biguna May Rain. Densely packed yin-yang release black sticks instantly appeared in the air, and then shot towards Otsutsuki Urashiki on the ground. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at this scene with a grim expression. When these black sticks appeared, they were already very close to him, as if they appeared directly in front of him out of thin air, leaving him no time to dodge. Sure enough, the ability is exactly the same as Otsutsuki Heike. After experiencing it personally, Otsutsuki Urashiki finally confirmed that not only the physical skills, but also the eye skills were inherited. If it weren't for the fact that this Otsutsuki CG had only been training for a relatively short time and had never eaten the chakra fruit, then after Otsutsuki Urashiki confirmed Seiji's situation, he would probably turn around and run without hesitation. After all, he was much more stable and cautious than other Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart was churning, but his face looked calm, and his blue Rinnegan lit up slightly. Go back in time. It is the exclusive eye technique of Otsutsuki Urashiki's Blue Rinnegan that allows Otsutsuki Urashiki to travel to the future a few seconds in advance and experience dozens of attacks with the same moves, so as to completely see through the opponent's moves and choose the most appropriate way to respond, and then use the power of the eyes to return to the previous time node. In this way, when the attack actually comes, Otsutsuki Urashiki can attack or dodge and respond perfectly. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had figured out the best way to deal with the situation, pulled out his red fishing rod and swung it in front of him, forming an impenetrable red protective shield. Then, Otsutsuki Urashiki raised his hand forward and repulsive force exploded. Shinra Tenzen. The concentrated shooting of yin-yang release black sticks was interrupted, and the remaining yin-yang release black sticks that were about to reach Otsutsuki Urashiki were directly blasted away by the repulsive force. Immediately afterwards, Otsutsuki Urashiki soared into the sky, swung the red fishing rod in his hand, and countless red fish hooks flew towards Kingxi. After being suppressed and beaten for a long time, it was his turn to fight back. Amsubami Ryasi Imi. Kiyoshige didn't care too much about Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack, but was thinking about what had happened to Urashiki just now. Just now, Kiyoshige keenly noticed that there was a faint trace of time fluctuations around Otsutsuki Urashiki. Of course, you still have to dodge. You can't take the fishhook of Otsutsuki Urashiki head-on. If you get hit, you will lose a lot of chakra. Young name is Viguna. Kiyoshi directly shrunk himself to a level that was almost invisible to the naked eye, and dodged the attack in the gap between the red fish hooks. Then he stepped on one of the red fish hooks to gain leverage and catapulted towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. Takamagahara double fall. Kiyoshi restored his original size halfway through rushing towards Otsutsuki Urashiki, and then released two Okeshura from the Takamagahara space at the same time. One appeared below Otsutsuki Urashiki, and the other smashed towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's head. Although the yin-yang releases creation, the Great Box Heaven, has the effect of hindering perception, it is still detectable to Otsutsuki Urashiki, who is also at the 6 paths level. After using time rewind and finding that there was no other good way to deal with it, Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes directly transformed into red Megatama Rinnegan, and Yomi Hirasaka was activated instantly, and his figure disappeared from the upper and lower attacks of Okuradan. Otsutsuki Urashiki's bloodline Nat Yozen Hirasaka can be used with the Byakugan, Blue Samsara Eye, and Red Megatama Samsara Eye, but it is the fastest when it is activated with the Red Megatama Samsara Eye, and can open a portal instantly. Puff! Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had just emerged from the space portal of Yamiurazaka, was hit head-on by CG. A yin-yang black rod was waiting there in advance, and the moment Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared, it directly pierced Otsutsuki Urashiki's shoulder. Otsutsuki Urashiki spat out a mouthful of blood, troublesome pure eye. Can it even see through Yomi Hirasaka? Kiyoshi smiled. He had a pure eye that could see through the fluctuations in space, and was just waiting for Otsutsuki Urashiki to use Yomi Hirasaka to transfer. The red Megatama Rinnegan switched back to the blue Rinnegan again. Otsutsuki Urashiki kept thinking about how to break the impasse. He knew that the pure eye had the ability to see through time and space ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that the Yomi Hirasaka of the Bloodline Network could also be seen through by the pure eye. Therefore, before finding an effective solution, he could not use Yozen Hirasaka in battle. Of course, he could use it for dodging or retreating, but when facing CG, the younger Otsutsuki, his pride would not allow him to retreat easily. Otsutsuki Urashiki reached for the red fish basket at his waist, then took out a ball of aqua blue chakra and threw it at Kiyoshi with a wave of his hand. A surging stream of water appeared out of nowhere in the void, and then rushed towards Kingxi with great impact and destructive power, like a ferocious dragon, opening its bloody mouth, trying to swallow Kingxi. It was exactly the ninjutsu that Otsutsuki Urashiki had absorbed from Biwajozo. The corners of Kingxi's mouth slightly raised, revealing an indifferent smile, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. The aqua blue color of the pure eye instantly changed into the sky blue color of the samsara eye. Circles of light blue ripples, like nebulae in the universe, spread out from Kingxi's eyes. It's time to give Otsutsuki Urashiki some shock from the ninja world. Sealing technique, suction seal. Kingxi stretched out his right hand, and a translucent chakra shield appeared in front of him, blocking the oncoming water flow and absorbing the chakra contained in it in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Kiyoshi gathered all the chakra he had absorbed into the palms of his hands, and with a backhand strike towards Otsutsuki Urashiki, he returned the favor. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Kingji suddenly clapped his palms out, and 2 huge chakra light balls flew out from his palms, with unparalleled power, like 2 meteors across the sky, whizzing straight towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. Wherever it passed, the space was almost torn apart, and cracks in space kept appearing. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at Seiji's changing eyes, and suddenly there was a storm in his heart. This is the Rinnegan. And it is a very high-level Rinnegan. Chapter 299. At this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already decided to retreat. If he continued to fight with Seiji in his current state, he would definitely be the one to suffer. His most relied upon bloodline network ability, Yomi Hirasaka, was restrained to the extreme by Seiji's pure eye that could see through time and space. In addition, King Si just displayed the Rinnegan, and judging from the aura it exudes, it is not an ordinary Rinnegan, but at least a Rinnegan of the same level as his Megatama Samsara eye. As for having no face, so be it. Face cannot be eaten. He is arrogant, but not stupid. The strength of this Otsutsuki Seiji is obviously not right. Moreover, Seiji not only has the pure eye, but also the Samsara eye. It is not shameful if he cannot beat him. Although he still has the trump card of crane form, and his strength after the transformation is definitely stronger than Ching Si, but after all, that method can only be used once in a short period of time. Therefore, he must use it at the most critical moment. At least now, it is far from that point, and there is no need to waste the trump card. The situation in the ninja world can be said to be completely beyond Otsutsuki Urashiki's expectations. Originally, he came here just to investigate the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya, but unexpectedly, he accidentally discovered this top nursery in the ninja world. So, Otsutsuki Urashiki had his own little thoughts. He was not going to report the news of Ishiki's death and Kagaya's betrayal back to the clan for the time being. Instead, he planned to monopolize the ninja world temporarily, and then make other considerations after he harvested the first chakra fruit. You know, if he passes the news back to the clan, then this planet and the subsequent chakra fruits produced will no longer belong to him. Although he definitely has some credit, no matter how much he can get, it probably can't catch up with the high-quality chakra fruits produced in the ninja world. Therefore, he had to conceal the news and eat a chakra fruit himself first. As for the duo Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki who have also accepted the mission and will definitely come later, Otsutsuki Urashiki is confident that he can convince them to conceal the news temporarily and then share this top nursery in the ninja world together. After all, the dominant one among the two, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, is not a good guy either, and he must be in need of the chakra fruit. However, the problem is that Otsutsuki Urashiki did not carry the seedling of the 10 tails with him, so he could only attack the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Only by reuniting them into the 10 tails and restoring them to the sacred tree and planting them, could he harvest the chakra fruit. As for the fact that the 10 tails belongs to Kagaya Otsutsuki and has become one with her to a certain extent, Urashiki Otsutsuki is not too worried about this. Now that Kagaya Otsutsuki has been sealed, he has plenty of ways to make the 10 tails work for him. However, this gave rise to another problem, that is, the existence of Kiyoshi. Otsutsuki Urashiki really did not expect that Otsutsuki Kagaya left behind bloodline descendants in the ninja world, and that a real Otsutsuki reappeared 1,000 years later. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki just told Kiyoshi that there was no conflict of interest between them, family knows their own business, and he doesn't believe that Kiyoshi will have no thoughts about the chakra fruit. After all, the Otsutsuki clan's desire for the chakra fruit can be said to be engraved in their bones. In other words, in reality, there must be a conflict between him and Seiji. After all, according to the information obtained from Biwajozo, this Otsutsuki Seiji is currently the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, and he already has 2-tailed beasts, the 3-tailed and the 6-tailed, under his control. However, the current situation is that he seems to be no match for Kingsi. After all, he did not think so much before coming here this time. Not only did he not bring the 10-tail seedling, but even his chakraden reserves were insufficient. Although he currently has a chakra fruit in his hand that he had just collected a few years ago, it will be returned to the clan later and does not belong to him. Unless he wants to become a traitor to the Otsutsuki clan like Kagaya Otsutsuki, it would be a great sin to privately swallow the chakra fruit that should have been handed over to the clan. Therefore, if he was not facing a desperate situation where his life was threatened, he would never use it privately. It seems that the information obtained from Biwajozo is not enough, He still has to go to the ninja world to learn more about it and then make plans. Moreover, he also needs to collect some chakra in the ninja world to refine Chakra Dan as his reserve, so that he can better deal with this Otsutsuki CG next time. So, when Otsutsuki Urashiki once again used 1000 Paper Crane's instant body to avoid Kyoshi's attack, and counterattacked Kyoshi with AM Suharaya Siami, Otsutsuki Urashiki directly used Yomi Hirasaka to run away. Kyoshi was on high alert for a long time, but Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't show up again. Only then did he realize that this awesome Otsutsuki Urashiki must have run away. A series of question marks suddenly appeared above Kingsley's head, and he said speechlessly in his heart, "Ninefold Aquarius. Why does this Otsutsuki Urashiki feel a little weak?" You know, he hadn't even exerted much strength yet. He just revealed his Rinnegan and was scared away by Otsutsuki Urashiki. Then once his Samsara Eye Chakra mode is activated, and he performs the Golden Wheel Samsara explosion with the power to shatter stars when he uses his full strength for Otsutsuki Urashiki, won't Otsutsuki Urashiki fall to his knees? Kyoshi slowly calmed down the chakra in his body and carefully sensed Otsutsuki Urashiki's last Yomi Hirasaka. After a moment, he confirmed Otsutsuki Urashiki's whereabouts, the ninja world. It seems that he still hasn't given up. It's really hard for him. The attraction of the ninja world is really great. Every Otsutsuki wants to get a piece of the pie. Kingsley said in his heart, but then he changed his mind. It would be good for Otsutsuki Urashiki to go to the ninja world, because that is his home ground. What's more, he has prepared an extremely generous gift for Otsutsuki Urashiki when they meet. Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't know that Otsutsuki Urashiki could transform, and Seiji didn't know either. 3 days have passed since Seiji's first brief fight with Otsutsuki Urashiki on the moon. In the Mizuki's office, the messenger from Konoha, Minato Namikaze, led by the ninjas from the External Affairs Department, met the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Seiji Otsutsuki. Wearing a luxurious white robe with the Otsutsuki logo and a blue and white hat with the word water written on it, he exudes a unique and noble aura that transcends ordinary people. Namikaze Minato carefully looks at this man who had defeated the 3rd Kazekage Tessa in the last Ninja World War. At the same time, Seiji was also observing Minato Namikaze, who was known as the Yellow Flash in the original future and became the 4th Hokage. However, when Namikaze Minato noticed Seiji's gaze on him, he suddenly felt like he was completely seen through. You know, even his teacher, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and his teacher's teacher, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had never let him experience this feeling. He hasn't had this feeling for a long time. It's just like when he first stepped onto the battlefield during his Chunin period and sensed from afar the earth-shaking feeling of the cage-level warriors fighting on the battlefield. No, this description is not very accurate, but in short, Kyoshi, who was sitting there so calmly, gave Namikaze Minato a great pressure and threat. That is a feeling that comes from strength exceeding a certain level, and it also implicitly represents a kind of crushing of the life level. A storm of shock rose in Minato Namikaze's heart, and his body tensed up involuntarily, as if every muscle was stretched to the limit. A few fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead and began to slide down his cheeks. Minato Namikaze tried hard to control his slightly nervous emotions, and at the same time he couldn't help but be extremely alert. An invisible atmosphere of tension spread, making the air in the Mizuki's office seem to become heavy. Suddenly, Seiji's chuckle broke the silence in the Mizuki's office. Why? A messenger from Konoha. You seem to be nervous seeing me. Kingsley's nonchalant laughter instantly restored Minato Namikaze from his extremely nervous state, as if nothing had happened just now and everything was just Minato Namikaze's illusion. However, the perceptive Namikaze Minato knew very clearly that the feeling just now was absolutely real. You know, his perception ability is among the best in the entire Konoha village. This time he went to the Hidden Mist Village. In addition to inviting the Hidden Mist Village to a joint Chunin exam, he was also shouldering a secret mission assigned to him by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. That is, relying on his powerful perception ability, he can sense the strength level of the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village in person, and at the same time sense the overall strength of the Hidden Mist Village. Taking advantage of foreign visits and diplomatic activities to gather intelligence is an open conspiracy that the Hidden Mist Village cannot refuse. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is far away from the ninja realm, and after Seiji came to power, the overall reform of the village resulted in very little intelligence being stolen by spies from other villages and then successfully passed on. Moreover, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was vaguely worried about the Hidden Mist Village, which did not participate in the Second Ninja World War but had attacked Konoha in the First Ninja World War. In addition, some time ago, Konoha received a piece of information that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. The monsters that once wreaked havoc on the entire ninja world broke the seal in the land of demons, but were stopped by the fourth Mizukage Otsutsuki Seiji. This information came from the demon country. At first, the demon country sent envoys to Konoha for help, but when the Konoha reinforcements led by Minato Namikaze were preparing to set off, another envoy from the demon country rushed to Konoha village and claimed that the monsters had been eliminated, and then cancelled the request for help. After much investigation by the Konoha Anbu, they finally obtained a piece of seemingly plausible information that came from the temple of the goddess of witches, which was that the monster was dealt with by the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. At first, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not quite believe it, because he had a certain understanding of the power of the monster. In his opinion, only one with the strength of Lord Hashirama in the past could possibly solve the problem of the monster alone. But the fourth Mizukage was just a young junior. How could he have the kind of unimaginable strength that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had in the past? However, considering that this information came from the temple of the goddess of Miko, the third Hokage still adopted an attitude of believing it rather than not. Therefore, based on all of the above, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to send his disciple, who was also his trusted and beloved general, Namikaze Minato, who was both powerful and had strong perception abilities. In fact, Moroku, the priestess of the land of demons, told Kingxi about this matter in a letter. At first, Moroku didn't care about these things. After all, Kingxi really got rid of the monster single-handedly. However, when she learned that many people from other ninja villages were secretly asking the people in the temple of the goddess of witches for specific information about Kingxi, she immediately and decisively used the power of the witches and sealed all the people in the temple of the goddess of witches, not allowing them to reveal any information about Kingxi to the outside world. But inevitably, the information that the Mizukage had come in person and solved the problem of the monster was still spread. However, due to the lack of follow-up details, this information seemed somewhat specious to other people. However, Kiyoshige didn't care about this. Even if other ninja villages knew that he had killed Wu Yang alone, what could it do? His strength was already the strongest in the ninja world except for Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was lurking in the ninja world. Moreover, the overall strength of the Hidden Mist Village should have surpassed that of Konoha Village, which had lost Hitaki Sakumo. More importantly, in the ninja world of this era, except for those old antiques who are still alive and have experienced the Warring States period, it is difficult to imagine how powerful the combat power of the ceiling of the ninja world is. However, Moroku had good intentions after all and did not want his information to be leaked due to her mismanagement, so Kingxi certainly would not blame her for this. Chapter 300. I'm so sorry. Mr. Mizukage. Your reputation is so well known in the ninja world that I feel a little sad for a moment. Namikaze Minato looked solemnly at Seiji, who was sitting behind the Mizukage's desk, with a hint of apology in his eyes, then bent down and bowed deeply to Seiji. In any case, his behavior just now could be considered rude in this formal diplomatic conference, and as an envoy of Konoha, he still knew the rule of admitting mistakes, and he also had to demonstrate the demeanor of the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Especially just now, when he was subjected to Kingxi's gaze, he had a subconscious feeling that he was invincible. What this means is self-evident. The strength of the fourth Mizukage is likely to exceed the expectations of their Konoha village. At least he is much stronger than the strongest Hokage of their Konoha village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not like he hasn't seen the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in action before. However, even when the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was bursting out with all his strength on the battlefield, he had never given Namikaze Minato such a feeling of fear. It seems, the rumors are not groundless. After hearing Minato Namikaze's explanation, Kingxi smiled indifferently, then changed the subject and asked directly, I wonder what is the purpose of the Hokage of your village sending an envoy to Kirigakure? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but reacted in a flash. However, he was a little uncomfortable with Seiji's conversation style of not too much greetings but getting straight to the point. After all, in Konoha village, the conversations between him and those Konoha high-level officials were always evasive and roundabout, and they always wasted their time saying some meaningless words before getting to the point. I am the Jonin of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The Hokage sent me to the Hidden Mist Village this time, mainly for two things. Minato Namikaze introduced himself first. Although he knew that CG must know who he was, this was diplomatic etiquette after all. I brought a letter from the Hokage to the Mizu cage. After you read it, if you decide to participate, I will continue to tell you about another matter. Oh. Kyoji did not comment. The Mizukage's secretary, Chino Hojumi, who appeared in the Mizukage's office because Kyoji was going to have a formal meeting with the Konoha envoy, took the letter from Minato Namikaze and handed it to Kyoji after checking it. Of course, it's just a letter. As long as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid, he will not do anything to it. Checking it is just a normal procedure. Moreover, it is not appropriate for Minato Namikaze to hand this letter directly to Kyoji, simply because their statuses are not equal. Although Namikaze Minato is a messenger sent by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, and the great-grandson of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is currently only a jonin in Konoha village and does not hold any position. Kyoji is the leader of the Hidden Mist village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, and the 4th Mizu cage. In terms of status, the two sides are very different. If it was one of Konoha's more active senior diplomats, Konoha's crouching dragon Mito-Kado-en, or Konoha's phoenix hatchling Utane Koharu who came, it would be more appropriate. Kingxi took the letter from Chino Kizuna and opened it to read. Soon, CG read through the letter written by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The letter from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost entirely filled with flattering diplomatic rhetoric, and also contained some veiled tentative intentions. However, what Kingxi couldn't stand was that these thousands of words were basically all nonsense without any substance. It was not until he read the end of the letter that he saw the so-called key point. That is, to invite the Kirigakure village to participate in the joint Chunin exams held in July by the Konoha village, and the Sand village, the Kumigakure village, the Uegakure village and some small ninja villages have all agreed to send their own genin elites to participate. Joint Chunin exams. Kingxi thought to himself, and he instantly understood what the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was planning. This is treating their Konoha village as the ninja world police, wanting to mediate the conflicts between the major ninja villages and delay the war that may break out at any time. My goodness, no matter which world you are in, there are always people who want to maintain peace. Kingxi thought with amusement, with the Hokage of your Konoha who is expert in civil wars but amateur in foreign wars and who only targets his own people, and who constantly secretly stirs up trouble in various parts of the ninja world and assists Danzo Shimura, do you, Konoha, have the character to maintain the peace of the ninja world? However, since other ninja villages have already agreed to participate, then our Kirigakure, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, certainly cannot be absent. After all, this can be considered an alternative 5-cage conference. Using the excuse of a joint Chunin exam, the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages were gathered in the Land of Fire. Even if the 5-cage were not there, this could help establish Konoha village's position as the true leader of the ninja world. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a calculating plan. However, this time Kingxi had the wrong idea. Under the advice of Konoha Crouching Dragon and Konoha Phoenix Hatchling, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did something so cool that it could break his waist. Every envoy he sent to other ninja villages used the excuse that all other ninja villages had agreed to participate in this joint Chunin exam. So, the third Kazekage Tessa, the third Reikage Ai, the third Tsuchikage Noki, and our 4th Mizu Kage Cg, fell into the trap directly. After all, they had no time to inform each other, and it was impossible for them to inform each other. Although all the cage knew the purpose of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen holding the joint Chunin exam, when they saw that the other families were participating, they thought that if they did not participate, they might miss something. Therefore, as expected, they all agreed. Okay. The Hidden Mist village will send genin to participate in this joint Chunin exam. Kyoji agreed, and then continued to ask Minato Namikaze without any fluctuation in his tone, so, what is the other thing? For the Hidden Mist village, there is nothing wrong with competing with ninjas from other major ninja villages. After developing for so long, it is time to give other forces in the ninja world a hint before the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War and give the Hidden Mist village a small shock. After all, on the surface it was a joint Chunin exam, but Kyoji knew very well that this so-called exam was a platform for the major ninja villages to demonstrate their strength and measure the military power of other ninja villages. At the same time, it could also be said to be a small-scale rehearsal for the Third Ninja World War. Well, I believe that other ninja villages will hold the same idea, and the ninjas who come to participate must be the most elite from each major ninja village. And it is not ruled out that they will directly cheat in secret, suppressing the levels of ninjas who could have been promoted to chunin, and forcing them to continue to participate in this exam as lower ninjas. Even more shamelessly, each ninja village could find a reason to demote those unknown but powerful chunins or especially jonins back to genin and let them take the exam again. After all, the ninja level is something that is decided by each ninja village. Of course, those jonin who are already famous in the ninja world definitely can't do this. Although this kind of secret behavior is shameless, it doesn't matter if everyone does it. But you can't really treat other people as fools. Kingxi didn't care about it. Although he knew that there would be all kinds of tricks in this exam, their Kirigakure village also had its trump cards. You know, he holds 2 conventional powerful weapons, Nagato and Meiterumi. Once the Rinnegan opens and the Vulpix appears, just charge in and it's done. To deal with a group of elite ninjas from other ninja villages whose strength may be at the level of Jonin, or at best, elite Jonin, just crush them all the way. Namikaze Minato didn't know about the little tricks played by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, so when he learned that the Hidden Mist village would participate in the joint Chunin exam as scheduled, he couldn't help but feel relieved. At least, his overt mission on this mission was half completed. After all, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village have not appeared in the ninja world for a long time. Therefore, before accepting the mission to go to the Hidden Mist village, Minato Namikaze had actually prepared for the failure of the mission. The other thing is actually a continuation of what happened just now. Namikaze Minato sorted out his thoughts and said, the Hokage hopes to invite the Mizukage to come to Konoha to watch the 3rd round of the joint Chunin exam. Kingxi was slightly stunned. What the hell was the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen doing? Judging from this, he should have invited not only himself, the Mizukage, but all the cages at the same time. Could it be that he really wanted to take this opportunity to convene an alternative 5-cage conference to stop the ninja world war that was on the verge of breaking out? A trace of confusion flashed across Kingxi's eyes. He thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out what kind of mentality the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had, and what kind of confidence he had. Could it be that, for political reasons, Sarutobi Hiruzen really believed in the strongest Hokage in history who had been promoted for many years, and really thought that he was the strongest? No way, no way. However, he soon stopped thinking about it. No matter what kind of plan Konoha had, he was already at the 6 paths level and could break it with his force. I see. After Kingxi figured it out, he paused and continued, no wonder you said that. If we, Kirigakure, don't participate in this joint Chunin exam, then there is really no need to talk about the other thing. Well, in that case, I agree. Kingxi decided to agree. He has been in the ninja world for so many years, and he has been to the Land of Fire many times, but he has never been to Konoha village. Although he has not watched Naruto much, the Land of Fire and Konoha village are still the center of the ninja world, and all the stories revolve around Konoha. However, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed very courageous this time. He dared to invite all the cage to enter Konoha. If anyone among them had bad intentions, the Konoha collapse plan would have to be staged in advance. The outbreak of a cage-level warrior in Konoha village would be enough to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a hard time, not to mention that there is also a 6 paths level warrior named Seiji among them. Of course, Kiyoshige would definitely not take the initiative to cause trouble. Otsutsuki Urashiki is still hiding in the ninja world, and that is his current target. But if other cage have planned something and really take action against Konoha, then Kiyoshi will have to go and help out. Afterwards, Kiyoshi and Namikaze Minato held consultations on other matters between the 2 villages and ended the meeting. Seeing that the 2 had finished the topic, Chino Kizuna led Minato Namikaze out of the Mizukage's office and went to the accommodation prepared for Minato Namikaze by the Ministry of External Affairs. After Chino Kizuna and Minato Namikaze left, Seiji also left the Mizukage's office. Following his perception, he found the 3rd Mizukage Bing who was teaching his disciples at home. Although he didn't care about Konoha's actions, he still needed the experienced Bing to help him analyze what the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was like. After all, the 2 of them were old rivals who had fought for many years. It has to be said that Bing's decentralization was very thorough. After Kingxi came to power, he transferred the power of the Mizukage completely, which was in stark contrast to the approach of a certain 3rd cage in the future. Isn't that right, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Although later, in the overall reform of the Hidden Mist village, Kiyoshi appointed Bing as the Minister of Foreign Affairs to be in charge of diplomatic work. But Bing only focused on management in the early stages. After the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was running on the right track, he directly handed over daily affairs to his deputy and entered a semi-resting state. He would only show up in person when major events occurred. The rest of the time, Bing basically enjoys a leisurely semi-retired life while focusing his energy on training his 3 disciples.